Business Standard.
मैडम जी वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए।
दिखाते हैं इनको।
मोटे वड़ा पाव।
डीलर निकाल दे इसके बाद।
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही।
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
Dr. Devish Jain, Chairman Prestige Education Foundation, Chancellor Prestige University, President Prestige Group of Industries, National President Center for Education Growth and Research, New Delhi. Dr. Jain is a dynamic and forward-looking industrialist who has inherited the vision and foresight of his illustrious father, Padma Shri awardee Dr. N.N. Jain. He earned his MPhil degree and PhD from the Open International University for Complementary Medicine in affiliation with Zoroastrian College in the special consultative status of UNESCO and later conferred with the SC honoris causa and then with the Lit honoris causa. Dr. Jain has been conferred with various national and international awards for his distinguished contributions in the fields of agribusiness, industry and education. He has recently been honored with Jain Ratna Award in June 2023. He is recipient of an iconic educationist and agri-business leader of India 2023 award by Integrated Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Besides this, he was felicitated with the prestigious national award Atal Shastra Markanoni, Joy of the Industry and Economy for his yeoman contribution to the agronomy, soya industry and education sector in November 2022. He has also received National Award for Achievers in Summit India on 26 August 2022. On 25 April 2022, he was conferred with the coveted Madhya Pradesh Ratna Pratibha Alankaran Award by His Excellency Mangubhai Patel, Governor of MP. He has been conferred with Outstanding Educationist Award and a Special Speaker Award for the year 2021, 2022 and 2023 at CSW 65, CSW 66 and CSW 67 event at UN by the Russian Center for Science and Culture in Mumbai. Sir was honored World's Greatest Brands and Leaders Award by India and United Research Services International Asia 1 in 2017. Sir earned the title of Man with a Vision and Mission by a leading journal, Oils and Fats Industry in South Asia. Dr. Jain has also authored 3 books titled Golden Insight Enterprising Soyabean, Golden Insight Enterprising Knowledge and Golden Insight Enterprising Life. He is also invited as keynote speaker at numerous national and international forums. Sir is a great thinker, an educationist and a social motivator.
Namaste, Suprabhat, good morning. I'm your Sutradhar Geetika Ganjudhar, and on behalf of Business Standard, I welcome you all, distinguished dignitaries, respected delegates, and esteemed guests, to the much awaited, much anticipated first inaugural edition of our 2-day annual summit, Business Standard Manthan. And this coming on the occasion of Business Standard, stepping into its 50th year. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, I have to begin by congratulating each and every one who's made a contribution to Business Standards Manthan over these 50 glorious years, and have helped shape, influence, and transform the Indian mindset and set the gold standard for business journalism in India. Congratulations to you all. Congratulations, congratulations. And so we choose to name the summit Manthan. Manthan, a word that we've borrowed from the ancient Indian Puranas, to be precise, the Bhagavad Puran and the Vishnu Puran. Manthan, a word that describes the extraction of the nectar of life, the elixir of life, the amrit from the celestial ocean of milk. In the modern times that we live in, the ocean is akin to the human mind and the human consciousness. And over these next 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to attempt to churn the human mind and the human consciousness to extract the right mindset and the right action set required to propel India towards an equitable, inclusive, sustainable, happy, and prosperous future. Welcome once again, everybody, to Canara Bank Presents Business Standard Manthan. The theme of this year's summit is what it should be, a developed India by 2047. Come, let's all march ahead together and do what it takes to propel India towards this ambitious but important goal. To begin day one at Business Standard Manthan, I'm going to invite on stage the man in the role that drives the publication, the editor himself. Will you all please put your hands together and welcome on stage Shailesh Dobhal, editor, Business Standard, who will now render the welcome address of Business Standard Manthan. Good morning, sir.
Is it? Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Gitika. And good morning, everybody. On behalf of Business Standard, let me extend a very warm welcome to all of you on this opening day of Business Standard Manthan. I'm delighted, Gitika has already set the stage, to inform you that starting this year, we're embarking on a year-long journey of celebrating the 50th anniversary of Business Standard, which is one of India's most respected business dailies. Business Standard started life on this day, March 27th, 1975. Perhaps the only good thing to have happened in that fateful year, I would like to believe that. Initially published from Kolkata, it was then Calcutta, with a cover price of only 40 paisa. Business Standard is now a 13 edition strong national brand and commands the highest price amongst all newspapers in the country, again a lucky 13. To mark this occasion, we are holding this two-day annual summit for dissecting business and economic thoughts. This national summit of thought leaders, christened as Manthan, is themed around the topic, A Developed India by 2047, the roadmap. How much can a country and a polity change in half a century? I'll just share some numbers with you to ponder over. In 1975, India's GDP was under $100 billion, $98 billion to be precise. It is now 3.7 trillion, grown by a factor of 37. GDP per capita was barely $158 in 1975. It has grown 16 times to over $2,600 now. In 1975, barely 50,000 cars were sold annually in the country. Last year, 2023, almost 4.4 million cars was bought, a growth of, well, just about 90 times. The country's life expectancy was barely 50 years in 1975. It is over 70 years now. Infant mortality was a high 200 per 1,000 live births in 1975, and now it's around 28. Maternal mortality was over 800 per 100,000 live births. It is down to 97 now, under 100. I can go on and on those figures, but I'm sure you get the drift. A lot has changed in the last 50 years. And as we look forward for the next 50 years to the 5 trillion, 10 trillion, 30 trillion GDP milestones, we hope this annual feature of Business Standard, the Manthan, will provide a forum to policymakers, government decision makers, industry leaders to deliberate on major economic, business, and strategic options and challenges that face the Indian economy and the many sectors that have the potential to drive the country's economic growth. For the next 2 days, we have lined up some of the best minds in the country and beyond to discuss, debate, even duel on a host of such issues. Hope you'll find it enriching experience and time well spent. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Back to you, Geetika.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the welcome address of Business Standard Manthan rendered by our editor. All right, as I said a few minutes ago, the theme of Manthan this year is what it should be, India, a developed nation by 2047. And the theme of the very first session of day one is what it should be, the roadmap of India's journey towards becoming a developed economy by 2047. Ladies and gentlemen, a wise woman had once said that there comes a point when a dream becomes a reality and a reality becomes a dream. Indulge me if you may, but I think the dream would be that given the backdrop of persistent global inflation, of ongoing global geopolitical uncertainties, and the revised downturn of growth rate from 3.4 to 2.8% approximate figures, the Indian economy seems to be standing at the center of it all as the beacon of hope and beacon of optimism. Well, we are looking at projections which say that there could be an upward surge of 6% in real GDP over the next few years. And given our demographic advantage and our vibrant financial sector, we will soon be the world's fastest growing economy. We will touch that $5 trillion mark. We'll be by 2027 the world's third largest economy, and by 2047 a developed economy. Now, that's the dream. In this session coming up, we'll take a closer look at the dream, the possibilities, the challenges, and we'll share with you the insider's view of the reality on this topic. Ladies and gentlemen, taking stage in this session are stalwarts. If the theme is a perfect fit for the beginning session, then they are the perfect fit as it can get for this session. We are so happy to have in our midst today Mr. T.N. Nayanan. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and Akila Urankar. Allow me a few lines to introduce both of them to you all, properly, as they say. Now, Gordon Hinckley had once said that if you have to build a strong building, then you cannot do so on a weak foundation. You need to have a strong foundation to have a strong superstructure. So when today we say that Business Standard is India's most respected business publication, it's thanks to this man and the values and principles he injected into the organization. Yes. If we say that Business Standard is India's leading business publication, it's thanks to this man's tireless construction that he indulged in across the years to give the brand the stature that it has today. He was the visionary, ladies and gentlemen, who thought about bringing in the finest business publication in the world, Financial Times, via a tie-up with Business Standard into India at a time when roadblocks were aplenty in the form of regulations. He was the visionary who predicted how global media would, in the years ahead, be a mix of paper and digital. Really, the most respected business publication in the country is very happy to have in our midst the most respected business journalist, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together and welcome him. And of course, Akila Urankar, longest-serving CEO of Business Standard. She was the rock behind our people, our paper, and she's director on board of her Business Standard. Ladies and gentlemen, she is a part of that team that has created the Business Standard that we see today. May I please welcome both of them on stage. A thunderous round of applause for them, please. And to steer this first session, may I also please have on stage Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, Editorial Director, Business Standard.
Thank you, Geetika, for this introduction to Mr. Nayanan and Akila. What we would do in the next 45 minutes is something different from what Geetika just outlined. We will, of course, talk about what has happened, what has changed in the last 50 years, or what will change in the next 50 years. But we'll go beyond, and we will try to understand from these two stalwarts what really made that difference in Business Standard, which made Business Standard what it is today. So we will have a mix of both. We will try to contextualize what's really happened in the last 50 years through their prisms and how they looked at Business Standard from their vantage point. So let me break the tradition, and I will start with Mr. Nainen. So, Mr. Nainen, if I can go back in time, you joined Business Standard in 1993. If I think I've got that year right. And is that right? 1993. 92, okay. So, Mr. Nainen, you have to switch it on. Akhila, you have to switch it on, yeah. So, if you joined in 1992, and you had already sort of completed a successful term as editor of the Economic Times, and you were if I remember correctly, you were running a business TV show at that time, Business Bati, which was also very popular. The Indian economy was going through a major transformation. The famous economic reforms had just been unleashed in 1991. Indian economy was going through a churn, and we are talking about Manthan here. So what kind of perspective did you have, given the background of the state of the Indian economy, as well as your own vision, viewpoint on what you needed to do for Business Standard, and why Business Standard, Mr. Nainen?
Thank you, Ashok, and morning, everyone. I joined Business Standard initially as a consultant, and also they had a business magazine. Both belonged to the Anandabazar group from Calcutta. Business Standard was launched in 1975 as a business paper for Eastern India, because the Economic Times and the Financial Express existed in Mumbai and had just come to Delhi with their second editions. And so they started ABP Group, which is the largest media house in Eastern India. They thought of a business paper for the East. But once Economic Times had gone national with 5 editions, Business Standard was really cornered. When I joined, the mission was to take Business Standard national. And I had suggested to the owners, the Sarkar brothers, that the only way to make this work was to get a foreign collaboration. And so we managed a tie-up with the Financial Times in London. It took a 10-year battle to get government to change its policy to allow foreign equity in print media. But eventually it happened, and meanwhile we started the Delhi edition, the Mumbai edition, and at some point the Sarkars found this is too big a project for them. So they sold out, and in 1997, Uday Kotak, who was then a young financial sector guy, bought the paper and the company. And so since 97 till now, Uday has been essentially the owner of Business Standard. The economy was small, but when I joined in 92, the economic reforms, as you mentioned, in 91 had just happened, so it was an exciting time. And it was also a good time, therefore, with a lot of financial news and economic policy changes, and the stock market was taking off. So it was a good time to expand and go national. And so we grew the paper, we added staff, we added pages, we added features, we had a lot of color features. And so we grew our national footprint, and the objective was to basically capture the top end of the market. Not to become the largest mass circulation daily, but to capture the thinking audience, the policy-making audience, the decision-making audience. So corner office people, people in top management, people in the financial sector, policymakers in government, economists. So it was targeted at that group, and we basically managed to do that and give it a national footprint.
One supplementary, Mr. Nayan. When you joined Business Standard in 1992, that was not the first time you worked for Business Standard. You worked for Business Standard even earlier. In a different capacity, different role, even in Calcutta as well as in Delhi. When you took up that challenge in 1992, how different it was in 1992 and in your stint in Business Standard subsequent to the 1992, how different it was from when you were earlier in 1970s and 1980s you were with Business Standard in both in Calcutta and Delhi?
Yeah, I mean, I joined, Business Standard was launched in 75, and in 79 they managed to hire the then editor of the Economic Times, Dr. D.K. Rangnekar, who moved from Mumbai to Calcutta. And Rangnekar was, planning to appoint his own people and expand his team. So somebody told him about me, and I was in the Hindustan Times. So I met him, and I joined as a leader writer on the editorial page. And then, I wasn't very happy in Calcutta, so I came back to Delhi and reported on government and the finance ministry and so on before I went off to India today. So I came back in 92, and Business Standard was positioned as the names of the papers. The Economic Times focused on the economy. The Financial Express focused on stock market and financial sector at that point. And Business Standard was therefore named as a business paper for business. So it had a reputation as a news-breaking kind of thing. So even if copies reached Mumbai and Delhi from Calcutta sometime in the afternoon, there would still be stuff in the paper to read. But if you focus on a lot of scoops, very often you get it wrong. Mm-hmm. So the paper didn't have a reputation for great accuracy. So one of the objectives that I had to set myself was that if Business Standard prints something, it must be true. Okay. And we should be able to stand by it and defend it. So building credibility and authority was a key element of what we tried to do.
And how did it move so seamlessly to becoming an economy and policy paper?
Well, we broadened the whole paper's profile. It was an 8-page paper in Calcutta. Yeah. So we took it up to 20 and 24 pages. So it meant huge expansion of staff, features, segments, sections. It was overall, growth and expansion, and the shareholders financed it until it became finally profitable. But it was a good story to start from a very small corner, selling very few copies actually in Calcutta, and pushed into a corner by the expansion of the Economic Times, which had happened when I was the editor. And then to build from there paper that occupied the top corner of the market was really a good experience.
Okay. Akhila, can I come to you? And before you joined Business Standard, you were working for a mobile company. So from a mobile company to overseeing a newspaper company, even by today's standards, it must have been a big leap and big change in what you were trying to do. Can you tell us what was the scenario like at that time, and how did you make this shift from a consumer goods company to a newspaper company, and how was it like? How different it was, and what did you do to make it different?
Thanks, AKB. Well, the truth is, I had actually quit the mobile company where I was working. I was the marketing head there. So we launched the services in Bombay. And then I quit. And simultaneously, there were some other offers which I had. Primarily, since my background was working either for a bank or for consumer goods. So I had options in both. So I interviewed, did all that, and then this came up. I was called. And the interview was interestingly held in Delhi, though I was based in Bombay. And they just explained the scope and what they want, what the vision of the team that was interviewing me, what they wanted to do and how they wanted to set up a separate company and build a new team, build a new organization. And they said, we want somebody to head the Bombay office for starters. So I went home, pondered a lot because it was a completely new field for me. So I said, let me give it a shot. So, I mean, it wasn't a planned move. But having said that, when I joined, it was a completely different world. We were used to a lot of, I mean, pardon my saying so, Ms. Nayan, but we were used to a lot of discipline in the place that we were working. And here you would find, you know, the work culture was so different. I was in a state of shock for the first couple of months. But then I think things changed. We got down to building a team that, as Ms. Nayan...
You mean Business Standard was less disciplined?
What is the word? Indisciplined. But it was fun. The team was very, very small. So one of the mandates was to build a large team. We had hardly any people in distribution. And since the vision was that we want to become a pan-national paper, that, as Mr. Nayan said, that we literally from 96 onwards kept launching an edition, a printing site every single year, Mr. Nayan, if I'm not wrong. So it was a good adrenaline rush, a lot of hype, you know, going around building teams in all the branches and tying up with various distributors, presses. So I think we more or less achieved what we had, the original promoters had set out to do. So it was a nice experience, that whole expansion route and building the team. And I'm very happy to see a lot of people that we inducted at that point of time are still with the organization. So personally, that, you know, gives you a lot of satisfaction that you've been able to, you know, bring in talent, nurture talent, and these people are heading different disciplines of the company today.
A lot of people ask me this question and ask me also that how is it that there are so many people in Business Standard who who have stayed on in the organization without any changing and looking for another job?
Well, I'll answer that and say she's a very good team leader.
Okay.
And people are comfortable with her.
Okay.
And that's why the team has held together.
Okay. What would be your explanation?
Okay,
what is that glue that keeps the business and the team intact? And, is there anything, you said it was no discipline. Which means lack of discipline was not a glue, really.
To me personally, you have to make sure you build a culture. I mean, Mr. Nayan actually set the tone, but you build a culture which is first of all completely apolitical. Keep politics out of the office. Mm-hmm. One, a lot of empathy, and you make people feel wanted. You have to have a warm working environment. To me, I think that's what keeps people together. And there have been times we've been very harsh on the teams because of whatever reasons. But people have stood by the organization right through. A lot of them are sitting right here, right now. So it's just, you just give them a nice, good working environment, a lot of liberty. And I think empathy works a lot. It's like a big family.
Mm-hmm. One supplementary to you. When you joined from a mobile company to a newspaper company, Business Standard was a paper already with a difference, in a sense that in a newspaper company, you always have this the issue about editorial department and business department. And Business Standard has always been seen as a newspaper where editorial
was the boss, if I may say so.
Yeah. It's not the boss, but their concerns will be addressed and everything, and business. Now, wasn't that a difficult challenge for you to manage it? Because after all, the Chinese wall principle was in operation and it's still in operation. You always defer to that. that principle of Chinese wall and addressing that the editorial integrity is maintained. Now, how did you see that?
See, initially, as I said, keep the jokes apart, the indiscipline bit out. Initially, when I came, that was another culture shock because I saw such two tight compartments, and you could barely exchange notes, and one was slightly on a higher pedestal. So you basically worked your way through and, try and, ease the levels across your levels of discomfort or whatever. But I think there credit has to be given to Mr. Nayan because when the new company was formed and he took over as the editor and publisher, I think that helped a lot because he was overseeing both, so the engagement started improving. So we saw that change quite early in my career. So by 98, 99, you could see the difference. It's that, we did not interfere, we did not ask for favors, but the walls were there, but they were not like very, very tight. You could, at least engage with each other.
Okay.
Ashok, the point is that there came a time when the Chinese wall, as it was called, between editorial and business started to get broken down. And in many publishing houses, editorial began to get influenced by advertiser pressure because newspaper prices were cut to the bone in the effort to build circulation. And so the money had to come mostly from advertising. And so advertisers would put pressure and a lot of publications caved in. In fact, you got into this whole problem of paid news and, equity deals of all kinds. And we stayed away completely from any of that. Editorial remained pristine. It would not be influenced by advertising. We kept the Chinese wall going. It made life difficult for Akila and her team because while other papers were offering editorial coverage as part of an ad, we could not do that, and we did not do that. And, I was a difficult person in the sense that I insisted on absolutism on that front. So, but at the end of the day, I think it helped even the ad sales people because they could sell a credible paper, and credibility mattered at a time when other papers were compromising on their credibility.
So that became a selling point, you're saying?
It was a unique point at that point.
Akila, would you?
It does. It's helped the brand. It's kept the brand where it is today. You see the brand's equity today because people still say it's a credible paper. I mean, you cannot plant news.
So let me ask this question to both of you. If it worked, why is it that other newspapers don't follow this principle?
You'll have to ask them. I mean, why they would sacrifice editorial integrity to make a little more money is something that I don't understand.
Akila, you have an answer?
Yeah, because this time it's not little money, it's a lot of money. And I won't mention the names. There are publishing houses which have departments which just do precisely that. So it's a lot of money.
You see, at the end of the day, the point is, what is the purpose of the business? If the purpose of the business is simply to make money, you can set up any kind of business. But if the purpose of a media company is to inform and educate and entertain, which are the three driving forces for an editorial operation, and if that is your mission, then that is what drives you. And you don't sacrifice that for money.
Okay. Let me sort of move on to a different subject. And I will ask the same question to Akila also. Shannon, can you identify two most difficult moments in your long stint in Business Standard? I'm not even going into the change in the ownership, which you had to sort of negotiate and be part of that. I'm not even talking about the 2007-8 shock. I'm not even talking about the COVID. What were the most difficult moments that you sort of faced in Business Standard and how you managed them? I will come to Akila on these same questions.
Well, I was a journalist.
Yes.
And I had been the editor of I've been executive editor of India Today, I've been editor of the Economic Times, and I was editor of Business Standard and also Business World magazine in Ananda Bazar. And then when they decided to sell, basically Uday Kotak came to Delhi and met me, and he said, I will buy this only if you run the company.
So the Asian Age headline was not wrong.
Sorry?
The Asian Age headline was not wrong. That, Kotak buys Business Standard lock, stock and nine.
Okay, but so, you know, I had to think about it because there was a risk that the paper would shut down.
Yes.
And at that time, you know, hundreds of colleagues had already joined, and a lot of them had joined because I was there. So I felt responsible for them. And so although in principle I didn't think this was a good idea, to save the paper, I told Uday, yes, I'll run the company, which is, you know, I didn't know what I was getting into, frankly. Because writing about business and running a business, I realized, are two very different things. And then the crisis was that the entire management changed for a lot of reasons, which there's no point going into just now. But the CEO went, the CFO went, the head of marketing and sales went, and then even the head of HR went.
Yeah.
So within a matter of a few weeks or months, maybe 3 or 4 months, you know, you had a business, the vacuum on the business side, and there were only 2 people really left. One was Akila, and one was a young chap in Delhi called Kush Kamra, who had the gift of the gap. So these became the 2 principal lieutenants, and when Kush moved on, Akila became the de facto CEO. She was the company president. And then she took the business load. I had to spend time on looking at numbers, and I was the external face in the sense I had to arrange finances, I had to get new shareholders in, I had to, you know, deal with banks.
Those were difficult days then.
So this was a huge learning experience for somebody who basically wanted to be a journalist. And of course, I made mistakes, and I think I was a difficult colleague for people like Akila because I came basically from an editorial stance. And you know, I didn't really understand marketing and so on. So it was a phenomenal learning experience, but it was a crisis. And I think a huge factor that helped along was this complete trust mutually that existed between Uday and me. He trusted me implicitly. He was a banker. I mean, he was running his financial sector business. But he wasn't in media. And he basically bought it saying, I'm buying it because you're there. And with me, I had complete trust in him as a shareholder. And I would just meet him once a month in his flat in Bombay for breakfast. And we would discuss stuff. And if I needed money, I told him I needed money. And he would just ring somebody and say, you want so much, give it to him. So it was just a phenomenal relationship, which has stood the test of 3 decades.
At any point in time, you felt that, you know, I'm a journalist right through. What am I doing here?
There were lots of times when I said I'm being taken away from what I really want to do, and I'm spending time doing all this. But there was no choice. You had to do it. So I did it.
Okay. It's good for Business Standard. Akila?
Well, the 2 most difficult moments, frankly, for me were the year 2000 and 2008. Because when the .com bust happened in 2008, financial crisis happened. Because for me, when we had, there was, you know, like business started drying up, costs were there. And at that stage, we had to take a lot of decisions which were not very nice. So those, frankly, for me personally, were the most difficult moments. I think the team stood by and we literally swam through it effortlessly, but those were the most 2 difficult moments. Similar problems in both the 2 years, but very painful, and I would not like to remember those years.
Okay. Yeah. Was COVID more painful or 2007-8 more painful?
COVID was, it was a different thing. Here, with COVID, the entire world was going through it, so people understood it, and the challenges were very similar for across industries, across organizations. But whereas COVID was not easy either, but for me personally, I thought some of the calls which we had to take in 2000 and 2008 were not nice.
That's right.
You know, Ashok, the point I want to make is that the integrity that I spoke about extended to the way the company ran its business. So when COVID happened and there was this complete shutdown, every company was retrenching and downsizing, and business had also retrenched and downsized. But unlike, I think, all other media companies, we went by the book on retrenchment. We gave every benefit that was prescribed by the law, and we went beyond what the law prescribed in terms of the payouts that we gave to people who are retrenched. Unlike all other media companies who basically gave a 1 month check and said, thank you, bye-bye.
Okay.
You know,
that was that was recognized. Yeah.
So the way we dealt with it was different from what anybody else dealt with it.
Okay. Yeah. We're coming to the end of our discussion. We have 5 more minutes, and I want to spend those 5 minutes on both of you addressing what are the major concerns that you going forward, the next 50 years of Business Standard. And what is it that you, as the old war horses, would want Business Standard as an organization to focus on next 50 years? The concerns as well as what you think we need to do.
I think the media, what you think of as media has totally changed.
Yeah.
Companies like Google and Meta and, they're all now in your media space. So you have to, I think, number one, develop new capabilities. And number two, become more of a technology company. And that transition is not easy, but is unavoidable. You have to get into technology to understand how to move in the technology space, and now artificial intelligence is coming in. That too will be part of your challenge. So I think increasingly you have to be more on the technology side, and then you have to create new capabilities within to deal with the different ways in which now you have to approach media, and because the different ways in which people now access media. Mm-hmm. There was a time when it was all websites, now it's all mobile phones. Tomorrow you don't know what it will be.
That's right.
So you have to be able to have the capacity to deal with the changes as they come.
Okay. Akhila?
Just to add to what Mr. Nan said about becoming a technology player, for me the concern is to be able to match up to the pace, the world, the way the things around you are changing. So that can be a challenge for BS and for a lot of other organizations. So you have to match the pace the way the world is, because by the time you are reached what you're there, technology has moved on further. So to me, that's the biggest concern.
So the response time, you say?
The response times will be very critical for not only for us, but for a lot of other organizations also. And I think the publishing industry is anyway facing that challenge today. If you look around you, it's a lot of other publishing players are facing that challenge today.
Mr. Nayan, any big no that you should not do? What are the don'ts?
I think you should be true to your roots and stay with the benchmarks for quality, integrity, and being the decision makers' first choice.
Okay. Akhila?
Our whole thing on credibility has basically what has made us stand apart. So we have to hold on to that at any cost. And nothing should come in way of diluting that, because that is how your brand equity will hold up.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. I think we have, Mr. Nayan, anything you would like to say?
I just want to say that we should, as all of us Indians, be very proud of where we've come in these 50 years, 49 years into the 50th year. And I remember as a young reporter in 1975, actually, yes, it was 75. The biggest public issue in the history of India's capital market was 2 companies that had launched tire projects simultaneously. One was JK Group, which launched JK Tires, and the second was what was then the Bharat Steel Tubes Group, which launched Apollo Tires.
Yeah.
And both did public issues. Now they're called IPOs. And you know the size of the issue? It was the largest in the history of India's stock market, 12 crores. You know, and I remember the first year in which public issues as a total in a year crossed 100 crores was in 1980 or 81.
Reliance or something like that.
No, it wasn't. All told, not any one issue, but the total public issues, IPOs
Market.
in a financial year when it crossed 100 crores was in 1980.
Okay.
And you know, the controls that were there, everything was controlled. You couldn't produce, you couldn't price. There were price controls on paper, soap, cement, steel, cars. You know, everything was under control. Price controls, distribution controls and production controls, technology controls, import controls. It was a crazy system. And the fact that we've completely transformed the economy in this fashion, we were out of step with the rest of the world. Now we are in step with the world. That's a big change.
That's a big change, yeah, that's right, yeah. So I think let's hope that these changes will keep us going. We have come to the end of this discussion. We had a very good sort of going back in time, recounting of how Business Standard faced its challenges, what it did, what it did not do. Thank you very much, Akila. Thank you, Mr. Nayanan, for being so candid and forthright. I'll give it back to Geetika. All yours.
And thank you, sir, for moderating this session. And thank you both very, very much for your esteemed presence at Business Standard Manthan. Once again, a round of applause, please, for them, ladies and gentlemen. Please to come together for a photograph. And thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at Business Standard Manthan, and the Manthan must happen. The topic of this next session coming up is about that phenomenon that is churning human civilization more than anything else. AI. Yes, the next session is titled How India Can Ride the AI Wave to Become a Global Powerhouse. According to a report tabled by EY, over the next 7 years, and the report's called A-Idea of India, over the next 7 years, generative AI has the potential to add a cumulative $1.2 to $1.5 trillion to India's GDP. It also goes on to say how generative AI has the potential to add nearly $360 to $440 billion just in the year 2029-2030 alone to India's GDP. Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the recently concluded Startups Mahakumbh said that India had the potential to lead the world's AI capabilities, and how in the future AI would be used to address societal needs in the areas of agriculture, healthcare, education, transportation, infrastructure, all by way of use of dynamic data. Here comes this next session that has on its panel academia, industry experts and startup heads. May I please invite on stage the esteemed panelists of this session. Please put your hands together and welcome on the dais Irina Ghosh, Managing Director, Microsoft India. Good morning and a very, very, very warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining us here at Business Standard Manthan. Please. Amit Sanghi, Research Head, IBM, India. Good morning and a very warm welcome to you too. Ravi Jain, Head Strategy, Krutrim. Good morning and a very warm welcome to you too. Ankur Puri, Partner, McKinsey. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all our panelists. Thank you. And please welcome on stage Professor Balaraman Ravindran, Head Vadvani School of AI in IIT Madras, Head Robert Bosch Center of Research and close advisor to government on AI. Very warm welcome to you. And to steer the proceedings in this session, Suveen Sinha, Chief Content Editor, Business Standard, will join us on stage.
Hi. Thank you, Geetika. Hello and welcome. Shall we start? Everyone has a microphone? Okay, all right. So thanks to all the panelists for agreeing to join this session, and welcome once again to the audience. Just to say that late last night, actually, I was writing an email to all the panelists to recap the discussions we have been having over the last couple of days, and I realized that I had used the word discuss or discussion at least 5 times in the first 2 sentences. It's probably because how much I was looking forward to this session. And who wouldn't? Artificial intelligence is as pressing a subject as it is divisive. It promises enormous gains in productivity, and Geetika reeled off some numbers which were large. But it also promises to cause enormous disruption. Now, disruption led by technology is something that human civilization has seen many a time before. But the speed at which AI promises to cause this disruption has not been seen before. It will involve inevitably a large-scale displacement. Therefore, the way we harness AI has to be done with a humane face. We have to talk about redeployment and reskilling, etc., etc. In fact, I was listening to Mr. Nainen, who was on the stage just before. He was delivering a lecture, and he said that in just 10 years, the amount of computation power used to train AI models has increased by 10 billion times. Now, you know, how much faster is that? At least my mind is not able to process that. And McKinsey Global Institute says that 15% of the global workforce will be displaced in the next 6 years. So the government, societies, and all of us need to come together to see how best we can harness the change that is coming upon us. To begin with, let me invite Irina Ghosh, Managing Director, Microsoft India. I think she has earned the right to be the first speaker because Microsoft, I think, surprisingly for a large enterprise, has proved to be very nimble when it comes to AI. There is Copilot, which you mentioned in one of our chats yesterday. And of course, we all know where OpenAI gets its money from. So, Irina, innovation versus a possible downside, how do we balance the two?
Thank you, Suvin. Hello. Yeah, thank you, Suvin. Absolutely a pleasure and a complete honor to be here with all of you today. What a place to discuss at a juncture when we're celebrating the Business Standard Manthan and talking about AI and generative AI, which is really propelling the nation, the growth, and the opportunities that we have in the future. And it's a very insightful question that you kind of asked, that how do we kind of balance out the possibilities and still taking into consideration things which can possibly need to be thought through in the way we are thinking about development. So first, talking a little bit about the economic growth opportunities. We have really heard about the fact that the power of AI can contribute to about 400 to 500 billion by 2025 to India's GDP. Now, what does this mean for all of us living here? Does it really provide the promise as we see in the accelerated manner? I think the answer to that is yes, because there was a study that we did along with IDC, and some of the findings from there is something that I'd like to share. The first thing is that about 70% of all organizations are in various advanced stages of adopting and infusing AI. The second thing, people are always worried about this ROI. So what goes into that is 2 vectors, time and the return, right? It's taking anywhere less than 12 months to do a full-fledged deployment. And by about 14 months, people are able to see a ROI. And for $1 spent, you're getting about a 3.5x of an investment return. Having said that, we really need to be mindful, do we have the right skill sets to ensure that this is happening in a very pervasive, sustained manner? What are we doing towards creating the skill sets? You talked about the impact to the workforce which can happen. The way we think about it is a person who is kind of thinking about his relevance, her relevance in the future shall stay so by the power of AI versus a person who might not be. And so goes for what an organization would be doing as well. And we are seeing really groundbreaking impacts which is happening right from education to healthcare, retail, various realms put together. I think the part that we are very mindful of is that when we are thinking of all these things put together, how are we thinking in an inclusive way towards ensuring there is protection of privacy? How are we compliant? How is everything done in a secure, responsible, and what we call AI for good manner? So that's the summary.
Thank you, Irina. Moving on to Amit, who's next here. Amit, you have been with IBM for more than 16 years, and you say that that's pretty much the average in the company. But interestingly, you also made the point that when it comes to cutting-edge development in AI, it has moved out of the four walls of large enterprises. It's happening in a more open space. Now, someone working with a large enterprise and seeing all this development happen in an open space, and you work with a whole lot of, with different sections of people involved in this. How do you look at it from a consumer perspective? And I would say IBM is one of your clients, right? Because you...
Yeah, we are IBM, and IBM is one of our clients, right? And
yes.
So maybe a couple of things there. One is definitely, if you look 20, 30 years ago, a lot of technology innovation would happen, like you said, within the four walls of an industry lab or an R&D center or some academia. But in the last 10 to 15 years, AI for sure, but even things like cloud computing and everything that's happening, so much of it happens in the open, in communities, and there's sort of daily testing that happens and proving and disproving and all of that, right? And what we see is, from a producer's perspective, somebody who's trying to develop technology, the only way to do it now in a way that is meaningful is to engage and be part of that process, right? Even for a research lab like the one we have, we are directly engaged, and we have contributors, maintainers who are part of these open source projects and are shaping these and engaging with scientists and developers from many other organizations such as Microsoft and others, right? So for the producer of technology, that is really where the innovation and proving ground is happening. For a consumer, in a sense, it's becoming a little more confusing. Because earlier it would be you trust a vendor, you go to the vendor, you buy what they give you. But now every day there's something new that comes out in open source on Hugging Face and this and that. And so for consumers, it's becoming important to also develop technology expertise in-house to be able to make those decisions, right? Of course, it also becomes very important to have vendor partners who can help you understand that landscape and make the right choices, especially in the case of AI. Since IBM works a lot with enterprises, large banks and so on, and also our own enterprise, there's so much excitement. And as Irina mentioned, there's like pilots, POCs happening across the industries. There's this tremendous excitement. There's also tremendous, I would say, caution around we hope we don't get something wrong, right? In terms of whether it's privacy, whether it's compliance requirements, ability to go back and see what data went into my pipeline. 3 years later, I don't want to have an issue where I really don't know what went into my AI training pipeline, and then I'm hunting for that, right? So there's a serious need that the industry is seeing for tools and methods that allow them to control and govern the entire process, to bring that trust, to bring that governance and responsibility, not just in the AI system, but in the entire process of creating the AI and of maintaining the life cycle of the AI, right? I think this is the one innovation space where I see scientists, developers, legal teams, lawyers meeting on a weekly basis to advance the technology, right? Which is not very common. Lawyers would come at some other stage, because it's fundamental to the way businesses and organizations are thinking about doing it right. So that also gives us some confidence that, because we see it across the board, that it's not just a rush to the top only. There is a lot of caution and care that is being incorporated. This is also coming out to some extent in the open communities. For example, we recently launched, together with many other organizations, something called the AI Alliance, which is an open alliance of interested organizations at hardware, software, all kinds of parts of the sector, coming together to think about what are these common tools, what are the common best practices, what are education programs that we need to do, so that as a global community, we are thinking about the holistic shift that we're going through and coming up with solutions. So,
thank you, Amit.
Few thoughts.
Ravi, you represent Krutrim, where you create models, but more pertinently, Krutrim is the first AI unicorn to be created in India. What really worked for you?
I think the jury is out. We have to create, and valuation is one indicator of possible success, not success itself. But I think what is unique about the approach that we are taking to AI is its India centricity. We want to fundamentally solve how to make AI very, very accessible to almost all Indians by working on various elements, right? One, the models itself, whether these are contextual to India, whether they separate, deal with languages very inherently. And the other is how do we think about bringing the cost structure down from through the stack, right? So if you look at the stack, it is the foundational models, it is the cloud infrastructure, and the silicon that powers the cloud infrastructure. And long-term investments are required across all of these so that at the end of it, we can provide a service to consumers or enterprises which is very easy to afford, right? And that makes a big difference because then the penetration of such powerful technologies pervade more, and the productivity gains that you were mentioning about actually materialize in a country like India as well. And we have seen this, it is particularly true in India, where the moment the mobile pricing went down, the penetration happened, like a hockey stick. And we are hoping to change that. So, the vision is more expansive. It's not just one layer, but the entire stack. And the second is we are making a lot of rapid progress in this. We trained our first foundational model and put it out there. We put a product, we productized it in the form of a personal assistant which can be used by people in different languages, and put it out there, at least in a beta phase, very early on. So these things are also adding up to the perception that we'll be able to, execute. Ola overall as a group, we are part of the, the Ola family of, let's say, businesses, and we have done it thrice. This will be the third time, sorry. In the ride-hailing business, in the electric vehicle business, this is the third one. So there is belief that we'll execute. So that's probably all of that adds up to the valuations and so on.
Absolutely. Ankur, I can't see you. Yeah. So, very interesting that after IIT Delhi, you joined McKinsey, but then you left and you were the team, part of the team that set up the Public Health Foundation of India. Very different worlds. And then you got back to McKinsey, and you have spent, more than 10 years implementing AI at various companies in renewables, steelmaking, chemicals, and media. In your work, how real or how large scale is the disruption as of now? And you used a term in our conversation called coal face. I didn't understand it very well, but you said it is where the rubber meets the road. Where is the rubber meeting the road when it comes to AI disruption?
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's an honor. I remember buying my first business standard as a student when I saved enough. I'm honored that you all thought I could be on this August panel.
How nice. Thank you.
So So I think the impact where the rubber is hitting the road is very varied on the ground. And maybe instead of some big numbers, I might narrate 2 anecdotes to bring that to life. Yeah, I'm going to start with one which many of us may not be as used to, which is steel making and the blast furnace. Okay, this is where essentially there's a very experienced metallurgical engineer who goes to this big structure, looks like a big sphere, almost out of like an alien movie, and is adjusting the flow of gas, the flow of raw materials, the temperatures, and this is where the magic is sort of peering through a glass window to see, is it the right orange, yellow, green to get the maximum steel out of that batch? Yeah. Now, these experts in their domain are amongst the most prized employees of steel companies, because that one individual perhaps has the maximum impact on the productivity of a steel plant. And as you can imagine, it's not so easy to train someone to do this, right? And now if you're a large steel company with many such blast furnaces that you operate, you say, what can I do with AI in this space? We had an opportunity to partner with a very respected steel company, and we worked with this magician wizard of the blast furnace to train a model. And the model basically learned how the different speeds of gas flow and temperature changes and that right color through the window correlated with the quality of steel that was made. Okay. Now, initially, this expert wizard was a bit concerned about what's going to happen to that individual's job. But I think what the company did very well is to say, we have a few hundred people like this. You are the best, but the average is far below. And if we create this model, the average comes close to like 80-90% of where you are, not 50% of where you are. I think that's one type of impact where under the right guidance or as the right assistant to employees, the overall productivity of any operation can improve. I'm sitting amongst journalists and I should be very careful what I say, but maybe you could save a few hours after you do your research to put down the story that reduces the time from your research or your sort of penning down the first few words to the print. Right? There are many ways in which it can be your superpower and raise the level of productivity across the organization. Right? But on the other end, and this is very relevant for India as well, is a large number of people doing work which requires, I would say, lower level of skill. These are people making phone calls at call centers or doing data tagging work. I think there the impact could be as extreme as not just substitution, but substitution with far better results. And I think as a society, we have to acknowledge both sides of this. And I think it will require different actions for us to think about raising the average in certain level of expertise-based professions and thinking hard about what happens where someone sitting in Colorado can come up with an agent that makes better calls than perhaps 100,000 people sitting here, right? So yes, I hope that answers.
Thank you, Ankur. Professor Ravindran. So, IIT Madras has been doing phenomenal work in the area of AI. In fact, I was talking to Ravi this morning, and he was also talking about all kinds of things that are coming out of your institute. And personally, you feel very strongly about AI's role in education. We will come to that, but before that, is there something that marks IIT Madras apart from the other institutes? How is it that you are able to stand out in this area? Have you done something different?
Okay, I'm happy that you said that, but so one of the things that IIT Madras has been doing almost for the last 8 years or so, is taking a very interdisciplinary approach towards doing AI research, right? So not saying that it is something which the computer science people do, or the algorithmic people are doing this, or the statisticians are doing this. So we have been always having a much more inclusive approach and developing both the AI talent and the research that's happening in IIT Madras. So that's certainly one thing that sets us apart. And it's not something that others can't do, right? So the other IITs and other organizations are catching up. I'm happy, right? And I don't think one IIT Madras is enough for India. So we need hundreds of these, right? So then I'm happy that more and more people are picking this up. And I hope to see having this impact across the country, not just from IITM.
Well, great. Let's talk a little about education. In fact, education is an area that was a theme in my discussions in my pre-panel discussions with every panelist here. But Professor Ravindran, you told me not to talk about it, but it's irresistible because it connects with my state of Bihar. You said, can AI learn swear words in Maithili? Okay, I would like to know the answer. But we have to talk about AI's role in education, skills, healthcare. But let's begin with education because, all of us know for a fact that the quality of education, especially at the starting levels in India, leaves much to be desired. You mentioned that, teachers sometimes turn up at a school only to collect their salary. And the rest of it. How can AI fix some of these gaps in education?
So this goes back to the blast furnace example we just heard, right? So we are worried about AI replacing a lot of workers, right? A lot of jobs, right? But in reality, in many, many key sectors in India, we don't have enough workers. We don't have enough talented workers. We don't have enough teachers. We don't have enough medical professionals, right? And what is AI going to do is provide you with the tools, right? So that, it's happening in reality now. In many, many rural schools, if you go to, there is a single teacher who teaches like standards 8 through 12, right? In fact, all subjects. Right, so that's the reality in the ground now, right? So now maybe still the same one person is going to continue teaching them, but he can do a much, much better job if you give access to AI tools for that person. Right? So it's not that we are going to get suddenly a lot of people migrating to the rural settings to start teaching, but the people who are already there, who are dedicated to doing this, can do a better job if you can train them and give them the right tools, and AI can certainly do that. Because there are a lot of issues that we need to solve. I mean, I know you wanted a discussion, so can I pick up on some of the points that others have already mentioned?
Of course, you must.
Sure. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to talk about is what Ravi said earlier, right? So the price point. Right now, the current levels at which these really capable AI systems operate, we cannot have penetration in India. It's too expensive. It's too expensive. I've been hearing stories about companies which started using AI for doing their customer service support, and then have rolled back because it was far cheaper by 2 orders of magnitude to use humans to the customer support than using the latest AI systems, because per query you are paying, per interaction with the customer you are paying so much. Right? So certainly we are not at a point where AI penetration is sustainable in India. Right? So we can talk about what's going to happen in the future, so 2047, sure, but we have a lot of things that we need to solve before we get there. Right? And second, going back to your Maithili point, right? So that was not in the sense of can AI learn swear words in Maithili? Of course it can, right? The question is, do you recognize what a swear word is in Maithili as a developer sitting in Bangalore to make sure your AI doesn't use it? Right? We don't. That's the truth, right? So, so in the US, when we talk about responsibility, fairness, and ethics and stuff like that, you have, it's more or less black and white. It's a racial question, right? So in India, there's a lot more nuances to it, right? So, and we don't even have the resources to even know what kind of systematized bias is there in India. So that's where I was pointing out to the Maithili question, right? We don't know what are the swear words in Maithili. We don't have a dictionary of that.
Right. Interesting, but talking about the cost of implementing AI at various levels, isn't AI also far more efficient than human beings at some of the functions? Can't bots do it better in terms of language, grammar, stock responses, etc.? Irina?
Yeah, sure. And I'll kind of balance it out to what Professor Ravindran was saying and to the question that you're asking. Yes, there will be a cost associated with it, but however, what is it that you're looking at equating? When do you kind of take a plunge in it? When is it a viable model? And when is it going to scale? Because if 2023 was the year of AI, 2024 is the year of AI at scale. Right? Now, when you're looking at this, I'll give you a few examples in this context, and a lot of them in Indian context, because we are solving a lot of large-scale, population-scale problems, right? You asked a question about a bot asking a question in Maithili, right? Forget the swear word. I mean, a student who's kind of wanting to know what is the scheme and the educational thing that I'll get in my state, he or she asks it in a bot called Jugalbandi now, which is an app available on, say, WhatsApp itself.
Bot called what?
Jugalbandi.
Jugalbandi.
Which we worked across with the government of India. And in that, you can ask a query, a farmer, anybody, a citizen, can ask a query in a language of his or her choice. Bot goes across to the large language model, fetches the data. It's a speech to text, text to speech, and it comes back in Maithili or any other language. And it not just goes through the passing the data which is available for that particular repository, it goes for everything which is available in the country because the entire data has been fed, right? So one is that. Now, how do you create these data sets? Because that's a bigger problem to be solved. Because when you look at the nuances of a healthcare is different from agriculture. In agriculture, the language spoken in Bihar is different from what is getting spoken in UP. For this, you need data sets to be created. So there is another organization called Karya. Karya, like it's known to be the dignity of labor, right? So what they're doing is they're collecting data sets from various places, building these data models so that the data sets, through which is feeding the information to the data models so that they can come out. Why am I saying these? By doing all these things, the cost efficacy from the large language model, now you can have small language models, which can, with the same level of efficiency and accuracy, be able to give you the responses, and that will bring the cost down. So when you look at anything from a banking or a manufacturing segment or any other of these corporate houses, things which go into it is A, productivity, B, efficiency, third is customer related, any kind of innovation growth and what they're gaining from that growth. And fourth, any level of product innovation. Now in all these spaces, customer service, if you are able to reduce the cycle time and bring it down by say 80%, if you're able to increase the efficiency accuracy by a 30%, that is where it's kind of making a difference. One of the examples is actually Air India. A lot of you here would have kind of traveled on it.
Yes.
They use the bot called the Maharaja bot. Ever since they kind of did it, about a couple of months back, they had answered more than 500 million queries, brought down the accuracy, answering 80% of that as an accurate, only the remaining ones going to an agent, going through 1,500 domains and giving efficiencies in a much quicker manner.
How interesting. Ankur, in your work with companies, did you see cost and efficacy and efficiency coming up as issues?
So, I think right now I can't think of a single sector which doesn't have meaningful opportunities to use AI in a way that's net positive in terms of the deployment.
Okay.
At the same time, I acknowledge I'm talking about my personal exposure set is companies above a certain size of a few thousand crores of revenue, right? And I can imagine that the size of the company is an important variable in this. And on the same sector, as you move towards the let's say the smaller side of the sizes, these things become a problem, right? So therefore, if we are thinking about it from a competitiveness, not just for the largest players, but you want to ensure that the smaller players are smaller only in terms of revenue today, stay competitive, then cost has to be solved for. I think that becomes important. But I would say in some sectors, it's actually more than a cost-benefit analysis. Today, it is also sort of almost existential or strategic for many sectors to adopt because their fundamental business model gets changed, right? If you're doing something where for 80% of your cost, there's a 30-40% productivity improvement, essentially people who will move fast will have significant advantage in that sector. So yes, I think that's how I would sum it.
Professor.
So I completely agree with what you said right now. So one of the things that we really have to think about, AI did not start in December 2022. Right, so so there are a lot of AI tools that can be integrated into many. For example, logistics is a industry that had been disrupted even before Gen AI came to the field because of AI. Right, so there are, of course, you would know much better than anyone else on the dais about how much that's important. Right, so there are. We have to figure out, not just go with the Gen AI hype, but also figure out what AI technology really is going to cause the disruption in your industry, and then we can worry about this right size for the company that we're talking about.
Yeah, I would like to get back to the subject of education for just a little more, and please, all of you, please feel free to jump in. Is our current system of education still valid, relevant? Does it need to change? And if yes, then how? Amit, would you like to jump in from the research perspective? What needs to change?
Yeah, I'll take an example of some of my nephews and nieces, right? Because I think that's indicative. Some of them graduating from class 12 are so empowered to self-learn today that they're asking, what do I get by spending 4 years of my career in college? Because I'm going to be forced to learn things and use my time for that, whereas I could self-learn, become productive, start earning, do everything today, because you have MOOCs, you have these online courses, you have tutorials, especially if you look at IT sector, AI, cloud, all of this, there's a lot of material out there and enablement. So definitely there is something changing in the way people learn, people coming out of high school now. And I think we need to figure out as a society, how do we leverage all of that as part of our higher learning. That's definitely one area. The other thing is that I think AI is definitely a technology trend, but there's a bigger trend here. I'm sure we all can feel it, is the pace of innovation in society today is getting faster and faster. And today it's AI, tomorrow it'll be maybe AGI, or it'll be quantum or something else, right? And I am not sure if we are set up to train our future generation in a way to be effective learners and be able to reskill and to be skilled in doing things like decision making and system design. Some of these higher order skills are becoming more and more important in society. Because you can learn one particular skill, okay, I know how to use this particular software, but that's going to become invalid in 2 years, right? So you need to be empowered to be able to make those choices yourselves and to navigate through changing technology and business landscape. So I think some of these abstract level skills are very important for us to incorporate in our education.
Given how things stand now, if you were passing out of, say, 12th grade right now, would you go in for an IIT or would you like to do it differently? Sorry?
Now, since you didn't mention a name and you were looking at me directly,
sure.
So I'll pick it up. So I completely agree with Amit. In fact, we were talking about this just before we started the panel as well, right? So education is in a flux, right? And it is not just AI, right? It's this availability of material that's online. It's internet,
absolutely,
right? It's the World Wide Web that is disrupting education a lot more right now than AI itself, right? The availability of very, very high quality material produced anywhere in the world. Right, so I mean, if you ask somebody, hey, would you like to, look at classes from somebody who's putting things out from MIT, or would you like to go to, an NIT here? Right? So what would you prefer? Right. So
right.
that's hard question to answer, right? So we have to really rethink about what education means, right? So if I start teaching first-year kids, and many of them seem to already know all the topics that we have in the syllabus for first year, just because they watched all videos and other things, during their vacation break or whatever, and then they come there prepared, ready to question you before we question them, right? So that's the kind of situation we are in right now. So we have to really relook and be more agile about what we teach the kids. So one of the things that IT Madras has done, right? So we actually have this online four-year bachelor's program on teaching data science and applications to kids, right? So they don't even have to come to campus. It's a much more structured way of learning online, right? And this is open to much larger group of people. I think there are some 20,000 plus students already enrolled in different versions of the program right now. Yeah, it's pretty impactful. So we have to start thinking about different ways of structuring curriculum and teaching it to the kids, right? So, and in some sense, it doesn't have to be an either-or choice.
Okay, Ankur?
I think to me, when I think about education, and that's quite close to my heart, you mentioned I had gone to the Public Health Foundation of India. I went there because they were going to open up educational institutes for public health professionals in India. And I thought, okay, at least in some way I can be close to the education world. And I still think a lot. I'm actually quite excited. I know there's all of this dilemma about what will people who are graduating sort of find, how will they be effective, right? Because a lot of jobs at scale, whether it was software development or some of the other processes that often people do out of engineering, are changing in a big way. And we haven't even understood the extent of change there. But my favorite is, there was this Telecom ad long back where kids in a remote village are able to talk to a teacher on a phone. And this was an idea about how access to education could change.
What an idea, Sergi. Yeah, that was the idea.
Yeah. And I think now, if I think about the cell phone penetration, can we imagine a world where a kid in every nook and corner of the country actually has a teacher in the form of an AI bot who can actually engage, coach in a very personalized manner? The ideal of the first world education of sort of personalized coaching in a small setup, a lot more interactive, Montessori style, could it not be made available to every single individual? And if we put our might behind it, could it not be done in a way that India can afford it in the near future? It's not a far-off dream. And I think that unlock can then be extended to healthcare professionals. It can be extended to farmers. It can be extended very widely. And I think that part of education, in terms of the opportunities it opens up, I'm most excited about. I think that, yes, there are all of these unknowns we don't know today, but I also have a lot of faith in sort of us as a community figuring it out and showing the way to the world.
But to what extent can technology replicate or replace human interface? You know, what we see in real life is that once the pandemic has receded, EdTech is not doing great because people want to get back to classrooms. So if we are talking about this kind of a teaching method, how realistic is that? Irina?
Sure. So I think I'll just build on top of what Ankur said. And while for a lot of us here in the privileged world, the content is a differentiator, the teacher is a differentiator. What we are talking about in India, in a 1.4 billion population, the last mile access and how do we kind of make it go across there is so critical. We all know government schools, the level of education and their strength in terms of the difficult complex subjects is very low. So how do we ensure that we are speaking to the students in a, I use the word hyper-personalized manner, so that we are speaking in a manner that they understand and it piques their curiosity to learn. And that is what happens when you are able to equip the teacher to create lesson plans which are modularized and tailored for individuals instead of classes and masses. So there's a Shikshana Foundation with whom we created the Shiksha Copilot, now which is working along with teachers in government schools and who are kind of going and serving across in villages. Neither do they have the time nor the right set of assets to kind of create it, but with these kinds of what you called a co-pilot, if I may, they are able to literally tailor things which go across in that realm, right? And in our philosophy, what we think is that all of us here need a co-pilot, right? I mean, when I wake up in the morning, I really like somebody to nudge me and tell me that these are the 2-3 things you might want to do and you might not want to do. And if you're doing well in certain areas, how can you have an effective coach? So having a co-pilot, whether you're a doctor, and kind of telling you, taking away the entire doctor-patient fatigue via that. Whether you're a farmer, telling you buy geospatial images, this is the right time to sow your crop, right? So these are the co-pilot realities which exist even as of now, and I think the possibilities are immense.
Disclosure that Copilot is a Microsoft product. I don't know how far IBM will agree with it.
I would say Copilot is a philosophy more than a product.
Ravi, how about your models? And you're also greatly interested in talent management. How effective can your models be in this area?
In education, you mean?
Yes.
So we are seeing very interesting use case in the beta product that we put out. And some of these use cases are very unexpected. Some were expected, of course. Obviously, the expected ones were people in colleges are writing essays and blogs and, doing their project assignments using the product. So that's what was expected. But if you look at the way teachers in tier 2 towns, tier 3 towns, they're using the product is phenomenal. They are, like Irina was mentioning, they are using it to create questionnaires, lesson plans, many Indic language use cases also. So for example, content is available. You have Wikipedia, you don't go to the library anymore, right? But it's in a form which is not easily understood by the teacher, let alone the students. And that barrier goes away if you have the benefit of AI tools which are inherently understanding of your language and context. So those things we are seeing are very interesting. And I think that is the entire purpose of our endeavor in any case, that ultimately the penetration of such tools and technology should be at the last, to the last mile at the grassroots, right? These are some examples that we are seeing which are phenomenal.
Thanks, Ravi. Shall we talk about safety in AI development? About a year or so ago, some 40 CEOs of the global tech industry had written an open letter saying, let's have a 6-month moratorium on AI development. One of them was Elon Musk. He's not known to be a man of caution. He's more adventurous. He does funny things on talk shows. But how real is that threat? Do we really need to have a far more calibrated approach? Is a moratorium something we need? How do we really keep this under control and prevent it from becoming one of those movies in which a robot tries to kill everyone? Amit?
Yeah, so, I mean, clearly moratorium is not a practical solution because the immense interest in the wave of AI globally is going to move forward. I think a lot of the innovation that has happened is in the core AI technology, how to use GPUs to train these things. But we need a lot of innovation in this area of understanding, controlling, governing it. And I think that hasn't had the attention that it needs. So it's not going to get solved by stopping things. It's going to be solved by also innovating in these areas. It may not always be technological innovations. It will be to some extent to allow that visibility and control of the data processes and everything. But it needs methods and best practices and regulations, but also a shared understanding and a shared agreement of standards in the industry of how are we going to do different things. I think because the scope and impact of AI is so wide across so many sectors, it offers also a unique challenge and a unique opportunity for industry-wide standards and agreements of what we are going to do and what we are not going to do, right? And so it does need new ways of thinking. It cannot just be somebody else is going to come up with that answer, right? A government is going to come up with that answer. No, they'll come up with some answers, but not all of the answers. Or some company, Microsoft and IBM is going to come up with a tool that is going to solve all of my governance problems. We may want to, but the reality is it needs a community approach to set some of these standards, and I think that's going to be an important part of establishing this trust.
Professor Ravindran, safety?
So this is something that we think a lot about, right? So both in academia and of course in the industry. And at IIT Madras, we've started this Center for Responsible AI, where for the first time, like Amit, I talk to lawyers. I talk to lawyers. I talk to policymakers, right? So we have actually, created this organization where people who think about not just the technology, but the impact of technology on society and how it is going to challenge the existing regulatory landscape and things like that. So all kind of stakeholders can come to a single platform and start talking about it. So stepping back, I don't think a moratorium is the right answer. First, like Amit said, you can't enforce it. I mean, you can possibly stop doing it personally, but apart from that, you cannot really guarantee that others will not explore this area. And the second thing, when we talk about regulation, like AI is really cross-cutting. So we have to worry about safety, but what safety means is going to differ depending on what application you're going to use the AI for, right? So, for something like the BFSI sector is already heavily regulated, right? So there you have to figure out, hey, how am I going to build AI systems that can, stick within the boundaries specified by the existing regulations, and in what way would they challenge those regulations, right? There are some things that I can do which are quote-unquote not desired behavior, but still permitted under the existing regulatory framework. This kind of understanding we don't have yet, right? So that's something that we really need to do. Before we start thinking about Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? So there are a bunch of things that, even AI that is right now out there in daily use, that we have to start thinking about guardrails, right? So I think this quote-unquote fear-mongering that you see being indulged by some of the people who get the popular press time, right, is actually taking attention away from the real safety work that needs to be done. Right? But yeah, it's both academia, industry, government, everybody has to play a role. And I'm actually surprised, because I think Microsoft and IBM have taken the lead in building these tools already, right? More so than the other big players in this market. So I'm surprised you said that we are not doing enough.
What I meant is we are doing that, but that alone will not solve the entire problem, right? So it does need the communities of all the right stakeholders to come together and make certain decisions, right? Tools will exist, but unless decision makers agree on certain decisions of how to use the tools, they will just be tools.
Yeah, I'll just add to what Professor Ravindran was saying. See, AI is not something which has come in right now. So there were the principles of AI, and we had 6 of these principles, which was hinged around fairness, accountability, reliability, inclusivity, etc., right? Now, what has happened from then till now in the advent of Gen AI? I think the 2 questions which come in everybody's mind, do we know enough? The answer to that is no. Should we then wait to get to know and then start? The answer to that would also be no, right? But do we know enough to ensure that we have guardrails? The answer to that is yes. So what we've evolved overall is that in the overall way that we are kind of putting things together, we've put across a blueprint for AI. Now that is across with the governments and the laws of the land. So when we know enough, what we've done is we've created this entire blueprint with a few tenets. The first one is towards saying that we create it along with the regulator and the government of the country. The second is towards saying that whatever goes into that blueprint, it is shared very transparently with academia, with the industry and everybody to be participative. The third is towards saying that as and when you see certain things kind of not being aligned to this, we have effective guardrails which can be brought in. Then we say that yes, there should be an effective industry academia parlance which can be brought in from a participation standpoint. So these are the ways these blueprints get created. They're tenets that we have evolved, and those are the things that we are putting across right in our engineering, working across with the government to see that whatever evolves, how do we kind of co-create and build things collectively, and that's the way that we are being very responsible about it.
Interesting. Any other views? Ankur, Ravi?
I'll probably add one from practical experience. So when we put the beta product out, the first couple of days or 3 days were one of attack, right? Because the moment you put a machine in front of a human, the first instinct is, let's break this, right? And it was a revelation because we thought that we have thought about everything. But the amount of fault lines that exist in our country, right, are tremendous. Are just multi-dimensional. So you try to please one person, the other person will be offended, and so forth. So the way we think about safety, neutrality, bias is very, very contextual to where we are, right? And that's a very complex problem to solve, as we are learning every day. That it requires a lot of research, I'm sure, and novel approaches, because like Irina was mentioning, that we know there is a problem and we don't know the solution completely yet, and in that gap we have to put in a lot of work, because AI, you know, at a very abstracted level has a mind of its own, and you don't know what is being generated. Right? So moderation of these things is a very complex problem. And I think we should put enough energy, resources, research especially to, you know, solve this problem.
Okay. Ankur, did you want to add?
Yeah, I think about AI, a lot of things that I would have wanted to say is covered. It's a multifaceted problem. There are no straightforward answers. We have to stay agile as a society. I would say there are examples of recent technologies that could give us cues on some of the fronts. When blockchain came out, it was a hobby project for some people in decentralized finance, also driven by some fairly lofty ideals and ideas. And then, you know, today there are ETFs around it. It is coming into the formal economy. At the same time, it is considered one of the channels by which money laundering is happening. And I think the system is both figuring out the safe way to use it, but also curbing sort of ways in which society as a whole may not want it to be used. And I think similar agility and innovation going hand in hand is likely an option for AI rather than a 6-month moratorium or something like that.
Okay. So all of you directly or indirectly are involved with companies, and while we can talk about, you know, governance and society, etc., can we talk about what is it that companies need to do differently? Is there something that they need to do differently, and if yes, what is that? The way things are going, and does it need to change?
Yeah, I think I'll kind of say that while we might not know it all, because the space is evolving and collectively we are getting to know what's there in it for the future, but always the intent is to work with a lot of foresight, accountability, and responsibility to work with the entire ecosystem. I think Ravi or Ankur were pointing to the entire stack which goes into it, right? So you have to look left, right, above, and beneath to see that who are the players who are working along with you in that entire ecosystem space, and you're working very collectively in that entire ecosystem, whether these are startups, whether these are applications which are getting created. The tenets of AI, as you're seeing it being built responsibly, are getting infused in each and every layer. And these practices, we've kind of created these 16 tenets. And these 16 tenets we are sharing across with the larger ecosystem, taking the learnings from there. Say, for example, in our large language models, etc., that we have, there are more than 1,600 participants which are there, taking learnings from them, infusing this, and then in a very agile manner, working on that and ensuring that whatever you're kind of generating out of that, that's happening in a very responsible manner.
Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with Irina, right? Looking at your ecosystem, but I think there's one thing that is fundamentally different that companies have an opportunity to is to actually create communities beyond your direct sphere of influence. You may not be directly working with somebody as part of your business ecosystem, but being able to create those forums and communities that enable sharing of learning, right? So if Ola figures out, hey, these are certain best practices of managing bias, some of that should ideally have a space where it's shared with others so that everyone is not taking the same amount of time to figure out the best way to do safe AI. And I think this is not something that has been done a lot in technology in the past. And that's an opportunity that companies have this time around.
I think a very similar point, which is just because the nature of this AI versus all the AI that has existed, it's very different. We need to be very, all companies, like speaking on behalf of company, we need to be very collaborative with all parts of the ecosystem, right? The legal, the government, research, technology, without which it won't be, will not be responsible enough, right? So it's not no company can claim that we can solve this, right? It is a complex problem, multi-dimensional problem. I think we need to collaborate to make it harmless and productive at the same time.
So I think a lot's been said about our ecosystem and collaboration, and I could see the business standard as like the credible voice for where the industry is going, for example. But I think for an individual organization, the three things we see as good first steps. Number one is building awareness, especially amongst the senior leadership. Often I find people in the senior leadership use the same words but mean different things. So can we have a common understanding, because you are probably going to talk about this in the boardroom, and it's useful if you can all have that common language. The second is a bit of a strategic thought on saying, what could this mean for us, relaxing what is available today versus what could be tomorrow, right? And therefore, what could it mean to you as a publication house, as an educational institution, as an innovator, as a producer of technology? What could it mean to you as a consulting service? And I think we ask ourselves this question. I think every senior executive group is doing that. I think the third, which I would say is pilots with an eye to scale. Often pilots get started because someone's enthusiastic about something, and it's a good thing, but is that something that you would scale? You already have 20 other priorities. This is one of maybe 5, 10 that may be a big priority for you, may not be. But then if you're going to pilot, engage on things that you might want to scale with that strategic view. So 3 just actionable near-term things for leaders.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure whether I was supposed to talk or not, but then I decided, since I anyway supply talent to the industry, so I can. Yes, please. Sure. I completely echo what Ravi was saying earlier, right? So the big companies are already doing that. So they have people, who are HCI experts, they have economists, they have sociologists on their roles, right? But then people do not think about that in general, right? Where you're developing solutions for a particular sector, you are more focused in developing the skills there and having teams look like that. But AI, as a technology, is also going to have social costs, right? So this is something that I was reading up recently on, how the ability to create very realistic content is going to change the way how we react with online media. Right? That's going to be significant social cost. Every piece of information you see online now has to be verified. There's a cost to each and every one of us now to go and consume information on the internet. right? So when you're building these AI products, you're not just building the solution, you're also going to have unintended consequences of how the society behaves. So you really need to take a more holistic view and actually have a much more inclusive team that's helping you look at not just the technology itself, but also the impact of the technology. That's something the companies should do different. And going back to what Amit was saying earlier, the company should collaborate in terms of setting standards. And if the companies don't do it by themselves, the government will force you to do it. That's going to come. So, yeah.
Interesting. Since your mic is still on, sorry.
Sorry, I switched it off, but I turned it on.
No, please switch it back on. I would like to ask each of you that, as of today, if there had to be a call to action, what will that be? Starting with you, Professor. What should be a call to action?
So the call to action would be both from an education point of view and also looking at the impact online, right? So is to make sure that a larger and larger fraction of the population has a better understanding of the role of AI and the impact of AI, right? Not just the false promises, but the true potential and also the caveats, right? And we need to do this across sectors, starting from our civil services people, right? So starting, maybe our parliamentarians, right? And every sector, doctors, lawyers. So we need to make sure that people understand what's going to be the impact of this technology, because it's a revolutionary technology. It is going to change every aspect, just like computers have changed how we do every piece of, in our recent memory, right? So none of us have really experienced the Industrial Revolution, but we have experienced what computing did to us, yes. And we are going to see something of the same scale, or even larger, right? So we need to have that awareness built.
Do you think governments, center and state, can become better if they used AI more?
Of course.
Okay.
Okay. You wanted me to expand on that?
Yeah, that's why I paused.
No, but I'll let others talk more. Yeah.
Okay. Ankur, call to action.
Whom am I calling upon? Okay.
World at large.
Let's say as India. Yeah,
okay.
As India. I would urge us to think about a few areas of social impact that are at scale and critical for India. Let's say education, we talked about, maybe healthcare, maybe the economies outside tier 1, 2, 3, 4 cities, and say, how do we set up those accelerators, those labs, the infrastructure, the talent supply, to make a real dent in those problems? And so those accelerators, which will require all of us to participate, is my call to action.
Thank you. Ravi?
A tough question, but I'd say that as a country, we cannot be a developed country on borrowed technology. So I think the main call to action is invest in deep tech and invest heavily, because the creators of the tool need to come from within. Else we'll suffer the same plight. China has been very good, right, at this. But still they're suffering because, at least in the interim, that, the semiconductor ban and the chip ban, the US Chips Act, etc. All of these efforts are to stymie a growing country, right? It can come to us, right? So we need to, I think the biggest call to action, which I see when we do talent hunt, we want to get the best researchers in, right, from large companies like IBM and Microsoft. It's difficult, right? Especially if the people are overseas, that we need to develop a very thriving research and deep tech ecosystem here. That's the imminent call to action, right?
Thank you. Amit?
So I think, especially for India, given the diversity we have, cultural, economic, social, so much, and the aspirations we have of growth and success as a nation, probably more than any other country, we have an opportunity to leverage AI for the benefit of our nation than any other country. I think the call to action would be to get into a mission mode around that, right? Maybe it's at the government level or, somewhere. because I feel we're still at the level of let startups thrive, let companies figure it out, sort of more business as usual, India growth story. But I think with AI, we have an opportunity to have a mission mode around bringing public services that use it, enabling ecosystems, things like that. That would be a call to action.
Thank you. Irina?
Since the nation impact part has been covered up, I'll kind of talk about one, which is how am I AI ready in this era of AI? So towards that, I think there's a creator which lies within each one of us. Possibly we just do not have the time to ignite it. So if we are having a higher levels of productivity, saving, say, that 15 minutes a day or a few hours a week, then can that be fueled towards igniting the creativity on one side? So can we have such a co-pilot for ourselves? And also, can we be co-pilots for all the industries, whether it's agriculture, healthcare, banking, etc., on any side that they're working on interacting with us? How can those co-pilots be created with the highest levels of empathy so that we are able to kind of interact for a better world?
How nice. We are drawing to a close of the session. Any thoughts that remain unspoken, unarticulated? Anything else you would like to add?
I can just add that I think a lot of times people ask the question that, is it something that we need to jump on now? Should we wait and watch?
Yes.
From what we are hearing from all our customers and the industry, the time is absolutely now. How you do it, in what manner, is a decision to make. But the plunge and the readiness to go in for it should definitely be there.
Thank you. Professor?
Yeah. So I have actually seen one cycle of AI and bust, right?
When was
so back
that?
in the 90s. I mean, when I started my PhD, AI was really hot, and then it went into a downswing, and then now it's hot again, right? So when I started teaching, there will be like 5 students in my AI classes. I kid you not, right? This is 20 years ago. And now people can't get into the room, right? So I truly believe that this time around, right? So we have something different. Right, so AI is going to make a difference, partly because you just pull your phone out, right? There are at least like 15 apps in your phone that use AI inherently, right? Because AI has now come to your hands, right? It is not something that is esoteric. And there's no question, I mean, now, right? It is now, right? But we need to get in, but we need to go in with our eyes open, right? Not get oversold on the hype, because every time AI dies and then comes again, it's the hype that kills it. Right? Not that the technology itself is not capable even back then. But I think we just have to go in with our eyes open. But now is the time.
Thank you. With that, we come to a close. I must thank all the panelists for taking time out and agreeing to join our panel. I think all of you flew into Delhi this morning from some city or the other. We really, really appreciate this. And we hope to continue this association in the weeks and years to come. Thank you once again. I'll now hand it over to Gitika.
Thank you to you all. May I please request you all to come? May I please request you all to come together for a group photograph? Thank you to all our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them, and thank you to you for moderating this session. Please join the photograph.
It's only for the panelists. Sir? No, only for the panelists.
You have to come in. Our photographers are in full form today, making our panelists dance to their tunes and pose away. Thank you very much once again. Just give us a minute while we prepare the stage for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down once again. Be here with you on stage, and the next session will begin just a few minutes from now. Taking center stage in this session is Mr. Rohit Lamba. Now, Rohit Lamba is primarily a microeconomist theorist with varied interests in applied and policy-based research questions. He's currently visiting a assistant professor of economics at the New York University, Abu Dhabi, and he's also assistant professor of economics at the Penn State University, USA. He's also served as economist in the office of the Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. And I'd like to also share with you that he's co-authored 2 books with former RBI Governor Raghuram Rajan, the second of which is scheduled to hit the stands in May 2024. It's called Breaking the Mold and Traveling the Untraveled Path to India's Prosperity. May I please welcome him on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Rohit Lamba. In conversation with Mr. Rohit Lamba is Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, Editorial Director, Business Standard. A very warm welcome to you, Rohit, to Business Standard Manthan. Thank you for taking the time out and joining us here. And I hand this over to you, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Geetika. Good afternoon. This is the session before lunch, not the session after lunch. So I'm sure people will start trooping in ways, sort of, you know. I have got Dr. Rohit Lamba. He needs no introduction. He has written a hugely popular and successful book on reimagining India. And he's going to talk about with us. He will be here with about 45 minutes. So reimagining India, why do you think India needs to be reimagined?
Thank you, Mrs. Stan. Thank you, AKB, for having me here. Just to set the stage about why arguably we need some reimagination, the tagline of, I think, the Manthan is a developed India by 2047, right? So maybe we start with some basic numbers, right? So India right now is around $2,500 per capita GDP. Just for context, China is around 13,000, Korea is around 35,000, right? So if we grow, and we can debate and discuss this, what you think our growth potential is and should be, if we grow at, let's suppose, our current potential over the last 30 years, which is around 6%, and there is absolutely no increase in our population, which is obviously a very, is a conservative and wrong assumption, but to argue against my case, we will double our GDP every 12 years, right? So by 2047, we are looking at a GDP of $10,000, right? So the idea, which is a very powerful idea that the Honorable Prime Minister has set for us, which is to be Viksit Bharat, or a developed country, by 2047, or at least be on that path. As an economist, whenever I see a new idea, I want to put numbers to it, right? So I haven't really, the only number that I've heard somewhere is the Honorable Foreign Minister's saying that, it can be reasonably expected that India can be at $18,000 per capita GDP, right? So I'm just giving you two different, and that's probably what Viksit Bharat means. So there is a gap of $8,000 per capita GDP. Where does that come from? And we think to achieve that, to really be a robust middle-income country by 2047, India needs some reimagination.
Reimagination in what way? Can you give us a sense of what kind of reimagination do we need, and which areas? Can you list at least 3 areas where we need to reimagine India?
So India I don't always like theories of exceptionalism, but India is arguably an outlier in at least 2 dimensions, right? So if you take a long enough arc, by long enough I mean the last 200-300 years of global history, one in which it has been a consistent but poor democracy. It's a remarkable achievement, and we should all be proud of it. The fact that despite being very poor, India has managed to be consistently democratic. The second way, so this is in the political realm, the second way in which India has managed to be an outlier is there is a standard, arguably cookie-cutter route that most countries in Western Europe and then later in East Asia took for their development trajectory, which is called, after the famous development economist Arthur Lewis, is called the Lewisian structural transformation. Right? That broadly goes like the following, that you develop some kind of surplus in agriculture, you vest that surplus into low-skill manufacturing, and then you start seeing greater urbanization, more factories coming up. People, because of urbanization and other savings and investments that society does, the labor force gets even more skilled, and eventually you transform to high-skill manufacturing and high-skill services, right? The US and the UK did this over, at least even the first phase of the structural transformation, over 100 years almost. They grew very slowly. And why I gave the context of the politics in the beginning is that unlike what we are made to believe they didn't become democracies overnight. They gave freedom to their people very slowly. What is remarkable about China, Korea, starting from Japan and then Korea and China, is that they achieved this first phase of structural transformation very quickly in almost 3 decades. Right? So they managed to transform their economies from primarily agrarian into basically low-skill manufacturing juggernauts. And Japan and Korea have arguably made the transition to high-skill services, and China is also doing that now. India was an outlier in this realm because that's what the data suggests, and that's kind of anecdotally we can see as well, that it goes from a largely an agrarian economy to an economy that specializes, and I would use the word specializes in the context of the fraction of the sector of the economy that produces the largest value and also the largest employment to be services. In fact, India specialized in high-skilled services. You know, we all know the era of the 90s and how IT boomed and IT-enabled services boomed in India. And this story has kind of continued, right? Now, there is a view, and the view is not just economic, it's a political economy view that India perhaps got it wrong. That India should have pursued that path, that India may have become democratic too early, and India may have chosen the wrong route of following services as opposed to low-skill manufacturing is the primary component of the economy, and it is time to kind of turn the bus back, right? And in the book, and then in various other contexts, the premise that we are putting in that this view is flawed, or at least not entirely correct, that both the politics and the economics of India, you can argue in the past may have been a bug, but going forward, we should treat both of them as features rather than bugs of the India story. So we need to double down on both, in some sense, the way our politics has been going over the last 60, 70 years, and also double down on the fact that we have managed to become, for historical accidents one can argue, have developed a specialization in services. So the reimagining that is required is in what route, what path India should pursue going forward.
You don't think agriculture can be reimagined?
Agriculture can be reimagined, but see, again, there's a push and pull force, right? We tried the push force, and we kind of failed. There is absolutely no doubt in our minds that agriculture needs to be reimagined big time. However, given the way things are, given the political economy of the situation, the pull force might be more efficient. Getting other sectors of the economy to pull labor out of agriculture. So if you see the data, what is interesting is that even before the pandemic, people had started moving back into agriculture. Now this, for a developing country, should be very disappointing. So yes, reforming agriculture, and there are lots of great ideas. We don't lack great ideas. Professor Gulati, Professor Chand, all of them have come up with brilliant ideas about how India can and should aspire to reform agriculture. But at least in the medium term, while the politics and the political economy plays out, I think the pull factors might be more efficient than push factors.
Okay. You said the transitioning to the services by sort of skipping a stage of sorts, in a sense going beyond manufacturing. Has any country, apart from your model of India can do, any other country in the world achieved that?
So the short answer, I think, is no.
Yeah. So what gives us the hope that we can do it?
Right. So if you look at China, for instance, no country had did what China did, right? Like basically pull out 400, 500 million people out of poverty in 30 years. And it's not that Japan hadn't become a manufacturing capital of the world, had become a manufacturing powerhouse. It's just that the way China did it, right? Becoming literally the manufacturing capital of the world hadn't been done before. And also China continues to be an outlier in the sense that despite achieving a robust middle income status, it is not extending freedom to its people in the way that other countries did, right? India also is already an outlier, as I argued, that in being a poor and consistent democracy. So what we see is that there is no reason, just because there is no short-term historical precedent, that India cannot do this, because anyways we think that India is already doing it in some way. Now, one can ask ourselves, why didn't we do it? And there broadly be, three reasons. One is India never had the kind of moderately skilled labor force, educated labor force that China did. Because India was a democracy, it couldn't suppress wages and market force, and political forces the way China did, right? And infrastructurally, India could never build infrastructure at the pace that China could for a variety of reasons, right? Now, going forward, why we think this path holds a lot of promise is because, first, India is at least in the low-skill manufacturing realm, India is no longer competing like China was with, let's say, the Japanese or even the Korean or the American labor. India is still competing with the cheap Chinese, relatively cheap Chinese labor, the Vietnamese labor, the Bangladeshi labor, and so on. Okay? The second issue is that firms are changing their supply chain strategies dramatically because of geopolitical reasons. So you'll keep hearing, if you read the Financial Times, you'll keep hearing the word reshoring, nearshoring, and so on, right? So globally, this is very much on the mind of various firms that they need to actually bring supply chains closer to home. So the space for India to be another China is also shrinking. Thirdly, manufacturing itself is changing rapidly. So when you think of the quintessential manufacturing product, you think of, let's say, a car. You think of Henry Ford and a supply line with thousands of people working in a factory. That notion of what is a final manufactured good is also changing dramatically because there are lots of intermediate services that are embedded in manufacturing. So what's an example of that, right? We're trying to set up chip fabrication plants in India, and we should come to that. A large part of the value added of chips is actually the design, which India is already doing. By various estimates, 20% of chip design happens in India. It's just that we don't own the intellectual property because it's being done for NVIDIA, Qualcomm, etc. If you think of the iPhone, the largest value added of the iPhone is actually in the design, the conception, and then in the allied services, the App Store, and so on. The actual manufacturing has very low value added, as you can see. Foxconn being $50 billion value and Apple being 60 times at $2 trillion, right? So manufacturing itself has changed. Tesla, for example, has around 60 million lines of code written into it. So the future car, the cutting-edge electric vehicle is going to look more like a mobile phone in terms of how it's manufactured than like a Henry Ford car. So manufacturing itself is changing rapidly, where services or services allied with manufacturing have a huge component in it. And finally, massive labor arbitrages are emerging, not per se in low-skill manufacturing, but actually in direct services, right? So why are the global capability centers doing so well? Is because one of my students or one of Raghu's students in Pennsylvania or Chicago, when they get out of a university, they need to be paid around $150,000 to $200,000 as a starting salary in various variety of these firms, right? You can hire the same person. Arguably they can do about 75 to 80% of the work that they're doing in the US at $40,000 in Bangalore. So the labor arbitrage is massive, okay? So, and India has a head start in all of these pieces of the puzzle, which we call basically globalization the new globalization of services. Right? India has a head start because of English language. It has a head start because it kind of knows how to do services. It has a head start because, actually, even within the IT-enabled services, we have been going up the value chain and so on. There is a legitimate question, and we can discuss that one can ask, well, but not everybody is going to be an engineer, not everybody is going to be a doctor, not everybody is going to be doing high-skilled services, so where are we going to generate the large amount of jobs from? And we can discuss that. But we do want to pivot the thinking away from this cookie-cutter model that this is the only way. We're not saying this is not a way. This is not the only way for India to grow. And the idea was to kind of shake up this thinking a little bit, that actually India is traversing a different path and potentially can be really good at it.
Well, we'll come to the job issue, but let me first come to the question of education. In a sense that if you want to transition to this services and design-led services, manufacturing company activities. What role does education have, and do you think we need to reimagine our education system as well? Otherwise, the fear is that we might end up doing this a low-end coolie job and not the real job which will give you value-added earnings going forward. So is there a danger in what we need to do our education system?
You know, there is a huge danger. So you know, and we are very, very worried about that. That's, you know, where sort of the second part of the book is kind of obsessively focused on. And there is an easy part of that discussion, which is neither dependent on manufacturing or services, right? We just need to get basic primary and secondary education right. We are very, very far away from being able to produce, we're reasonably far away from being able to produce a fit and healthy and an able workforce that will contribute positively, like that will actually allow us to become Viksit Bharat by 2047, irrespective of whichever path of development we choose. Right, so 30 to 35% of our children are still malnutrition, according to the last family health survey that was done in 2019. The dropout rates are going back up again after COVID, massively. You look at the data from Jharkhand, Bihar, and it tells for a sobering story. You know, everybody knows here about the Asar reports, or even other kinds of surveys that have been done about learning outcomes. So even if you get children to school, how well are they learning? Are you being able to produce learning machines by the age of 10? And we are not doing very well at it. And there's actually very good evidence that by the age of 5 to 6, if the child's health and learning skills haven't developed to a certain level, then a large part of their human potential is actually sadly lost. There's papers after papers in biology, in economics, in other social sciences that argue that quite convincingly. So this is something that we need to really be kind of obsessed with. You know, and it's not about this government or the previous government. You can see there's a general trend about how much focus we both put as a society and also as you know, as intellectuals and media on this topic, right? So you see, you know, for example, you know, in these kinds of discussions or in these kinds of fora, how often do you see, you know, we always have, you know, the honorable finance ministers or the honorable ministers looking after infrastructure, physical infrastructure. How often do we get to question and counter-question people who are looking after our education, right? Just as a sufficient statistic to keep in mind. And you know, and we can talk about higher education as well, but really getting primary education right and health of our children right is almost independent. It needs to be done on a war footing, but it's almost independent actually of which growth path India chooses.
So that's a necessary imperative, you were saying, education and health.
It's the primary constraint. Like, I think we need to stop obsessing over the next intersection in Gurgaon and how much money will go into that flyover. You know, we were at that stage where, I'm not saying physical infrastructure is no longer a binding constraint, but in our development path today, the biggest binding constraint is the human capital of our demographic dividend.
And right now, this focus is missing.
It's massively missing, you know, and there's data after data, and you know, and you know, anecdotally we can see, right, that you know, many industrialists, for example, when we were writing the book and talking to people, told us that yes, labor force in India might be cheaper than China, but adjusted for skills, actually Chinese labor is still cheaper.
Okay.
Right. So adjusted for skills mean that how efficient is this labor or how well trained this labor is. So I'm willing to pay them 10,000 rupees more actually because of the fact that they're just more skilled.
So how much is the government to be blamed, or how much it is the industry to be blamed?
You know, it's a complicated question, right? So it's not about, again, as I said, it's not about this government per se. Obviously, you know, this government.
No, when I say government, I mean
the state in general. I think it's a general fate. I mean, you can go back to Myron Wiener, right? He had this classic text, his former social scientist at MIT, where he argued that the reason India hasn't been able, and this I think he wrote it in the 90s, hasn't been able to get primary education right is because inherent hierarchies in the society. That somehow at the end of the day, the elites just don't feel strong enough to push primary education as as a primary policy agenda. And this is what I was saying, that this has been true for successive governments, actually, even since the time of independence. The industry can be blamed to some extent, but I would still put it fairly at the squarely at the floor of policy imperatives, because where do you learn outside school? It's actually at work. But because for years our labor laws were so constrained, and obviously we are improving them now, that the idea that you learn at work was almost absent, right? So there's actually very good evidence to suggest that there's some kind of optimal middle path or sweet spot where you can maximize learning at work. So what do I mean by that? India has reached a stage where either you are hired immediately with tenure, like in a government job, right? You can never be fired, or you're completely at the other extreme where there's contract labor. Right? You're almost hired on a daily basis or a monthly basis or a yearly basis, and the moment there's any threat of you becoming permanent, you're fired. And both instruments are wrong. What we need is short-term tenure with the ability to grow and learn at work. But there has to be some repercussions of poor performance where you can be fired.
Okay, we have come to a very interesting stage in our discussion where reimagining India, making it a services-led economy is critically dependent on both education and health. We will continue our discussion, but in the meanwhile, let me tell you that we will come to you if you have any questions. So start thinking about some questions if you have. Dr. Lamba would be very happy to answer them. So let me come back to your point on jobs. Mm-hmm. If this is the path that you have chosen for India as an economist, why will this $1 million question or how to create jobs for the masses, how will that be solved?
So again, I'll come back to the primary ingredient first, and which is the training of the labor force, right? And I cannot emphasize this enough, that this is a lazy way of thinking that fixing education is too long term. No, it's not. It's today. If getting higher education right, the payoff comes. Obviously, there is a political economy mismatch that you have to go to elections every 5 years. But at the level of policy, right, like getting trained, according to VBox that does the India Skills Survey, 50% of our labor force as of, that is coming out of colleges as of 2023 is not employable, right? So you cannot, hope to, if you don't have learning machines, they will also not learn at work to some extent, right? So there's some hope lost just by not training your labor force well, and we can come to how to have a deeper discussion in the higher education system. Where do we get jobs from? So at no point in time, and I think, I'm kind of glad, but also kind of sad that the debate has sort of been framed as manufacturing versus services. There is some truth to that, but at no point in time are we suggesting that you don't do manufacturing or you don't do low skill manufacturing, right? A lot of jobs are going to come from low skill manufacturing, which is great. The debate comes into where should we be focusing all the energies of our government and industry only on designing industrial policy for low skill manufacturing, right? So even I think there is a rigid thinking, I think, which is we are prisoners of the past experience of other countries, especially East Asian countries. There's a bit of China fetish that the only way jobs are going to come out on the factory floor. I think that is wrong, because what we can already see from experience of many countries, like even today the US or Western Europe, is that once you capture a large part of the value of products, jobs come. They may not be the jobs that you have in mind, but they come, right? So, very good recent research by economists at Johns Hopkins and World Bank suggests that for every one high-skilled job, a services job that India has created, 4 to 5 low-skilled services jobs have been created around it. Also, as you double down on good services job, but also high-skilled manufacturing jobs and jobs at the intersection of services and high-skilled services and manufacturing, you would hopefully, if we get policy right, also be looking at greater urbanization. That already is going to bring many jobs that are non-existent right now, because India is still way too rural for its policy, for its development aspirations. Jobs are also going to come through many other, allied services like tourism, hospitality, healthcare, education. One of the shortcomings that I think again, this is almost a poverty of our ambition and aspiration, is that we view education and health, for example, as, when I used to work at the Ministry of Finance, it used to really get me angry, as social sector, right? Like as if like this is some kind of, and we never imagined, given the head start we had in higher education and the head start we had in medicine education, that we should have by now been training the engineers and doctors of not just India, but of entire kind of developing countries. Like students from Africa, from East Asia should have been coming to India to get their higher education. This also generates jobs.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So jobs are going to come, but I think there is a laziness in thinking, and there is this East Asian or China fetish that is crept in, that this is the only way to get a large number of jobs, which is the factory floor.
But you also believe that India should not be China 2 or for China,
Absolutely not. So, it's not that there's anything wrong. I mean, what China did, to some extent, what Deng Xiaoping, there is this amazing biography of Deng Xiaoping that I highly recommend all of you guys read, by Ezra Vogel, I think. It's a fat book, but, which is kind of remarkable what China was able to do. But we are not China in our temperament, in our political systems, in our diversity. So we have to take all of those things along and then ask ourselves, what is the way for us to grow at the fastest possible pace? And many people, have argued, including, Arvind Subramaniam, that it's not that we are going to be China. What we should aspire to be is, even in the manufacturing sector, is to, can we reach, for example, 8 to 10% of global trade in manufacturing? We're nowhere close to that, right? So we can't hit Chinese numbers, but it's good to have some aspirations. But I think the key is going to be, what is the right mission for us? What is the right mixture for us in terms of services and manufacturing to create enough jobs? I mean, I'm sure all of you guys looked at the data this morning that the Hindu has reported from the ILO recent survey, where it's showing that 83% of the unemployed in India are young. It's kind of staggering,
and
right?
it has gone up from 35%.
And the number of those who have higher education, secondary or higher education, has gone up from 35 to 67%. Right?
Right.
So,
yeah. So, but tell me one thing, that why do you think that this kind of a growth journey needs to be supplemented or complemented by nurturing an argumentative society? I mean, the common belief is that if you have an argumentative society, then the growth processes slow down. There's a slow and torturous path. You can't be a China then. You can't have a 10% growth year on year. So the idea of argumentative society is frowned upon on that reason. What's your?
I think again there is a reasonable thesis one can have, and let's take the morality out of it. Should you have freedom? All of us should have freedom. We're sitting here because we have some freedom, right? But even just from an economic perspective, and then I'll come to the more moral perspective on this, is that I think one can have a reasonable view that if India had those discussions some people have over chai or are doing adda, if only we were more authoritarian, we could have been like China. And so one can have some view about it that I think first the pitfall with that is that we all hope we end up with some Deng Xiaoping or Lee Kuan Yew, and not everybody does, right? So I think the problem is that what we are arguing is that where we stand today, right, what our growth aspiration should be, and the growth path that, if you buy our argument about what is the growth path that we should pursue, then in that model, actually being democratic is a big boon. Let me give you a couple of examples, right, to make it concrete. You probably won't care as a consumer in the West where your vacuum cleaner or your washing machine comes from. But you would care while sharing your data with a financial firm, or let's say, if we are manufacturing electric vehicles which are keeping track of your or driving abilities, you would care where all this information is going. Is it going to a firm in an autocratic country like Russia, let's say, or even China, or is it coming to is it coming to firms which are governed by rule of law, of digital privacy and so on in a democratic country. And this is not just abstract thinking, right? Literally, half of the global turmoil in the chips industry is happening because of security concerns. Okay. Right? So if we can credibly communicate to the world that we are governed by a rule of law that values freedom and let's say things like data privacy, then we actually create an environment of property rights. By property rights, I mean, let's say, digital property rights that makes it very attractive for companies and consumers to come to India.
Okay. Let me provoke you a little further. I mean, India's growth rate is good. We have crossed 8.4% last quarter. Inflation is coming under control. The external sector is fairly stable. Even unemployment numbers are coming down. So what is going wrong? What is right and what needs to be done? What are your concern areas?
So like in any stage of development, right? Like India, and we say this quite categorically in the book, that India has had many success stories over the past 10 to 15 years. Infrastructure is one of them. Getting the digital stack right is one of them. GST, whichever way it was implemented eventually is, most economists would argue is a welcome reform. And there is a sense in which India is getting the plumbing right to now fly. Mm-hmm. And I think this is good from a confidence building perspective, but actually the hype that is being created around this is very problematic in a lot of ways. And even if we look at the GDP numbers, most people have argued, most reasonable people have argued that one shouldn't think of India's growth potential as being 8%. There are a variety of reasons. We can go into the detail of whether it's a GDP deflator or the distance between the GVA and the GDP this year, whether we really believe that India is actually growing at 8%. I mean, just look around you. Is India growing at 8%? I don't want to be informal by saying just look around you, but there is a deep sense in which we are not. I think it is true that we have a certain level of macroeconomic stability to now fly, but I think this is where we are differing. Is that we're actually very worried. I'm actually very worried that a certain set of complacency is setting in, despite all the things that I just argued. That India is just not positioned because the basic plumbing when it comes to human capital, or even actually in terms of economic policies, is just not there for us to be able to have, and I think, one of the most tragic things, both as human beings at an individual level, but also as, at a collective level as a society or even as a nation, is, if you don't have aspirations, sometimes you go along with life putting your head down. But once you build hope and aspirations and you do not have the ingredients to fulfill them, it can lead to a lot of problems. Mm-hmm. And we can try to be provocative, and I mean, one way of your provocative question is I would turn it around and say we must not be complacent, because from where I see, the economy is coasting along at some 6% growth rate, 6.5 maybe, and that's simply not enough. And even that, if we don't address the so-called K-shaped recovery of the economy, that if more and more people don't participate in the growth story, it's just not going to be sustainable.
Okay, let me shift the scene a bit. If you look around in the world, industrial policy is by and large getting back. But in India, industrial policy is back along with tariff controls. How do you see this scenario, and how do you think it will pan out? Good for India, bad for India, and how should India get out of this situation if it is bad?
So I won't. It's not only in India, right? So if we take a global perspective, as you're saying, that U.S. is doing the CHIPS Act, and so I think it actually was a big opportunity for India that we seem to be missing out, is to actually go their own path rather than actually succumbing to the peer pressure of industrial policy. Again, all industrial policy is not bad, right? Nowhere in the book are we saying that, and I definitely don't believe that all industrial policy is bad. But one must be really worried. Whenever I talk to industry people now, they just, they somehow, everybody talks about getting a subsidy. the dynamism that the India growth story had in the 2000s seems to be missing. And I was recently in a discussion with some industrialists and so on, where the discussion has gone now to doing industrial policy at the product level. This should really scare us. We've been there before. We've really been here before, right, in the 70s and 80s, and we know how it turned out. Now, having said that, one can argue that, what's wrong in giving a PLI to Foxconn to come manufacture iPhones in India? And I think, I have some sympathy to that view, but not beyond a point, because for industrial policy to work, one must take global lessons, right, and ask ourselves, what are the ingredients does India satisfy? Like, so often we throw around Korea as an example of a successful industrial policy. Korea was absolutely ruthless in how it implemented industrial policy, in letting go of losers. Okay, it's not. We are largely giving subsidies to well-established large firms, which is not necessarily the right way of incentivizing innovation. Right? Even if you look at, let me give you a concrete example. One can have a reasonably different view than me about this, but let me put forward my view on the chips stuff. Right? We are putting 76,000 crores in setting up 2 or 3 chip plants. I think one by Tata and one by Micron. How long will it take? It's to be seen, and whether it gets materialized. But suppose you can have a reasonable view that for security reasons and for the way the global economy is going, India should have a say in the global production of chips. I think that's a very good objective to have. So you sit together in a room, a bunch of intelligent people, and you ask yourself, how should we go about doing this? Well, the first question as an economist I would ask is, where is your comparative advantage? I just mentioned that 20% of all chip design is already happening in India. About 1/3, sometimes even more, value added of the final chip that goes in your phone, in your cars, is actually at the design stage, right? NVIDIA does not manufacture chips. Qualcomm does not manufacture chips. TSMC does in Taiwan, right? Now, there's actually also, I've been told that about 40 to 50% of chip designers of the world are Indian or of Indian origin. Chip design is significantly less capital intensive than chip fabrication, right? Which is actually putting the chip together. It is extremely capital intensive. That's why we are spending 76,000 crores as subsidies. Just for context, India's entire higher education budget for a year, all the IITs, Indian Institute of Sciences, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, everything is 44,000 crores last year. Just for context. So we want to put 76,000 crores. It's not as if India shouldn't aspire to fabricate chips, but if I was to enter this very important industry of chips, I would actually, to me it seems like a no-brainer, like as an economist, that I should try to enter as an Indian as a chip design phase. We have a comparative advantage, we have a head start, we have the expertise, and it requires significantly less capital to start out, and later on we can aspire to have.
They're picking the wrong areas.
That's what when industrial, it's whenever you pick and choose sectors, even within the product, right? Like, I'm not even saying across products. It's not obvious to me that bureaucrats are the most competent people to do that. So if you had, I don't know, if you had asked people in the industry, if you asked economists, they would say you should, if at all you need to nudge industry in a direction, you should try to nudge it in the direction where we have a comparative advantage, especially if there is a view that other sectors in the supply chain can be pulled up using that entry point.
Okay. Are there any questions from the floor? If there is a mic here, it can be given to. Yeah, this side. Please identify yourself and ask a question.
Hello, everybody. I'm Anil Handa. Technology is eating into our time, and it's reading our mind. So, how do you react to that?
That's a very meta question. I don't think I have anything intelligent to say on that, but technology you could argue that it's not new in some sense, that technology has always been a double sword. I think what is new is the rapidity, the speed at which actually is affecting our lives, which is very, very high. I mean, I think let's take the example of AI, for example, right? Like, I think one shouldn't be fearing of AI, but at the same time, one shouldn't take it for granted. And so there is this something called the sandbox approach, right? Where you kind of, try to experiment with things slowly and then make regulations, a ring fence around what is okay and what is not okay. I'm not a parent yet, but a lot of my friends who are parents tell me that, it's actually affecting, there's actually a beautiful article in the New Yorker recently showing that it's really affecting the cognitive development of children. So, there is actually an open question at what age children should be exposed to technology, and I think there needs to be a lot more research done in that.
Sir, I'm Sanjay Agarwal, and this question is for Mr. Rohit. As an economist, and I've also done economics, so I was just taking from your cue from human capital. So everybody, earlier we used to have a brain drain, right? So is AI going to reverse the brain drain somewhere in 2047 when we are talking of a developed country?
It's it's again a crystal ball, gazing in the crystal ball question, right? So let's put one statistic on the table, right? This year, 7.5 lakh students left India to go abroad, right? So if I just was to re-emphasize the discussion that we are having about viewing higher education as actually an important sector of the economy, let's assume that each of them took about $10,000 with them. Very conservative estimate, right? That's $7 billion. That's
right.
Right? Now, do you think again of higher education as a sector worth investing in, which will, if nothing, do import substitution, be able to actually keep the talent in the country and actually help you with, saving your foreign exchange. I think the way in which hopefully AI will help, or technology in general will help, is because if India needs to train its labor force at the pace at which it needs to, to be able to achieve or imagine this target that we have by 2047, it simply cannot do it physically through face-to-face learning. It has to take the support of, which, by the way, the Indian Education Policy Report, which is a fantastic document actually, which I recommend all of you guys to read, which the government tabled in the parliament, I think in 2020. Unfortunately, it's not much is being achieved there, but it's an excellent document that actually emphasizes this point, that there is just no other option, that if you want to scale education, both at the primary, secondary, and especially at the higher education level, you will have to take support of various kinds of technology to massively spread learning, and hopefully that will affect the choices the students make about whether they want to study in India or abroad.
Hello.
Question here.
Rohit. Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. It was lovely conversation, and one of the I have
identify yourself.
Yeah, I'm Tushar Agarwal. I'm from Delhi only. And I have two questions. One of them is just in lieu of that the gentleman just asked. As an Indian, as an Indian father or as an Indian citizen, how many more years we have to see to have a thinking of settling our kids or maybe settling our younger generation not to go abroad for the better work opportunities? Or as I take example, I have two daughters. They are very young, 3 and 9. I'm right now thinking which university, which foreign university should I aim and which should I focus on investing so that they can have their higher grades there. How many years we Indians have to stop so that infrastructure, that facilities is as good as available in India? And second question is, as a budding entrepreneur, I want to explore an industry where I can make my fortunes without looking forward. Which industry you recommend me as a budding entrepreneur? Thank you.
Difficult questions. So one thing, let me emphasize actually, both in the context of my personal opinion and also in the book, it's actually the book is very hopeful in some sense about India's future, and we actually have a lot of examples in the book about entrepreneurs who are doing very, very well. We talk about Agnikul in IIT Madras that is aspiring to send rockets into space. Tilfi, that is, selling Banarsi saris to the world. Lenskart, which you guys must have, some of you may have bought glasses from Lenskart. Piesh Bansal, we spoke to him. I think he's on Shark Tank, I've been told. A fantastic story, right? Like, actually, at the intersection of services and manufacturing, he starts with a problem, right? Like, as most entrepreneurs start with a problem, that he diagnosed a problem that actually many Indians don't even know they need glasses. And so just the capacity of an eyewear company to grow in India is just so huge. So even if he does, a fraction of it, he's going to be successful in what he does with it and how he starts both selling glasses and manufacturing them. We have the story of Mustafa, who started ID Fresh. Some of you who make dosa at home or idli batter at home must be using ID Fresh. I mean, a remarkable story, right, of a kid. His father was a ginger root picker, a laborer in a farm, and he basically sees, as an entrepreneur, and a problem, and some of us, what is very cool about most entrepreneurs that you will see is that they come across mundane problems. Even Jeff Bezos came across the problem of delivering goods in an efficient way, right? I mean, books is what we started with, and ID Fresh is an incredible story. He finds out that a large number of people at home just need fresh batter. They just don't want to use it. It's very labor intensive, and he starts with this market today. He employs 2,500 people. So there are lots of actually interesting stories, and the point is not that there is not a potential for people to stay in India and actually make a fortune, as you're saying. It's that, can we create enough enabling environments for our entrepreneurs to actually ask these questions and then attempt to answer them? This is a change in mindset. This is, I should not be fearful that some tax agency is going to come to my place because, if you want to set up a business in India, you probably are cutting corners somewhere, right? Just to actually set yourself up. So do I have the confidence in the system? Do I have the confidence in the workforce that I will be able to employ? Think of it this way, right? If we have about 4 to 5 lakh people like you who aspire and materialize their aspirations in becoming job creators and not job seekers, and each of you employs 100 to 1,000 people, it actually, if you think of the problem in this way, it starts seeming very manageable. So, and to your question about your children, I think, this is something, what I find remarkable is that everyone, whether it's, an auto driver to, let's say, a person, who's more privileged, the main concern we all have is the education and health of our children. What is a big political economy, enduring political economy puzzle of a democratic country like India is that somehow this demand doesn't get manifested in what we ask our politicians. Right? We are prisoners of our own instruments in the end, that broadly we come down to asking for some kind of freebies or reservations in government jobs, right? Actually, what we really want is good schools and excellent universities. And the way our universities are being treated, and this is not, again, you're Bengali, I think, what the left did to the education system in Bengal and what currently is happening to higher education system, it's not a bastion of training student politicians. That's right. It is a bastion of learning and asking questions. Politics should be encouraged on campuses, but it's not the primary focus of why a university exists. A university exists to train, to learn, to ask questions. And I think unless we introduce that basic change in mindset, which I hope we do by the time your children get old, unfortunately we'll keep doing this 7.5. This number is only going to grow, by the way. It's only going to keep growing, the number of children we send abroad.
Yeah, we are running out of time. We'll just take 2 questions.
Hello, sir.
Rohit, one question here. And
I want one question, please.
Yeah.
I wanted to check with you, saying that, we spoke about, my name is MVS Murthy. I'm the CMO of Federal Bank. You spoke about services. We are all living in the age of manufacturing 4.0. Is there also great opportunity for agriculture, which somewhere got lost in this whole journey, particularly with the amount of investments in science, technology, artificial intelligence, we heard of it, infrastructure connecting villages? And is there a way in which, not being a large farmer, a lot of us as individuals can contribute to the prosperity and, creating food in the country? And of course, exporting it globally also.
There's this beautiful book that I recommend, all of you guys to look at by, I think, Joe Studwell, called How Asia Works. And actually the main point he makes is very similar to what you're saying, is that actually a lot of Asia developed a surplus in agriculture by making small-scale farming very efficient, right? Helping the small farmer to actually develop surpluses, then eventually do land reforms, combine farms, and just because we all know that Indian farm sizes are too small, they're highly inefficient. But what should we do about them? Right, so as I was telling AKB, that either you have to rely on push factors or pull factors. So most of our discussion, as you rightly pointed out, was on pull factors. But there are lots of good ideas on the table, and I think more good ideas will come because of technology, as you're mentioning, especially keeping track of produce, waste in produce, efficiency of seeds, and so on. Technology is going to help big time, but eventually our agriculture will be a prisoner of politics. And I think, I'm not making this as a cop-out answer, it's just that there is no other way. And I think one thing that the farm laws taught us, whatever the content of the, whatever view you have about the content of the laws, is that in our country, you have to first win the argument by persuasion and concomitantly actually develop the instruments to implement those policies. There is just no two ways about it because of the way our political economy is structured, and sadly because farming has been ignored for decades as a productive economic activity. Right, so yes, technology holds a lot of promise, but you should not think. So I think what Pratap Mehta called this is that you should not think of this as a techno-solutionism. Yeah. Right, the technology stuff will help if we get the society aspect of this right, and this is just almost, it's almost lexicographic. You have to get that right to be able to avail of the other stuff.
Hello.
Last question.
Sir, you mentioned that the entire budget for higher education. So I'm here, sir. I'm A.K. Goel. Sir, here, right in front of you, sir. So you mentioned that the entire budget for higher education, which includes the IITs, the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, the Indian Institute of Science, is 44,000 crores.
Central budget, sorry, let me correct. The central government.
Of the central government. And what is your take on this? On the one hand, we have this limited budget of 44,000 crores for higher education. On the other hand, the government writes off the NPAs to the tune of 12 lakh crores of big corporates. So it is not that we have dearth of resources. It is something other than that. What is your comment on this? What is your take on this?
See, for a country of 2,500 per capita income, we do have a dearth of India is always budget constrained. Okay, so don't let anybody tell you. Especially the government is always budget constrained. But you're right in pointing out that there is a misallocation of capital, given that we are so budget constrained. And where should we be investing our capital? And I think, and this is again a change of mindset, right? Like the idea that somehow UGC should be setting the salaries of IIT professors or professors at an Institute of Science, or somehow they should be pegged to the salary of a civil servant in Delhi. It's just bonkers, right? It's just so outdated, this way of thinking, because, for example, we were talking about chips, right? So if you were to ask me, well, instead of spending these, few $1 billion on let's say setting up these plants, I would actually spend a few $100 million on setting up, cutting-edge computer science departments in India. We have decent computer science departments that are good at training engineers. They're nowhere near good at actually producing cutting-edge research. So it's a change in mindset that you actually view research, teaching, training of PhD students. Remember, it is only when you train good PhD students they will form the next generation of professors and teachers in your colleges and universities. So to view that actually as a very important component of economic development, that requires a big change in mindset, and we are budget constrained for that.
Okay. We will end this session with a question from the lady.
Hi, Mr. Lamba. Very thought-provoking statements made today. I'm Ruchika Chitravanshi. I'm a journalist with Business Standard. One of the things I wanted to have your views on is how we have a very transactional nature with education. We don't have education for the sake of education. And always parents, when they are listening to what their kid wants to study, they're thinking of what jobs we are going to get. Even in our discussion today, discussion on education invariably follows employment and skilling. And you talked about how we pay more to China because they are more skilled, etc. As India is progressing towards this journey of becoming a developed country by 2047. Do you think our approach towards education will change as we become from developing, which justifies this kind of thinking, to not so much in 2047?
See, it's an excellent question, and I think we should, as teachers, and I'm a professor, as teachers, we all aspire to instigate the joy of learning in our students rather than the transactional nature, for example, of getting grades and then getting a job, right? This is the dream of a professor. I actually tell students at the beginning of class, if you come regularly, and whatever, you could do decently in exams, I'm happy to give you an A as long as you're enjoying the class, right? So it's very difficult to implement that contract. But I think at any stage of development, all these kinds of learnings will exist. And I think this is fine. One shouldn't frown upon a transactional nature of education, I believe, where, a person actually comes to a school to get a job because, they view their life job as a means to an end to achieve some certain kinds of comfort in life. That's why people go to law school or business school or various kinds of professional schools. I think what is problematic is that in India right now, at both levels, right, in India right now, even at the level of this transactional nature of education, a lot of our youth is unable to find jobs. Actually, if you do a kind of a large-scale survey, and some of the surveys that we've looked at, people are actually now going to school just for social status. They're actually aware that they're not going to get a job because they've seen what their seniors have gone through. In a lot of small engineering colleges, this is actually a reality. On the other hand, the other kind of education that you are emphasizing is very important because you will train the innovators and creators of your society who probably do not go into education with their transactional mindset. You will also train the next generation of teachers, professors, and thinkers in society, or even artists, filmmakers, and creators, which is very important. I think, Keynes, one of my favorite economists, used to value life through, what it is able to get you in terms of beauty, right? Like, so if you're coming at education from that perspective, then we are actually quite far away in being able to view education from that lens, right? No matter which government there is, a state government, central government, doesn't view education with the joy of learning necessarily. Right. That is very, very important to create the thinkers, creators of the next generation. But I would argue that no matter what level of development you're at, both things are important. You need to be able to train the labor force, or not everybody wants to be creator in that sense. It's also a very high-risk activity. But I think we need to go a much longer way actually to encourage that way of thinking in our universities.
Thank you, Rohit. It was a wonderful session. Thank you very much for being so candid and taking the trouble of answering the questions with such detailed information and your thoughts. If I were to sum it up, it will be an impossible task. But I can say in terms of what would be the first sentence of my story, which would be that India can be reimagined provided we take care of education and health and probably jobs. So will that satisfy you?
Yeah, and just as a closing remark, I think given what is happening around us, I think we must not forget that it's very difficult to build institutions and very easy to fritter them away. And I think because we are here at BS Manthan, and I'm very honored that Nainan is here. It takes. What is remarkable that what you guys have done is built a very strong brand and an institution over 50 years. We cannot take this for granted. It makes a lot of effort, a lot of churn to actually first build an institution and then to maintain quality as you guys have over the last 50 years. So congratulations on 50 years, and and
Thank
hopefully
you,
I'll meet you again at the end of the next 50.
He will be here. Those of us who are here, we can always talk to him. I'll hand it back to Gitika.
I'll be here at the 52. Thank you very, very much for all those kind words for us at Business Standards, and all of you got so many gems to take away. Thank you, Rohit Lamba, and thank you, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya. Please come together for a group photograph. The applause for that session, ladies and gentlemen, should be louder. I thought it was, in one word, fantastic. Thank you both once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the only Manthan happening right now is in my stomach, and I'm sure in your stomachs too. So yes, lunch is laid. It's at level 1. All you need to do is take the escalator down to level 1 and enjoy your lunch. But more importantly, please do be back here in your seats by 2 p.m. Maximum stretch, 2:15 p.m. We'd like to start the post-lunch session immediately at 2:15 p.m. Enjoy your lunch, everybody. You're at Business Standard Manthan.
Most of my days start with realizing how exciting the day's agenda is. And it happened today as well. After my morning studies in my cozy hostel room, I rushed to the 8:10 meetup with my case study group of the final review of our case study. The spirited discussions are in contrast to the calm of the green spaces the campus offers. As the first class starts, the professor opens the discussion on the case, Economics of Ethanol Business. The class engages in a deep study following the first arguments, and then we delve into a perspective-based discourse. After that exciting conversation, I walk past the coffee station, placed just outside my class. This part of the day is stimulating as I gather hands-on experience at the Bloomberg terminal, processing data into bankable insights. It's almost 1, and I'm starving. I head towards the food court. The library floor is the nerve center of PU. We split amongst ourselves the initial reading of the cases for tomorrow's classes. While working on the case study on forward integration in agribusiness, we detoured to a possibility where product trials happen first in the metaverse. I am confident that the intellectual and physical challenges I endure daily at Prestige University are the building blocks of a grounded and foresighted business leader in me.
AI for business offers tremendous potential. But on traditional PCs, it can be slow, demanding, and power-hungry. On many PCs, the data required to run AI programs is uploaded to the internet. But in the hybrid AI world, there's a new kind of AI engine built right into the PC. With AMD Ryzen AI, transformative AI applications can run locally. Processing data on your device means fewer attack vectors. Efficient AI processing with AMD Ryzen AI can also run faster compared to the competition and offers better performance per watt for various use cases versus a CPU without Ryzen AI. Ryzen AI includes a dedicated AI engine powered by AMD XDNA that has a unique spatial architecture allowing multiple AI applications to run privately and simultaneously without interfering with one another. In fact, when compared to the closest competing AI PC on the market, AMD Ryzen AI-powered PCs perform multitasking commercial workloads like this one significantly faster, boosting your productivity, all while providing immersive AI experiences. AMD Ryzen AI is available now on select PCs advanced with AMD Ryzen processors. To learn more, visit amd.com/RyzenAI.
Indians are going miles with a big smile. Boost your growth story with our corporate banking. Use our unmatched personal banking services, smart investment options, and a wide range of credit cards. Make your dreams a joyous reality with housing, car, education, and gold loan. Let's dream big. Join the vision of strong India. Canara Bank. Together, we can.
She'll soon be quoted on the front page. Business Standard.
दौर बदल जाते हैं मगर आपकी पहचान नहीं, जैसे सर्वकॉम। पिछले 35 सालों से पहचान है भरोसे की, भारत के नंबर 1 टॉप क्वालिटी डोमेस्टिक और इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्ट्स की। सर्वकॉम रखे सब कंट्रोल में।
He's making his investments talk. Business Standard.
Who said modern warfare is only about firepower? Modern warfare is all about smart electronics, be it land, air, or sea. Military operations is all about bits and bytes rather than sheer firepower. Modern wars are fought with radars, radios, and computers. That's the impact of electronics. BEL is continuously pioneering innovation in electronics as a potent weapon for the defense forces, delivering military electronics of the highest quality. BEL enables change through professional electronics by harnessing the power of satellites and ground-based communication technologies for the benefit of the common man. Armed with 9 high-tech manufacturing plants rolling out over 350 quality products, BEL has grown into a multi-product, multi-technology company. In any strategic army operation, timely and efficient communication rings success. Thanks to our secure handheld mobile radios and manpacks, vehicle-mounted equipment for ground-to-ground, ground-to-air, and ground-to-sea communication, which enable efficient communications during critical missions and situations. Modern warfare relies on intelligent electronics to counter the impact of enemy weapon systems. Our electronic warfare systems for signal and communications intelligence, electronic countermeasure, and electronic support measure have become the most important weapons in the arsenal of the defense forces. BEL's command control communications computers and intelligence systems, popularly known as C4I systems, enable optimal management of firepower through artillery command control systems and secure communication via integrated secure digital communication networks. What's more, when you have to hold ground during enemy aggression, battle tanks take center stage. And our tank communication systems help achieve higher reliability while gunning for victory. The Indian Navy relies on BEL for efficient communication during war and peace. C4I systems as well as radars, sonars, decoys, and sonar buoys help the Navy achieve control over the high seas. BEL's 2 decades of expertise in optoelectronics is well known. Thermal imagers, night vision goggles, binoculars, and laser rangefinders meet the surveillance needs of the defense forces to resist enemy infiltration and helping in paramilitary operations. Our electronic voting machines have made Indian citizens vote with confidence, ensuring free and fair elections. A developing economy, India's various technological needs are addressed by us. Our solar technology helps light the remotest of Indian villages and, of course, manage the burgeoning traffic across cities. Our e-governance systems help state governments to reach out to the people quickly and efficiently. while our air traffic management systems ensure safe takeoff and landing of aircrafts across airports in the country. At BEL, R&D and innovation is a way of life. Each BEL unit has its own R&D setup, focusing on product-specific requirements, supported by 2 central research laboratories at Bangalore and Ghaziabad to explore futuristic and cutting-edge technologies. Tie-ups with external agencies like DRDO helps in joint development of products. This multifaceted R&D approach allows us to drive innovation and change consistently, and all our units are ISO certified. BEL's management practices are not just inspired, but also driven by its customers. Planned diversification and exploration of new markets, resourcefulness, operational commitment and excellence are hallmarks of BEL's corporate functioning. BEL has emerged as a quality defense electronics supplier to the world, catering to over 40 countries across the globe who've relied on BEL products for years. As India consolidates its leadership position in the new economy, there's only one Indian company aiming for a global footprint in professional electronics, and that is Bharat Electronics, India's pride in defense electronics.
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard.
"1969 was the year when man first landed on the moon, a giant leap for mankind. 1969 was also the year when REC was incorporated to resurrect the agriculture sector by energizing irrigation pump sets, a giant leap for the Indian agrarian economy. Since then, we have diversified into new technologies and financed over 1 lakh megawatt of energy. We have come a long way, from setting up our first regional office in 1974 to presence across India to 23 project offices today. We are now one of the biggest financial institutions in the country, funding generation, transmission, distribution and renewable energy projects. The future is now, and we are constantly reinventing ourselves to stay ahead of the times. From issuing our first bonds in 1975 to raising funds from across the globe and having one of the highest foreign institutional investment among public financial institutions, the trust of our investors has been driving us forward. As a testament to the faith reposed by our stakeholders, we have established ourselves as an accredited financier and have the highest credit rating from all major domestic agencies. Internationally, we are rated at par with the sovereign ratings by Moody's and Fitch. With our client-oriented approach, we continue to set new benchmarks in our performance and continue to outshine our peers while creating maximum value for our clients with untiring diligence and strong ethics as our guiding principles. We do not just provide comprehensive, competitive and customized energy finance solutions, but also transform the entire power sector value chain of the country by providing electricity access in every corner of the nation and to every doorstep. We have made a place in the life of every Indian. We are an enabler of flagship Government of India reform. As India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy, our goal is to help India become a leading economic power in the world while paving the way for a brighter nation. Our vision is to be the leader in catalyzing an innovative, inclusive and a sustainable future. REC, endless energy, infinite possibilities.
He's about to land his dream job. Business Standard.
मैडम जी वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए।
दिखाते हैं इनको।
मोटे वड़ा पाव
डीलर निकाल दे इसके हवा।
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही।
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
In the holy city of Sri Amritsar Sahib, three great visionaries, Sir Sundar Singh Ji Majithia, Bhai Veer Singh Ji, and Sardar Tarlochan Singh Ji, laid foundation of Punjab and Sindh Bank on the noble principles of social commitments towards weaker sections of the society. Bank has embarked on a journey for expanding its footprint in India and is presently having 1,553 branches, 885 ATMs, and 2 digital banking units. Bank has been an active catalyst in driving the country's economic development by financing infrastructure projects, MSMEs, farmers, students, professionals, including other sections of the society. In financial year 2022 to 23, Bank posted all-time high net profit of rupees 1,313 crores. Several new services are now available on Bank's highly popular mobile and web application, PSB Unique, and it's continuously upgrading to come up to the expectations of next-gen customers.
Punjab and Sindh Bank, where service is a way of life.
She'll soon be quoted on the front page. Business Standard.
Most of my days start with realizing how exciting the day's agenda is. And it happened today as well. After my morning studies in my cozy hostel room, I rushed to the 8:10 meetup with my case study group of the final review of our case study. The spirited discussions are in contrast to the calm of the green spaces the campus offers. As the first class starts, the professor opens the discussion on the case, Economics of Ethanol Business. The class engages in a deep study following the first arguments, and then we delve into a perspective-based discourse. After that exciting conversation, I walk past the coffee station, placed just outside my class. This part of the day is stimulating as I gather hands-on experience at the Bloomberg terminal, processing data into bankable insights. It's almost 1, and I'm starving. I head towards the food court. The library floor is the nerve center of PU. We split amongst ourselves the initial reading of the cases for tomorrow's classes. While working on the case study on forward integration in agribusiness, we detoured to a possibility where product trials happen first in the metaverse. I am confident that the intellectual and physical challenges I endure daily at prestige university are the building blocks of a grounded and foresighted business leader in me.
AI for business offers tremendous potential. But on traditional PCs, it can be slow, demanding, and power hungry. On many PCs, the data required to run AI programs is uploaded to the internet. But in the hybrid AI world, there's a new kind of AI engine built right into the PC. With AMD Ryzen AI, transformative AI applications can run locally. Processing data on your device means fewer attack vectors. Efficient AI processing with AMD Ryzen AI can also run faster compared to the competition and offers better performance per watt for various use cases versus a CPU without Ryzen AI. Ryzen AI includes a dedicated AI engine powered by AMD XDNA that has a unique spatial architecture allowing multiple AI applications to run privately and simultaneously without interfering with one another. In fact, when compared to the closest competing AI PC on the market, AMD Ryzen AI-powered PCs perform multitasking commercial workloads like this one significantly faster, boosting your productivity, all while providing immersive AI experiences. AMD Ryzen AI is available now on select PCs advanced with AMD Ryzen processors. To learn more, visit amd.com/RyzenAI.
Indians are going miles with a big smile. Boost your growth story with our corporate banking. Use our unmatched personal banking services, smart investment options, and a wide range of credit cards. Make your dreams a joyous reality with housing, car, education, and gold loan. Let's dream big. Join the vision of strong India. Canara Bank. Together, we can.
She'll soon be quoted on the front page. Business Standard.
दौर बदल जाते हैं, मगर आपकी पहचान नहीं, जैसे सर्वकॉम। पिछले 35 सालों से पहचान है भरोसे की, भारत के नंबर 1 टॉप क्वालिटी डोमेस्टिक और इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्ट्स की। सर्वकॉम रखे सब कंट्रोल में।
He's making his investments talk. Business Standard.
Who said modern warfare is only about firepower? Modern warfare is all about smart electronics. Be it land, air, or sea. Military operations is all about bits and bytes rather than sheer firepower. Modern wars are fought with radars, radios, and computers. That's the impact of electronics. BEL is continuously pioneering innovation in electronics as a potent weapon for the defense forces, delivering military electronics of the highest quality. BEL enables change through professional electronics by harnessing the power of satellites and ground-based communication technologies for the benefit of the common man. Armed with 9 high-tech manufacturing plants rolling out over 350 quality products, BEL has grown into a multi-product, multi-technology company. In any strategic army operation, timely and efficient communication rings success. Thanks to our secure handheld mobile radios and manpacks, vehicle-mounted equipment for ground-to-ground, ground-to-air, and ground-to-sea communication, which enable efficient communications during critical missions and situations. Modern warfare relies on intelligent electronics to counter the impact of enemy weapon systems. Our electronic warfare systems for signal and communications intelligence, electronic countermeasure, and electronic support measure have become the most important weapons in the arsenal of the defense forces. BEL's Command Control Communications Computers and Intelligence Systems, popularly known as C4I systems, enable optimal management of firepower through artillery command control systems and secure communication via integrated secure digital communication networks. What's more, when you have to hold ground during enemy aggression, battle tanks take center stage. And our tank communication systems help achieve higher reliability while gunning for victory. The Indian Navy relies on BEL for efficient communication during war and peace. C4I systems as well as radars, sonars, decoys, and sonar buoys help the Navy achieve control over the high seas. BEL's 2 decades of expertise in optoelectronics is well known. Thermal imagers, night vision goggles, binoculars and laser rangefinders meet the surveillance needs of the defense forces to resist enemy infiltration and helping in paramilitary operations. Our electronic voting machines have made Indian citizens vote with confidence, ensuring free and fair elections. A developing economy, India's various technological needs are addressed by us. Our solar technology helps light the remotest of Indian villages and, of course, manage the burgeoning traffic across cities. Our e-governance systems help state governments to reach out to the people quickly and efficiently. While our air traffic management systems ensure safe takeoff and landing of aircrafts across airports in the country. At BEL, R&D and innovation is a way of life. Each BEL unit has its own R&D setup, focusing on product-specific requirements, supported by 2 central research laboratories at Bangalore and Ghaziabad to explore futuristic and cutting-edge technologies. Tie-ups with external agencies like DRDO helps in joint development of products. This multifaceted R&D approach allows us to drive innovation and change consistently, and all our units are ISO certified. BEL's management practices are not just inspired, but also driven by its customers. Planned diversification and exploration of new markets, resourcefulness, operational commitment and excellence are hallmarks of BEL's corporate functioning. BEL has emerged as a quality defense electronics supplier to the world, catering to over 40 countries across the globe who've relied on BEL products for years. As India consolidates its leadership position in the new economy, there's only one Indian company aiming for a global footprint in professional electronics, and that is Bharat Electronics, India's pride in defense electronics.
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard.
"1969 was the year when man first landed on the moon, a giant leap for mankind. 1969 was also the year when REC was incorporated to resurrect the agriculture sector by energizing irrigation pump sets. A giant leap for the Indian agrarian economy. Since then, we have diversified into new technologies and financed over 1 lakh megawatt of energy. We have come a long way, from setting up our first regional office in 1974 to presence across India to 23 project offices today. We are now one of the biggest financial institutions in the country, funding generation, transmission, distribution and renewable energy projects. The future is now, and we are constantly reinventing ourselves to stay ahead of the times. From issuing our first bonds in 1975 to raising funds from across the globe, and having one of the highest foreign institutional investment among public financial institutions, the trust of our investors has been driving us forward. As a testament to the faith reposed by our stakeholders, we have established ourselves as an accredited financier and have the highest credit rating from all major domestic agencies. Internationally, we are rated at par with the sovereign ratings by Moody's and Fitch. With our client-oriented approach, we continue to set new benchmarks in our performance and continue to outshine our peers while creating maximum value for our clients with untiring diligence and strong ethics as our guiding principles. We do not just provide comprehensive, competitive and customized energy finance solutions, but also transform the entire power sector value chain of the country by providing electricity access in every corner of the nation and to every doorstep. We have made a place in the life of every Indian. We are an enabler of flagship Government of India reform as India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy. Our goal is to help India become a leading economic power in the world while paving the way for a brighter nation. Our vision is to be the leader in catalyzing an innovative, inclusive and a sustainable future. REC, endless energy, infinite possibilities.
He's about to land his dream job. Business Standard.
मैडम जी वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए।
दिखाते हैं इनको।
मोटे वड़ा पाव? डीलर, निकाल दे इसके बाद।
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही।
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
In the holy city of Sri Amritsar Sahib, three great visionaries, Sir Sundar Singh Ji Majithia, Bhai Veer Singh Ji, and Sardar Tarlochan Singh Ji, laid foundation of Punjab and Sindh Bank on the noble principles of social commitments towards weaker sections of the society. Bank has embarked on a journey for expanding its footprint in India and is presently having 1,553 branches, 885 ATMs, and 2 digital banking units. Bank has been an active catalyst in driving the country's economic development by financing infrastructure projects, MSMEs, farmers, students, professionals including other sections of the society. In financial year 2022 to 23, Bank posted all-time high net profit of rupees 1,313 crores. Several new services are now available on Bank's highly popular mobile and web application, PSB Unique, and it's continuously upgrading to come up to the expectations of next-gen customers.
Punjab and Sindh Bank, where service is a way of life.
She'll soon be quoted on the front page. Business Standard.
Most of my days start with realizing how exciting the day's agenda is. And it happened today as well. After my morning studies in my cozy hostel room, I rushed to the 8:10 meetup with my case study group of the final review of our case study. The spirited discussions are in contrast to the calm of the green spaces the campus offers. As the first class starts, the professor opens the discussion on the case, Economics of Ethanol Business. The class engages in a deep study following the first arguments, and then we delve into a perspective-based discourse. After that exciting conversation, I walk past the coffee station, placed just outside my class. This part of the day is stimulating as I gather hands-on experience at the Bloomberg terminal, processing data into bankable insights. It's almost 1, and I'm starving. I head towards the food court. The library floor is the nerve center of PU. We split amongst ourselves the initial reading of the cases for tomorrow's classes. While working on the case study on forward integration in agribusiness, we detoured to a possibility where product trials happen first in the metaverse. I am confident that the intellectual and physical challenges I endure daily at Prestige University are the building blocks of a grounded and foresighted business leader in me.
AI for business offers tremendous potential. But on traditional PCs, it can be slow, demanding, and power hungry. On many PCs, the data required to run AI programs is uploaded to the internet. But in the hybrid AI world, there's a new kind of AI engine built right into the PC. With AMD Ryzen AI, transformative AI applications can run locally. Processing data on your device means fewer attack vectors. Efficient AI processing with AMD Ryzen AI can also run faster compared to the competition and offers better performance per watt for various use cases versus a CPU without Ryzen AI. Ryzen AI includes a dedicated AI engine powered by AMD XDNA that has a unique spatial architecture allowing multiple AI applications to run privately and simultaneously without interfering with one another. In fact, when compared to the closest competing AI PC on the market, AMD Ryzen AI-powered PCs perform multitasking commercial workloads like this one significantly faster, boosting your productivity, all while providing immersive AI experiences. AMD Ryzen AI is available now on select PCs advanced with AMD Ryzen processors. To learn more, visit amd.com/RyzenAI.
Indians are going miles with a big smile. Boost your growth story with our corporate banking. Use our unmatched personal banking services, smart investment options, and a wide range of credit cards. Make your dreams a joyous reality with housing, car, education, and gold loan. Let's dream big. Join the vision of strong India. Canara Bank. Together, we can.
She'll soon be quoted on the front page. Business Standard.
दौर बदल जाते हैं, मगर आपकी पहचान नहीं। जैसे सर्वकॉम पिछले 35 सालों से पहचान है भरोसे की, भारत के नंबर 1 टॉप क्वालिटी डोमेस्टिक और इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्ट्स की। सर्वकॉम रखे सब कंट्रोल में।
He's making his investments talk. Business Standard.
Who said modern warfare is only about firepower? Modern warfare is all about smart electronics. Be it land, air, or sea. Military operations is all about bits and bytes rather than sheer firepower. Modern wars are fought with radars, radios, and computers. That's the impact of electronics. BEL is continuously pioneering innovation in electronics as a potent weapon for the defense forces, delivering military electronics of the highest quality. BEL enables change through professional electronics by harnessing the power of satellites and ground-based communication technologies for the benefit of the common man. Armed with 9 high-tech manufacturing plants rolling out over 350 quality products, BEL has grown into a multi-product, multi-technology company. In any strategic army operation, timely and efficient communication brings success. Thanks to our secure handheld mobile radios and manpacks, vehicle-mounted equipment for ground-to-ground, ground-to-air, and ground-to-sea communication, which enable efficient communications during critical missions and situations. Modern warfare relies on intelligent electronics to counter the impact of enemy weapon systems. Our electronic warfare systems for signal and communications intelligence, electronic countermeasure, and electronic support measure have become the most important weapons in the arsenal of the defense forces. BEL's command control communications computers and intelligence systems, popularly known as C4I systems, enable optimal management of firepower through artillery command control systems and secure communication via integrated secure digital communication networks. What's more, when you have to hold ground during enemy aggression, battle tanks take center stage. And our tank communication systems help achieve higher reliability while gunning for victory. The Indian Navy relies on BEL for efficient communication during war and peace. C4I systems as well as radars, sonars, decoys, and sonar buoys help the Navy achieve control over the high seas. BEL's 2 decades of expertise in optoelectronics is well known. Thermal imagers, night vision goggles, binoculars, and laser rangefinders meet the surveillance needs of the defense forces to resist enemy infiltration and helping in paramilitary operations. Our electronic voting machines have made Indian citizens vote with confidence, ensuring free and fair elections. A developing economy, India's various technological needs are addressed by us. Our solar technology helps light the remotest of Indian villages and, of course, manage the burgeoning traffic across cities. Our e-governance systems help state governments to reach out to the people quickly and efficiently, while our air traffic management systems ensure safe takeoff and landing of aircrafts across airports in the country. At BEL, R&D and innovation is a way of life. Each BEL unit has its own R&D setup, focusing on product-specific requirements, supported by 2 central research laboratories at Bangalore and Ghaziabad to explore futuristic and cutting-edge technologies. Tie-ups with external agencies like DRDO helps in joint development of products. This multifaceted R&D approach allows us to drive innovation and change consistently, and all our units are ISO certified. BEL's management practices are not just inspired, but also driven by its customers. Planned diversification and exploration of new markets, resourcefulness, operational commitment, and excellence are hallmarks of BEL's corporate functioning. BEL has emerged as a quality defense electronics supplier to the world, catering to over 40 countries across the globe who've relied on BEL products for years. As India consolidates its leadership position in the new economy, there's only one Indian company aiming for a global footprint in professional electronics, and that is Bharat Electronics, India's pride in defense electronics.
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard.
"1969 was the year when man first landed on the moon, a giant leap for mankind. 1969 was also the year when REC was incorporated to resurrect the agriculture sector by energizing irrigation pump sets. A giant leap for the Indian agrarian economy. Since then, we have diversified into new technologies and financed over 1 lakh megawatt of energy. We have come a long way from setting up our first regional office in 1974 to presence across India to 23 project offices today. We are now one of the biggest financial institutions in the country, funding generation, transmission, distribution and renewable energy projects. The future is now, and we are constantly reinventing ourselves to stay ahead of the times. From issuing our first bonds in 1975 to raising funds from across the globe and having one of the highest foreign institutional investment among public financial institutions, the trust of our investors has been driving us forward. As a testament to the faith reposed by our stakeholders, we have established ourselves as an accredited financier and have the highest credit rating from all major domestic agencies. Internationally, we are rated at par with the sovereign ratings by Moody's and Fitch. With our client-oriented approach, we continue to set new benchmarks in our performance and continue to outshine our peers while creating maximum value for our clients with untiring diligence and strong ethics as our guiding principles. We do not just provide comprehensive, competitive and customized energy finance solutions, but also transform the entire power sector value chain of the country by providing electricity access in every corner of the nation and to every doorstep. We have made a place in the life of every Indian. We are an enabler of flagship Government of India reform. As India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy, our goal is to help India become a leading economic power in the world while paving the way for a brighter nation. Our vision is to be the leader in catalyzing an innovative, inclusive and a sustainable future.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back.
Energy, infinite
I hope all of you enjoyed your lunch. We will try and wait for a few more of our delegates to join us, though we must begin this session immediately. So if you all want to message your colleagues and friends to join us in this main function hall as fast as they can, we'll appreciate that. Settle down, everybody, please. Take your seats and place on silent your mobile phones. Since lunch was so delicious, it was, wasn't it? It was delicious. We thought the next session, if not play a sport, we can at least talk about sport. As soon as all of you are in, settle down, we'll begin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back post-lunch. We used to say in school, eyes right, eyes left, eyes open is what we need to say to ourselves in the post-lunch session. Well, this one's very interesting. It won't be difficult. So when I was a child, when I was a kid, I used to play a number of games like Kho-Kho, Kabaddi, Gilli Danda, Shot Put, Javelin. But for all the other kids around me, there was only one word and one game and one sport, and that was cricket, 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 and cricket. In the post-independence era in India, we've largely been a single-sport country. And if you really look at it closely, cricket it's a regional game in most parts of Asia, Europe, America. It's not played very widely. In fact, in those continents and those countries, a soccer club victory, Olympic goals, are reasons to celebrate, whereas in India, cricket is the cat that's gotten the cream. And in 2008, this obsession, this mania, this adulation, this love, this admiration went up a few notches with IPL coming into the sports ecosystem. And the last I heard, ladies and gentlemen, we've clocked 300 million in viewership in 2022, making IPL the most watched sporting event anywhere in the world. Yeah. So the cricket mania continues. But what IPL has done for the Indian sports ecosystem is that it's given an impetus towards interest, commitment towards sports in our country. And now the spotlight does shine on kabaddi, on hockey, on badminton, on tennis, on football. Yes, the times are indeed changing. Let's talk about how in India we can arrive at a more balanced sports economy and how our sports ecosystem can help us catapult into the League of Developed Nations by 2047. We're very, very happy to have with us esteemed panelists for this session. May I please invite on stage Anju Bobby George, first Indian athlete to win a World Championship medal and an Olympian in long jump. Ladies and gentlemen, देवियों और सज्जनों, इससे जोरदार तालियां तो बजनी चाहिए इनके लिए. स्वागत है आपका. Very warm welcome. Aye, please. We are delighted to have you here at Business Standard Manthan. I'd also like to invite on stage Abhishek Verma, Olympian and Arjuna Award winner for archery. Good afternoon. A very, very warm welcome to you. आपका स्वागत है और इनके लिए भी जोरदार तालियां, ladies and gentlemen. Mukul Chaudhary, CEO, Jamshedpur Football Club, Chief of Sports Excellence Center, Tata Steel. A very warm welcome to you too. We're very happy to have you here. I hope you enjoy the session. And may I please have on stage the esteemed moderator of this session, Suveen Sinha, Chief Content Editor, Business Standard. And I hand this over to you, Suveen. Take it on.
Hello and welcome back to this post-lunch session. This is a session that will wake you up. So let me start with a factoid. Anju has many accomplishments. The first Indian to win a medal at the World Athletics Championship. And, you know, apart from that also, many accomplishments. Arjuna Award, Khel Ratna Award, Padma Shri, and many things. All this on one kidney. 2 legs, but yes. And in fact, this was something you discovered when you were already competing. And then you discovered that since birth you have had only one kidney. And yet, you know, I don't know what to say. Abhishek, you probably symbolize India's rise as a force beyond cricket and lately badminton also, with the Asian Games in Hangzhou being one great example of how the country is coming up. And you considered giving up archery about 6 years ago and taking up rifle shooting, if I'm not wrong. That was, yeah. And Mukul, of course, I'm keeping you for last because I can take liberties with you. Mukul used to work with Business Standard very briefly in Bombay. He was under Akila, who's sitting there in the corner. And he has had a varied career, started with media buying, got into marketing, and then eventually into sports administration. Very passionate about sports at grassroots level. Anju, let me start with you, which is an obvious choice. History has shown that countries that have risen to global power, they have also excelled in a variety of sports. So the United States, USSR, when it was USSR, was a big force. Of late, China's rise in geopolitics has been parallel with its rise as a sporting nation. But India is not really a sporting nation by ethos. Our culture is not that. In fact, the old hackneyed Hindi saying is, "Padhoge, likhoge, hoge nawab, kheloge, kudoge, nahi hoge nawab." If you play too much, you will not have a good life, right? But that has to change, right? And I picked out your example, winning against adversity, and Abhishek's also facing difficulties. How do we really create a culture in India so that from early on people are encouraged to become sports persons, and it's supported and encouraged, and all sorts of facilities are provided, drawing from your experience?
Good afternoon, everyone. As you said, it's correct. Some countries are good in sports, and countries like America, they are doing a lot of research and they are doing well in sports, like athletics, maybe basketball, and some other events. And some other countries like Russia and in European countries, they are going in some wrong direction and winning medals. We all know. But India, it was not a culture. And everybody, all the parents actually, they were pushing their kids for like MBBS or engineering. That was our culture. And now we all are looking towards like sports, and sports persons are our heroes now. See, after Neeraj winning a gold in Olympics, the javelin is the biggest, hottest event. And now we have other girls, Sindhu, Sania, Saina, so all played well, even our Karna Malleshwari. And see, now the culture is changing. We are always looking towards Europe for something new, and we found something new there. So they, see, everybody is running, and everybody is very crazy about the fitness and all. So we are also like in the same path. So we can see a lot of people running on the road or in the gym or in the track. It's a good sign. But see, the one thing it was missing, the career what we can find in sports. So that was actually not that known in India. Athletics especially, it's a very low-level event. But how much we can earn through athletics in Grand Prix competitions, no one knows. See, that now it's Diamond League. See, during our time, it was Golden League. So if you win 6 Golden League events, it was 100 kg gold. Nobody knew that. So if you tell that to our parents, definitely they will send their kids to sports. So that's actually, we are always talking about like why cricket is, they know the market, they know the business. And we all are talking about, we see the cricket is taking over all the sports, but tomorrow if there is any game, you all will go and watch the cricket. We are talking too much, but it's now these years actually the government put a lot of effort and bringing up a lot of events. So I am a Mission Olympic Cell member, so I know the effort behind, how much effort they are putting behind each event. And we are now waiting for 2036 Olympics. So I guess by then, these few years will be like very, very crucial years for our country. And I guess by 36, we'll be on the top.
How nice. So by 36, we'll be on top. Abhishek, how do we make it happen that we come on top? Drawing from your experience, what can be done better to support athletes and other sports persons?
देखिए 36 होने में 12 इयर्स हैं, और अगर 12 इयर्स बैक अगर आप जाएंगे
जी,
तो शायद हमारे पास बहुत कम मेडल्स थे और सुविधाएं बहुत कम थी।
बहुत ही
12 सालों में बहुत चीज़ें चेंज हुई हैं। उन चीज़ों में गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन्स के लिए। आपने बहुत अच्छा बोला था कि खेलोगे बोलोगे बनोगे नवाब, उल्टा बोल रहा हूँ मैं, पर यही सीधा है आज की डेट में, क्योंकि हमारी इसमें स्पोर्ट्स में आज आपके पास फेम भी है, कैश भी है और मेडल भी है, अगर आप अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं तो। क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट ने जॉब की सिक्योरिटी आज की डेट में दे दी है। अंजू मैम के साथ बैठा था तो डिस्कस हो रहा था रिगार्डिंग जॉब, आपको क्लास 1 ऑफिसर देते नहीं देते, तो मैम के टाइम ने मैम ने संघर्ष किया था 2013 तक कि डीओपीटी में कैसे हम स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन को क्लास 1 ऑफिसर्स दें। ड्यू टू मैम एफर्ट वो मुझे अवेल हुआ।
आप तो इनकम टैक्स ऑफिसर हैं।
मैं असिस्टेंट कमिश्नर हूँ इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट में। मैं अगेन वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि जॉब ने मुझे सब कुछ दी, मुझे आर्चरी ने मुझे जॉब दी, मुझे फैमिली दी, मुझे कैश दिया, मुझे मेडल्स दिया, ड्यू टू डेडिकेशन की मैं डेडिकेट कर पाया और अच्छे सीनियर्स का रोल, क्योंकि सीनियर्स ने एक गाइडेंस, उन्होंने विज़न देखा कि ठीक है आप भी आउट ऑफ टर्न 3 ले सकते हैं, उन्होंने एफर्ट दिखाए। आज मैं सीनियर हूँ तो मेरा भी ये रहेगा कि उसको कैसे अवेल कर सकते हैं, आने वाला जूनियर्स कैसे कर सकता है। तो वो 12 साल पुरानी उन्होंने जो एफर्ट करे थे वो मैं आज अवेल कर रहा हूँ, और आज हम जो करेंगे वो आने वाले 12 साल 2036 तक दूसरे जूनियर्स भी अवेल करेंगे। और गवर्नमेंट की विज़न बहुत क्लियर है, 100% सपोर्ट में मतलब सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं वो, और बहुत क्लियर बोल रहे हैं कि क्या आपको चाहिए आप वो बताइए, आपको हम वो प्रोवाइड करा रहे हैं, और रियली में वो प्रोवाइड करा रहे हैं। टाटा स्टील हो गया, एनटीपीसी हो गया, इतनी बड़ी बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एक एक गेम्स को अडॉप्ट कर रही हैं आज की डेट में। एक कहते हैं कि सुनी सुनाई वो होती है ना 100 करोड़ 120 करोड़, इतनी बड़ी बड़ी फिगर्स को लेकर के आ रहे हैं वो, और रियलिटी में खर्च कर रहे हैं। आपको फॉरेन ट्रेनिंग्स मिल रही है, आपको इक्विपमेंट मिल रही है, आपको स्पोर्ट्स साइंस मिल रही है, आपको कोचिंग फैसिलिटी मिल रही है, आपको सब कुछ मिल रहा है। तो मैं तो 36 से पहले भी मैम इंश्योर करता हूँ कि हो जाएगा कुछ जादू तो, पर 36 में फॉर श्योर होगा।
आपने कहा बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां स्पोर्ट्स को सपोर्ट कर रही हैं, एक आपके उधर जो बैठे हैं उनकी कंपनी भी स्पोर्ट्स को काफ़ी सपोर्ट कर रही है। सो मुकुल, वेलकम। You have seen sports being developed and supported from the grassroots level upwards, and you also have the view of a large company looking at sports talent development. What needs to be done? Do we need to wed sports to our educational curriculum? How do we really do this? Because, like it or not, it's not there, it's not woven into our culture or system.
You're absolutely right. So far, it's not been so. And see, all said and done, sports is not an easy career or most lucrative. It is lucrative for people. For example, just to make an example, typically in a classroom of 70 people, it's likely there are chances that all 70 can actually turn around to be an engineers. But when it comes to sports, maybe 1 or 2 will actually make the cut. So it's not so easy, and therefore it's a very difficult career to pursue. Cut to coming down to grassroots, we don't have that culture right now. As a company, we are working on it, and we are trying to get as much of grassroots work that we can do, but we are doing it in our area of operations. So we are choosing sports also which are prevalent in those areas, particularly archery, which is Jharkhand being a tribal belt, and we have lots of success because of that. Hockey, football, and sport climbing, these are the sports that we work on. But as far as the culture is concerned, I think there's a lot to be done. It's still not easy. Today, if you ask me if I want my son to become an athlete, it might be a very difficult decision for me to take, because I'm not too sure whether he will make the cut. And if he doesn't make the cut, out of 1,000 people, he would be the 999 people don't make it. So then that would be the risk that I would be taking. So it's not an easy thing for an urban citizen to do it. Second thing is facilities. We don't have those kind of facilities. Mostly in metros, you don't really find those kind of open spaces. Open space itself is a luxury. And for any sport, particularly to flourish, except the indoor games that we have, you need open spaces, and you don't have that. So if you want to develop that culture, do you want to really do that in the urban cities? Maybe it's a difficult task again. So you go back to tier 2, 3 cities. So you'll have to look for solutions of that sort. So it's a difficult one, but yes, slowly and steadily one sees a rise. You have been noticing a lot of change in the mindset that has happened. A lot of parents which were earlier working purely on livelihood and pushing their kids only to do education are okay when they see Sachin Tendulkar driving a Ferrari and, of course, 100 kg gold and many other things. There's more of awareness now. So there is a small amount of skew towards sports, and I think it is just rising and getting better. I think only will get better and bigger in time to come.
Thanks. I suppose this is a panel in which there'll be enormous interest from the audience, so I will invite questions from the audience also, but in just a minute, let them think of their questions. In the meantime, Anju, just touching upon what Mukul said about building a career, at what stage did you realize that you could actually build a good career as an athlete? Because, you know, your peers, your friends, many of them may be studying to become engineers or thinking about that. And, you know, I don't know how your parents reacted when you first said that, no, I want to do something else. How did you really pull it off?
In my case, it was just opposite. Actually, it was my mother who pulled me to, like, he was pushing me to sports. And I started at the age of 5. Wow. And she was like a backbone. And it was her dream to become a sportsman. But during her time, it was very difficult to come out for a lady. But so she was actually living her dream in me, and he wanted she was pushing me like anything. Initially, yes, it was a big struggle for me because till 4th standard, every day morning 4 o'clock I have to go to ground, then from there to school, and I was thinking why these parents are doing this to me. And I was thinking, because she is my stepmother or what? I was thinking in that sense.
She's not, right?
No. So it was just a struggle in the initial stages, and they put me in a remote village school. It was far away from my home. From 9th standard, I was staying there, and it was a kind of Gurukulam system. And it was again a big struggle. But then I realized, I slowly started winning national championships, and all my photo was coming everywhere. Then I realized, okay, so it's something good. Okay, so now I can just do something, or I can just experiment something. If I do well, then I will be here. So that was in my mind. And after 10th, again, when I joined college, I was the college champion. It was a slowly and steady progress without knowing, actually. Without knowing it was, and I was lucky that in all stages, somebody was there to help me. Like in the initial stages, my mother, and she was everywhere. She, like whenever I go for a competition, she was with me. So that kind of support she was giving to me. And then school coach, he was also really nice. Then when I came to the national camp, then where I met Bobby. So he's the youngest Dronacharya awardee, and he was as an athlete, he was in the camp. As a coach, he was with me. So it is a rare thing. Otherwise, the government won't allow an athlete to train other athlete, and so it was like that. And with his guidance, I realized even then I was thinking only up to the Asian level. That was our barrier. So I was just thinking, and he was always keep on telling me, no, you have got the potential. You can go the world till the world stage. You can break the national record. You can break 7-meter barrier. I said, what? What's wrong with you? 7 meter. So he said, no, you have got all the potential. Luckily, the main advantage was he was a mechanical engineer, and sports and athletics, it's pure biomechanics. So that's how he was actually my training was just, it was just only for me. It suits only for me. If you try that for any other athlete, it won't. So that's the kind of support he gave. So in that sense, I was lucky enough to get support from all the corners.
How nice, how nice. Abhishek, आपको तो अर्जुन से काफी इंस्पिरेशन मिला. मैं कहीं पढ़ रहा था आपके बारे में कि आप एकलव्य और अर्जुन और द्रोणाचार्य के बारे में पढ़ते थे, तो आपको लगा मुझे भी चिड़िया की आंख का निशाना चाहिए.
अंगूठे भी हैं मेरे पास, और फॉर श्योर हमारा इंडिया कल्चरल रहा है. रामलीला से लेकर के बहुत सारी रामायण से लेकर के, और हमारे जो पेरेंट्स हैं वो यूज़ टू हैं देखने के, इवन उनके साथ साथ हमें भी देखना पड़ता था और फिर अच्छा भी लगने लग गया। तो वही इंस्पिरेशन था कि एक पुराना गेम आर्चरी की एक बच्चे के दिमाग में हो जाता है कि धनुष बाण का आप अर्जुन बन जाओगे, आप राम बन जाओगे, वही सारी चीज़ें। तो कहीं ना कहीं इम्पैक्ट मेरे को वो करा था उसने। फ्रॉम डे फर्स्ट जब मैं जा रहा था तो मेरे मेंटली इमेजिनेशन में वही सारी चीज़ें थी, वो टारगेट होगा, वो चिड़िया होगी, मैं फर्स्ट डे ही मैं शूट कर रहा हूँ, पर ऐसा नहीं था। वो मॉडर्न ज़माना था और ये मॉडर्न वो हैं इक्विपमेंट्स हैं। इवन मैं फर्स्ट डे गया तो मैं तो देख रहा था कि ये इतने एडवांस हो चुके हैं कि ये चलाएंगे कैसे। मैं देखने तो मतलब इतना हैवी 4.5 किलो का बो था और 60 पाउंड का बो है वो। तो मेरे कोच ने तो मुझे 6 महीने सिर्फ उसको बैठा करके दिखाया और उसकी ट्रेनिंग पेशेंस नापने के लिए, मतलब धीरे धीरे मसल्स डेवलप करने के लिए उन्होंने सारी चीज़ें एक्सरसाइज वगैरह करी। तो 6 महीने बाद तो मेरा स्टार्टअप हुआ था कि हाँ ठीक है अब आप आर्चरी कर पा रहे हैं, क्योंकि अब वो वाला टाइम गया, वो बांस की लकड़ी से जो हम बनाते थे, अब ये सारा US बेस्ड है सारा इक्विपमेंट और वहाँ से इंपोर्ट किया जाता है। इंस्पिरेशन वही है कि स्पोर्ट्स में कोच के साथ साथ पेरेंट्स का भी इनरोल होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। अगर पेरेंट्स और कोच दोनों मिलेंगे तभी एक स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन बन पाता है, क्योंकि आज की डेट में पेरेंट्स को भी डर लगता है कि बच्चा क्या करेगा। पर पेरेंट्स को भी एक एडवाइस ये करूँगा कि बच्चा स्पोर्ट्स में मेडल लाए ना लाए, पर सेहत उसकी अच्छी रहेगी अगर वो स्पोर्ट्स करता है तो हर पेरेंट्स को ये नहीं होना चाहिए कि मेरा बच्चा मेडल लेके आ रहा है या मेरा बच्चा अचीव कर रहा है। यार मेरा बच्चा वीडियो गैजेट से बाहर निकल करके एटलीस्ट वो प्ले कर रहा है, तो वो ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट है, वो ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। ठीक है, सेकेंडरी चीज़ है, आपका मेडल्स आ रहे हैं, आप छोटे छोटे प्लेटफॉर्म जीत रहे हैं, तो वहाँ पे आपको दिख जाएगा कि बच्चे में टैलेंट है नहीं है, कैपेबिलिटी है नहीं है। और उस चीज़ के लिए हमारा गवर्नमेंट या फेडरेशंस रोल अदा कर रही है। बहुत सारे छोटे छोटे टूर्नामेंट्स भी होते हैं जो कि हम भी खिलाते हैं। इवन मेरा बेटा 6 साल का है पर वो अंडर-9 में परफॉर्म कर रहा है, क्योंकि मुझे मालूम है कि बीइंग अ स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन उसको किस एज में डालना है, कैसे उसको खिलाना है, कौन कौन से उसके टारगेट्स देने हैं।
वो कौन से स्पोर्ट में है? आर्चरी में ही है?
आर्चरी में भी है, स्विमिंग में भी है, दोनों ही जगह वो कर रहा है। आर्चरी में तो मैंने ज़बरदस्ती डाल रखा है और स्विमिंग में उसका इंटरेस्ट था। साथ साथ मल्टी एक्टिविटी हैं, स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन में डांस क्लासेस में भी जा रहा है, वो स्केटिंग में भी अब स्टार्टअप ले लेगा। तो अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रहे हैं, जहाँ उसका इंटरेस्ट जाएगा, जिस भी स्पोर्ट्स में जाएगा उसको देंगे। कि ऐसा कोई वो नहीं कि स्पोर्ट्स आर्चरी ही करनी है, कई सारे स्पोर्ट्स हैं तो उसमें प्रेफरेंस रहेंगी।
Anju, are there 2 little long jumpers in your home?
Same here. Actually, I am training them for athletics, but actually their mind is in like somewhere else. The elder one wants to be an engineer like Papa, and the younger one wants to be a designer. But I am dragging them to sports.
Okay. Mukul, in सब में what is the role for a company like Tata Steel in this? Because there is security of career and livelihood and future, etc., etc. What role can large companies play in this?
So I will talk about what we do, and typically what we do. Once upon a time, Tata Steel used to offer jobs, and we used to take athletes who were having some kind of talent, and we used to promote them, saying, hey, once you have a job security, you can focus on your sport, and so on and so forth. Now we have basically having a different strategy where we have our own academies where we catch them young and groom them for excellence. So we have academies where we get kids, induct them at the age of 12, 13, 14, and see to it that they move on in a manner where, otherwise what you would do back in the school, where you could have a 5th standard, 6th standard kind of a curriculum, and you see to it gradually grows. It's very important because at the end of the day, many a times you start getting coaching in largely most of the places at a little later in your age, 15, 16, 17, when you feel, hey, this guy is doing better, let me give him a better coach now. But that probably is a little too late, and that's probably might be the reason why we are not getting the kind of medals that we should get. I think the athletes can say it better, or they can vouch for it.
So are you required to get them to do a lot of unlearning also when people come to your academy?
Yes, it's very difficult. I'll speak about football, and we have this Tata Football Academy, and we have this induction where kids are being inducted at the age of 14, 16 kind of a thing. And when they come there, they are the best in the country. You have them over. But when you start training them is when you realize that there are many things that they've learned which they have to unlearn. And that's a difficult task. You can make somebody learn things, but if you tell him the touch is not right, and he says, this is how I used to score the goals before. And you say, no, but you can do better with a different way of, different technique. And he takes time to digest that because he's tasted success with a certain way, and that takes time. So what happens in the bargain is you lose time. It's bad for the child, it's bad for the academy and otherwise. But net, it's always good to start early. And it's honestly not a rocket science, something that we have been doing 17, 18 years of education, and you become a doctor and an engineer. You just have to replicate that in sports. If you start early at the age of 6, I personally believe that a 6-year-old, 5-year-old in India and a 6-year-old, 5-year-old in Brazil or UK is not any different from each other as far as football is concerned. But what happens in his life between 6 and 16 matters. I'm training him at a 16, while somebody back in Brazil is already training and has reached a certain level. His fundamentals are much more strong. He's more likely to be a better footballer, a better athlete, all said and done.
What about genetics? Is that a factor? Anju, do we, as Indians, are we at a disadvantage when it comes to body composition, genetics?
Yeah, that played a very big role. As if you look at, even in India, if you look at Punjab, they are good for throws. And if you look at Kerala and southern part, we are good in sprints and jumps. So actually, gene, it's playing a big role in sports, yes. And some certain parts of our world is good in, like where Usain Bolt came. They all are good in football and sprints.
Yes.
So it played it's playing a big role.
It's playing a big role. लेकिन अभिषेक आर्चरी में तो वो प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी जेनेटिक्स को लेकर.
नहीं, प्रॉब्लम नहीं, एडवांटेज ही है.
एडवांटेज ही है.
किसी के लंबे हाथ होते हैं तो एडवांटेज ही हो जाती है कि ठीक है, जीन्स में भी आ रहे हैं और बच्चों में भी आ रहे हैं लंबे हाथ, तो एडवांटेज रहती है उनको. और जीन ये भी कह सकते हैं आप कि डिसिप्लिन काइंड ऑफ, कि एक पेरेंट ने कैसा डिसिप्लिन करा है, उसको मालूम है एक स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन वो कैसा रहा है, क्या क्या करना होता है, तो वही सारे फैक्टर वो अपने बच्चे में देखता है और शायद वही हम जीन को कह देते हैं.
ठीक है. Let me now throw the floor open to audiences. There is a gentleman in the middle in glasses. Can somebody get him a mic, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Shobit Jain. I belong to the education sector. So my question is to Anju and Abhishek both. As sports persons, what advice would you give to educators like myself to better equip our students to help them achieve their sports dreams?
Nowadays, schools actually, it's very, very, very tight. The education system is actually not allowing the kid to go for half an hour play. I can see the CBSE, ICC, actually parents want, it's a standard symbol. So they want their kids to be in the higher level. But kids actually till 10th, how we were, like, let them go, let them play, let them enjoy their childhood. And see, later anyway, they have to study or they have to choose a field. But until then, let them play. So that system should come from school. And you should allow, see, during our time, if anybody is interested in sports and if you want to play, they actually, the first thing what teachers, they were saying like, why you are going ground? So you will be out from school or you will be like in the last bench. So that is the worst thing what they used to tell. But in my opinion, actually the school should allow kids to enjoy their life, at least childhood.
अभिषेक, एजुकेशन की तरफ से क्या सपोर्ट मिलना चाहिए, स्कूल्स की तरफ से, एजुकेटर्स की तरफ से क्या कर सकते हैं?
शायद बच्चे को सारी चीज़ें, सारे स्पोर्ट जैसे मैंने बताया कि खेलने चाहिए, तो शायद जो एक पीटी टीचर होता है स्कूल में, तो वो भी एक कोच की भूमिका दे सकता है कि कौन सा बच्चा किस गेम में ज़्यादा अच्छा है, क्योंकि जजमेंट के लिए उनसे बेटर कोई नहीं होगा, क्योंकि उनको 6 घंटे उनके साथ, बच्चे के साथ बिताते हैं. एक क्लास में 70 बच्चे हैं, फॉर श्योर सबको इक्वल नहीं देख सकते, पर 70 बच्चे में कौन सा टॉकेटिव है या कौन सा ध्यान से पढ़ाई करता है या किसी को स्पीच में अच्छे मार्क्स दिए जाते हैं, हम पहचान लेते हैं. तो सेम चीज़ पीटी टीचर की भी होती है कि कौन से गेम में कौन सा बच्चा अवेल कर रहा है, कौन सा बच्चा अच्छा है, तो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा उसको एनकरेज किया जाए, उसको टाइम दिया जाए. और जो ½ एन आवर का टाइम होता है कि ठीक है स्पोर्ट्स आप ½ एन आवर कर लो, अगर आप इक्वालिटी देखो, आप 6 घंटे में से 5.5 घंटे तो एजुकेशन दे रहे हैं और हाफ एन आवर आप स्पोर्ट्स के नाम का दे रहे हैं, आप कुछ भी कर लो और आप सोचो कि एक अच्छा स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन भी निकल जाए, ऐसा नहीं होगा। उसको टाइम थोड़ा सा हमें देना पड़ेगा। हाफ एन आवर से प्रोफेशनलिज्म ला करके, ठीक है, एट द एज ऑफ 6-7 ईयर जो क्लास स्टैंडर्ड आ जाती है उसमें थोड़ा सा प्रोफेशनलिज्म लाना चाहिए, कोचेज़ लाने चाहिए, या गेम कोई पर्टिकुलर उसको मास्टर करना चाहिए कि ठीक है आपका ये वाला गेम अच्छा है या मेरा इस स्कूल में ये वाला गेम अच्छा है, तो उसको थोड़ा सा अप्रिशिएट करके बच्चों को आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए।
Mukul, how about schools supported by Tata Steel? Do you try to follow a different system?
So, I don't know of schools supported by Tata Steel, but I can just speak about schools that are there in Jamshedpur, which are not run by Tata Steel, but constructed or rather helped by Tata Steel. Fortunately, being a tier 3 city, you have good amount of infrastructure. In fact, when I was moving from Mumbai to Jamshedpur, I had difficulty convincing my wife because our 6-year-old son, and we were worried that, why are you moving from Bombay to Jamshedpur? So the reason that or rather the selling point that I had was it's a good city for education and for children to grow up as far as sports is concerned, and that was my selling point because you have good amount of infrastructure. Cutting to infrastructure back in other cities, it's a difficult one. And this gentleman who's from education, I think you'll have to just make do and figure out in terms of the space that you have, in terms of optimization. Not every sport needs a lot of space. There is chess, there is many other sports where we're doing fairly well. And I think those are things that we need to introduce. But sport, in some manner or the other, you can still have it integrated within the system, given the constraints that you have. But it surely can be done. As far as Tata Steel is concerned, we are doing our bit in the areas where we are present. And as far as developing the grounds are concerned or supporting any particular school, underprivileged schools which are there, we are doing quite a bit in that space.
Okay. Any questions from the audience? There is a gentleman here in a brown shirt. Can someone get him a mic, please? No, it's better to use a mic. Please introduce yourself and ask your question. The mic is...
Good afternoon. This is Sanjay Agarwal. My question to the entire panel is, India is planning to bid the host for, they're trying the 2036 Olympics. And during a lot of such kind of discussions, we've come to know that there are a lot of academies, various like Tata Steel is one, the railways are one. They're not in unison. Everybody is not, they're not vying for together. As a nation, we are somewhere losing that. So do you think that we are going to be successful in that bid for the Olympics 2036?
I think once it starts, it takes momentum. Everything will be aligned. And I'm sure the government has plans for that. And I'm sure they'll get everybody on board when it's supposed to be taken. I think there's a lot amount of good work that has already happened. I think Anju ma'am can add to that. But there's good amount of work that is happening back in Gujarat in terms of infrastructure. And I think one is getting ready for that.
Now in government level, the decentralization is happening. And so the camp concept, actually, they are revamping. And all these athletes, actually, they are allowing them to go to any academies. So railways or Tata Academy or any, like my academy, any academy, if anybody is interested, so they are asking them to go there and train. So all these academies, actually, they are going to utilize. And the thing, and the good part is like the athletes, the senior athletes, most of them are starting now academies and they are coming back and giving back to like sport. And it's a good sign, like most of them are here now. So the seniors actually as a mentors, as a coach, so they are giving, actually they are supporting our youngsters, and actually that is building our ecosystem. And this recently concluded Asian Games, actually we counted the number and we got that much medal. So in next Olympics we are already counting, and I hope that we will get that. And 36 again, so that we are actually planning to be like on the top.
How nice. There is a question over there in the middle.
Hello, my name is Anish Kumar. I have a question each for Anju ma'am and Mukul sir. Anju ma'am, the role of social media these days helping the athletics because it is a very short period of time, and that's why the people can get involved in it. The new generation can involve in it because of the social media. And for sir, I have a question. Like you have said that in Brazil, the kids are started playing football from the age of 5. But you said that Tata Steel is recognizing the talent at the age of 14. So what is the difference? Why we are not able to do it at the age of 5? Like R.C. Wenger also said the same when the FIFA has opened academy. So what is the reason behind it?
So we have a residential academy and we take only 20 kids. Okay, what I was talking about Brazil as an example was a culture within that country. So it's like we going to school, they regularly play football. And therefore they are the largest exporters of footballers in the world. You go to any country and you'll find a Brazilian playing in that country. Even in India, you'll at least 5-7 players will be coming here, though India is way down the ranks. But they are the largest exporter. As far as we are concerned, why we pick up kids at that age? Because we look for talent all across the country and we get the best to come to learn in Jamshedpur. Yes, it should be started early, but you can't have residential schools at that age because we tried it for a slightly early age, which was 12 and 10, but we had lots of dropouts. Kids getting homesick, not wanting to stay. And this is a very physically demanding sport. So you do practice twice a day. There's a good amount of work that goes into that. So it's important that it is not about one single academy trying to produce that, but as a culture, we have that happening across the country. And therefore, what I'm trying to say is like you have schools all across the country, you have academies and that schools actually training kids at the early age for that particular sport or any sport for that matter.
Okay.
Hi.
There's a question there.
So,
The young man there.
hello everyone. I'm Amulya. I'm in class 9th. So I have question from Abhishek Verma sir. My question is that what initially draw your attention to the sport of archery and what will be your next steps in it? And my second question is that most of the schools have sports like football, badminton, skating and etc. but not archery.
स्कूल्स में तो आर्चरी उतनी दिखती नहीं है.
तो प्रॉब्लम यही है कि आर्चरी को सब डेंजरस गेम मानते हैं पर आज की डेट में वो है नहीं. आर्चरी इवेंट दो तरीके के होते हैं, एक इंडोर भी होता है एक आउटडोर भी होता है और सबकी नज़रों में हम आउटडोर ही जो 50 मीटर पे 70 मीटर पे खेला जाता है वो उसी को खेलते हैं. पर हम साथ ही साथ 18 मीटर पे भी एक इंडोर इवेंट्स होते हैं वो भी हम खेलते हैं. उसका ज़्यादा अवेयर नहीं है अभी इंडिया में. और इनिशियली स्कूल लेवल पे हम सबको गाइड भी करते हैं, स्कूल को भी गाइड करते हैं कि एक इंडोर में आप स्टार्टअप ले सकते हैं बेस बनाने के लिए किसी भी आर्चर का या किसी भी एकेडमीज़ के लिए. 18 मीटर पे कोई ज़्यादा डेंजरस चीज़ नहीं होती क्योंकि वो होता है कि टारगेट से मिस हो गया या बच्चे ने चला दिया तो पीछे किसी को हिट ना हो जाए. तो पीछे एक वॉल होती है 18 मीटर पे और कॉन्सेप्ट बहुत क्लियर है कि 18 मीटर पे स्टार्टअप किया जा सकता है स्कूल लेवल पे. स्कूल्स को सबको गाइडलाइंस भी इशू करी गई हैं फेडरेशन के थ्रू और गवर्नमेंट के थ्रू कि आप 18 मीटर पे इंडोर में कराने से थोड़ा सा सेफ होगा. और हर स्कूल के पास आउटडोर ग्राउंड भी नहीं होता जो कि आउटडोर टारगेट कर सकें. प्रोसेस और सब फेडरेशन के थ्रू लगे हुए हैं कि गाइड और अवेयर कर पाएँ कि 18 मीटर पे हो रहा है और आप ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं स्कूल्स में. पिछले साल में डीएवी ने और बाल भारती ने कई सारे स्कूल्स ने इसको एडप्ट लिया है और बहुत सारे प्लानिंग है कि इसको अवेयर करके इसको बताया जाए स्कूल्स में कि आप ये सेफ है गेम और इसको एनरोल किया जा सकता है स्कूल्स में.
अगर कॉमन सेंस तरीके से देखा जाए तो टारगेट के लिए डेंजरस हो सकती है, आर्चर के लिए तो उतना डेंजर नहीं होना चाहिए.
कोई भी चीज़ डेंजरस हो सकती है अगर आप वो ये दुर्घटना सावधानी हटिए दुर्घटना घटी, वही सारी है। गाड़ी चलाते हुए भी शायद वही है कि आपको अवेयर रहना पड़ेगा, तो चाहे वो आर्चरी हो, चाहे वो शूटिंग हो, चाहे कोई सा भी गेम हो, आपको अवेयर रहना पड़ेगा किसी भी चीज़ के लिए और प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड रखना पड़ेगा।
जी बिल्कुल।
This javelin and hammer also in schools, actually it's a very dangerous event, and a few kids actually lost their life with javelin and hammer.
Oh yes, correct.
Yes, sir.
There is a question.
Sir.
There is a yes.
Good evening, everyone. Myself Manish. I have the question to both athletes. Success and failure is the part of a sports. So what is your success mantra, or what you want to give the success mantra to other sports who is not getting great success or who is getting the failure? Thank you.
No, in every athlete's career, actually, we are trying hard to win medal. So our ultimate aim is to win a medal in Olympics. And from very young age, actually, we are dreaming a lot. And we are chasing that dream until we win that. But at sports, actually, uncertainty is there. And a lot of injuries can happen, or a lot of other things are also there. But always, actually, we are focused. We are focused in our goal, and we are very clear about that. So when we are on that track, or when we are on the runway, we see many people will be making noise, or they were like crazy about that. But see, we are just focused. In my event, actually, I'm just focused on the board and the 7 meter. That was my focus. So we know what to do, and we will definitely do that.
I see that the Honorable Finance Minister is here, so we'll wind it up quickly. But I have one question. Anju, especially for you, in 2003, when you were literally on top of the world, India was losing the Cricket World Cup final. No, not because of that. But how did you feel that the advertising guys were still lining up for the other sport and not so much for you? How does that, how do you deal with something like that?
See, in 2003, no one was really expecting an Indian girl is going to win a medal in World Championship. So they were not ready for that, and their eyes were on the cricket, but unfortunately they missed that, and I got the medal. But after coming back, I think it was a big celebration here in India. And those days, actually, it was only print media and very few channels.
Yes.
And there's no live coverage. But still, I think I got enough publicity with that medal.
Yes. अभिषेक, आपको क्या लगता है, कमर्शियल इंटरेस्ट आपके स्पोर्ट में?
नहीं है। मैं फ्रैंकली बोल रहा हूँ कि कमर्शियली जितना क्रिकेट है वो बहुत लोकप्रिय गेम है, और इवन गली इवन मैं भी बहुत खेला हूँ, ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं खेला, और हर स्पोर्ट्स को चांस देना चाहिए। मैं भी ये कहूँगा कि आर्चरी को भी दे करके देखे, और बहुत सारी इंडस्ट्रीज़ को अगर हम ले करके आए जिन्होंने ड्रीम 11 बनाया या IPL बनाया, वो सारी चीज़ें अगर दूसरे स्पोर्ट्स के साथ भी करें तो आपको फन फैक्टर भी मिलेगा, ऑडियंस भी मिलेगी, और आपको एंटरटेनमेंट भी मिलेगा।
Sorry, Mukul, I'll try to pin you down just a little. There is the Tata IPL going on. Can we see a Tata Athletics League, or,
We can. But at the same time, let me tell you very clearly, the science here is very different. We are not chasing or supporting any particular sport as advertisers. I'm speaking as an advertiser, not as a company which does a lot otherwise for sports. So I'm chasing numbers. So as far as I'm concerned, the Samsung or anything that you see on the chest is not because of the love of the game, but because of the number of audience that it has. Okay? So I'm actually counting numbers. So it's not for cricket, but it's for the numbers that it generates. Tomorrow, if we see the same popularity coming from Kabaddi, and we saw as far as advertising happening on Kabaddi the way it got popular so fast. We have to just see to it that we have a right package, we have to give that time, and see to it that we market it well, and I'm sure we'll get what we get. And cricket had its own hard time, by the way, and they reached there before this.
Yes. So let's not keep the Honorable Finance Minister waiting anymore. It's been a great discussion. At least I loved it. I hope you did too. Thank you very much for agreeing to join the panel. I'll hand it over to Geetika.
Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists. Please come together for a group photograph. Esteemed moderator, please join them for the group photograph. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what I'd like to say to wrap this session up is that it's not just Virat Kohli that will go up on the walls of sports fans. Anup Kumar, Abhishek and Anju, the greats, have a chance too in Just Changing. Thank you very much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the inaugural session of the inaugural edition of the two-day annual Thought Leadership Summit, Business Standard Manthan. And this is an occasion where we are stepping into the 50th year of Business Standard. It is a significant milestone. It is a momentous occasion. And it is an important day to commemorate 50 glorious years of ideal, exemplary, and unmitigated excellence in business journalism. And that is why, Honorable Minister, it is so very special to have you here for the inaugural edition. In fact, I'd like to say nothing could have been more appropriate, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome in our midst noted economist, respected politician, senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Honorable Union Minister of Finance, Minister of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman. A very warm welcome, ma'am. Please join us on the dais. May I please request Editor, Business Standard, Shailesh Dhobal, to escort her on the dais. We thank the Honorable Minister for taking the time out, joining us here for this momentous occasion. And we are waiting to hear from her. But first, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request the Honorable Minister to kindly unveil the special edition of Business Standard on the occasion of us stepping into our 50th year. And also, the mast has a new logo on it, so all of that coming way of our readers. Ma'am, please do the honors. Congratulations, a special commemorative edition of Business Standard unveiled by Honorable Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to play for you a special film celebrating 50 glorious years of Business Standard. Attention on the screen. And once the film is played, I'd request the Honorable Editor to please welcome Honorable Minister in our midst. Would you like to do that, sir? And then we can play the film later.
Okay. I'll use this. Oh, it's working now. Thank you, Gitika, and good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of Business Standard, let me extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Union Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, on this opening day of Business Standard Manthan. Just a prelude, ma'am, since this is the afternoon session. Starting this year, we are embarking on a year-long journey of celebrating 50 years of Business Standard, which is one of India's most respected business dailies. We started life on this day, March 27th, in 1975. And we like to tell ourselves perhaps that was the only good thing that happened on that fateful year. It was initially published from Kolkata, then it was called Calcutta, with a cover price of 40 paisa. Business Standard is now 13 edition strong national brand. and commands the highest cover price amongst all newspapers in the country. Again, a lucky rupees 13. To mark this occasion, we are holding this two-day annual summit for dissecting business and economic thoughts. This national summit of thought leaders, christened as Manthan, is themed around the topic, A Developed India by 2047, the roadmap. We hope Manthan will provide a forum to policymakers, government decision makers, and industry leaders to deliberate on major economic, business, and strategic policy options and challenges that face the Indian economy and the many sectors that are potential to drive our growth. Honorable Finance Minister, we are indeed grateful for you to agreeing to be here with us today, despite your super busy schedule. It's a very busy election season and steering the economy in meeting the unprecedented challenge of policymaking in the post-COVID, post-Ukraine, Russia, and Israel-Gaza world. In the middle of all this, Srimati Sitharaman's presence in the North Block has been reassuring. Her calm disposition is just one of the many reasons for that. The entire team at the Finance Ministry, under your leadership, ma'am, deserves compliments for keeping India in oasis of economic and financial stability among the chaos all around. Deficit is being reduced. In fact, there is an over-delivery here without compromising on the quality of government expenditure. As one of our columnists very simply puts it, and I quote, in a world where much of the West is struggling with deficit and debt, India is clearly saying that we can consolidate the fiscal and still grow at 7 to 8%, unquote. Srimati Sitharaman's track record as a formidable policymaker in the government, an able communicator, and a rare ability to be a good listener has endeared her to everybody. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for agreeing to be with us today. Do I start or do I? Okay. Can we play the film now?
Thursday, 27th March 1975. An idea was born, a vision and a principle to bring the very best of economic journalism to the people of India in the most dispassionate, impartial, accurate, and authentic manner. Business Standard was launched at 40 Paisa in Calcutta from the house of Anand Bazar Patrika, or better known as ABP Private Limited. In the ever-changing landscape of journalism for the last 50 years, Business Standard has remained a stalwart, a beacon of credibility and excellence, known for reporting that stresses accuracy and credibility, commentary that is informed, independent and fair, and journalism that is rooted in ethical conduct and defined by a sacrosanct bond with the reader. Welcome to the journey of Business Standard. First, an institution for practicing journalism of the highest standards, then a newspaper that is the economic voice of the nation, and now a multimedia website and a lot more in the era of digitalization, AI, and machine learning. Founded decades ago with a vision to provide accurate, unbiased, and insightful business news, Business Standard quickly established itself as a trusted source of information for professionals and decision makers alike. With 13 editions across the country and a Business Standard in Hindi, the journey of honest and ethical economic journalism continues, unabated. But as they say, change is inevitable and the only constant. As technology advanced and the media landscape shifted, Business Standard adapted and embraced change, always staying true to its core values of integrity, independence, and excellence in journalism. Today, Business Standard can be consumed through print, online, video, podcasts, YouTube, apps, social media. Business journalism continues to be practiced with passion. Through economic booms and downturns, political upheavals and technological revolutions, Business Standard has remained steadfast in its commitment to delivering high-quality news and analysis that empowers its readers to make informed decisions. As we celebrate the legacy of Business Standard and look ahead to the future, one thing remains certain: our dedication to journalistic integrity and excellence will continue to guide us on our journey for years to come.
Thank you. May I now invite the Honorable Finance Minister to please deliver your keenly awaited keynote address. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and what a wonderful feeling it should be for a newspaper, particularly that which is pink in color, to celebrate 50th, entry into the 50th year. I wish Business Standard all the very best and many more 50 years to come. India needs to have good and comprehensive reportage on matters economic. I would say this even as India is blessed with a few newspapers which are dedicated business newspapers, and the regular white newspapers also have more than a page dedicated to writing on the economy. So there's no dearth of information on the economy. But what I would look at, or what I would look for, is more and more specialized papers, or more and more pages of specialized papers such as Business Standard, so that a spectrum of view on different issues affecting the economy, or which are important for the economy, or on a regular basis taken up, conversations are built on it, and informed pieces, informed writings find a good place. So in that context, even with a few papers, I would think more space has to be given. Not so much nowadays for print newspapers, but at least in the digital media. So I think 50 years of your experience would have seen how Indian economy has moved, in fact, passed by several milestones, some of which are very, very significant. So I think you would be very well placed to look at 2047 in all its vast canvas, which is what the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi is looking at, pitching before us, and making sure that with the confidence that we have today in India, each one of us will be dedicated to getting there, getting to the 2047 of our dreams, 2047, which Indian youth aspire to reach. Is it important because it's a dream which has been placed before us by the Prime Minister? But is it not an important dream that all of us will love to reach, attain, because it is that which is the dream of our youth? It is that which is going to hold the hope for India for the next 25 years. So even as you're moving towards completing your 50th year by 2025, with just another 23, 24 years to go when you will touch 75 yourselves, India at 100, Business Standard at 75, should see a developed India where virtues of a developed economy can be realized even in India. And why do we think it is possible to attain? Where are we today? And what kind of efforts have been taken that we are today able to say it is possible for us to reach there without any hesitations? And that is where I think I'll spend about 5-10 minutes explaining all that, and later, of course, you're going to have a chat with me. just look at the parameters which are important for us to take on board. They are parameters which form a basis on which we can stand and speak. And they may be short-term parameters, but short-term parameters which are before us even after a debilitating COVID, which literally affected every country in the world. India was not unique to it. So 8% growth, 3 continuous quarters, ending the third quarter of 23-24, with other parameters all working towards giving us the confidence that we'll be able to sustain good growth. Now, I know I'm talking on a media platform. I'm also conscious that every line is going to be, oh, the FM said this, and tomorrow. I'm not saying whether it is 8% or 7.9%, but the fact remains that 8% over 3 quarters, and looking at a good sustainable momentum for growth itself is a good plank to stand on. And even as we are the fastest growing economy, to say, all right, we have the confidence now, what are the other parameters we should take on board? And therefore, if that is the first one on which I want to speak, I also want to highlight the path which has been laid out before us, as though it's not as though it has been laid before us without a reason, but the emphasis are on 4 I's in laying that path before us. What are those 4 I's? I've mentioned this earlier once, but it is important to say that now because that's going to be the pathway with which we want to give a picture based on what has been delivered in the last 10 years, and a picture where economists and journalists like you will be very clear that this dream is not just castle in the air. It has ground. It has reason to be trusted because that path is a steady, concrete path to lead us towards that dream. So the 4 I's are investment, infrastructure. I would put the infrastructure first if you want. Infrastructure, the second being investment, third being innovation, and the fourth, inclusiveness. So if these are the 4 with which the pathway to achieving the goal of 2047, developed India, the ripple effect which can be caused by each one of these 4 can give us the mass to have that strength to realize this dream. We could very happily say that these are the 4 I's on which we are placing the emphasis, but record of this government will tell you that we believe in all the 4 I's. Look at the way from 1.88 lakh crores in 2014-15, the infrastructure or the capital expenditure allocation in the budget, to where it has reached today. It is 11 lakh crore in this budget, which is 24-25. I'm not talking about the vote on account. A growth of 433% in these last 10 years. So we believe that one of the I's is very important because that's what is going to give you the multiplier effect. That's what is going to have immediate ripples because most of the in-situ constructions which happen or the infrastructure which is being created will bear multiple results. So that is a very important factor. Now, as a result, we are able to crowd in private capital. We're also able to see that the gross fixed capital formation is also showing tangible improvement. Now, the at cost and constant price, what we have registered in this year, 24, is 10.2% growth in the gross fixed capital formation. So these are very important indicators based on which I think it is possible for us to say, sustain this, move on this very ground, you are sure to reach the objective or the dream that you have before you, a developed India by 2047. Did we leave the states to fend for themselves in our desire to build infrastructure, in our desire to have increased it by 433%, the infrastructure spend? Did we leave the states to fend for themselves? No, we did not. The scheme for special assistance for states on capital expenditure, literally between 2020 and 2021, from then to now, has seen 2 lakh crores already dispersed to the states. And this budget, which is a vote on account talking about 24-25, has also allocated 1.3 lakh crore to the states. So clearly, 3.3 lakh crores to the states, interest-free for 50 years, just to make sure that they will also spend on capital items, thereby creating that kind of an asset which will be helpful in the future, is a firm commitment towards the federal structure and ensuring that the growth is all across the board rather than a few states having big projects reaping the benefit. From this expenditure, which is, or from this allocation given to the states, the ICRA suggests that about 29% more money will be spent in the states for capex because they are now given this additional cushion by the central government. Retail inflation is another factor. Will that deter our speed? Will that be a big drag on us? I think I want to very clearly put before you, February 2024, the retail inflation eased to a 4-month low. That may not be a good enough long period, but the core inflation is at 3.3%, and it is the lowest since 2012. So literally a 12-year low in the core inflation. External sector, there are several things that one can speak about: the merchandise export, the service exports. I'm not getting into details here, but the reforms undertaken between 2014 and 19, big and small, and the reforms even during COVID, despite COVID, underlines two important things. One, the commitment of this government in carrying out reforms. Come what may, we will carry on this momentum, as Prime Minister says, even in the 3rd term after getting elected again. So the momentum on reforms will not be relented at all. It will carry on. But the other factor is, because we had taken up these reforms, today we see that the recovery from COVID, and after that, having the growth that we, in fact, I can say, which is the envy of many of the countries outside of India, fastest growing economy with all cylinders really firing out. You find, I think it's important that we recognize the role of reforms which were undertaken earlier during 2014-19 and also during the COVID period. So I just want to underline the fact that sustaining the momentum on reforms is a very important factor based on which you can have the confidence, we have the confidence, to be able to reach 2047 with the kind of goals which we wish to have. The other indicators of the Indian macroeconomic picture are the external debt position, foreign exchange reserves, current account deficit level, and also the portfolio investments. They're all in comfortable position. So you can stand on this plank and say India has the confidence to set this goal for 2047, and with the 4 eyes, we are laying the path towards reaching 2047 for that destination which we want to reach as a developed country. There is also buoyancy in the revenue collection. I've always noticed that Business Standard particularly is keen on picking up information on revenue collections. Any paper would be. But I've found that most often you're the first to report on it, whilst the rest would come probably 24 hours later. So I want to sort of put my assumption forward, revenue buoyancies of extra interest for Business Standard, and revenue collection supported by very prudent expenditure management has resulted in us having the strength to manage our fiscal deficit better. As a result, again, better financial management, putting out your best foot forward in making sure that your commitment given for the glide path, the honoring of the glide path, which was given during COVID, just as we were coming out of it, is being fully kept intact. We shall keep that intact, and the honoring of it will continue. If we have to look at the 4 I's and the other strengths that the Indian economy has so that we know that we are going on the right path, I would put the digital transformation of India as the topmost on the agenda. It is because of the way in which the scaling up of the digital renaissance, if I can say that, has actually had an impact on so many different sections of our society. Not just fintech, not just payment revolution, but the way in which education, the way in which health services are being rendered, and the way in which governments today see the virtue of using digital methods of keeping a monitor on the economy in the states and also in extending services to the people. Digital revolution actually has placed India much ahead of so many different countries. In fact, many of them participating during the G20 conference desire to understand what this India stack is all about. And some of the bricks which go into making that stack were interesting for them, and they've now engaged with us for a couple of months so that they can see which of them is going to be useful for them, relevant for them for immediate purpose. So we are happily engaging with them because we think there's big virtue for developing countries, for emerging markets to build on this strength. Digital, having gone down to the common man and enabling a lot more buying and selling, if I can put it that way, is the foundation on which the economy can plan for a lot of things. But even more important is the fact that the demographic dividend is something which we talk about. Poverty removal in some sections, multi-dimensional poverty being addressed in some case. You can see that the number of those who come under the middle class is growing rapidly. That's obviously going to have a bearing on consumption itself. So, middle class, just see the numbers which are before us. By the year 2030, you're going to have 70 crores of them in the middle class. So businesses, investments which are coming into this country are keeping that number in mind, that this is the middle class which is going to have the purchasing power, and therefore the market exists here for very many of these goods which till today Indian market was not seen as an attractive market because the buying capacity of your middle class wasn't big enough, or the middle class was not big enough itself. So today your numbers are absolutely stunning. 70 crores by 2030 and 100 crores by 2047 is a significant trigger for people who want to plan their business and also to expand on business to take India forward. The IMF estimates that India's contribution to global growth will be in the range of 18% between 2023 and 2028. S&P, the Standard & Poor Global Marketing Intelligence, says the Indian consumer market will likely double by 2031, ties up with the middle class number that I was telling you about. Consumer spending on food is estimated to rise to 1.4 trillion US dollars by 2031 again. And spending on financial services will climb to 670 billion US dollars from 280 billion, which is today. So that kind of an opportunity is something which you can't see in any other part of the world. And therefore, I think India stands at a cusp where this dream is not going to be just a dream, it is a realizable dream. And the government is doing everything to make sure that it continues with the reform. In real time, it has to be kept alive. Next generation is what you can say each time talking about what are you going to do next for reforms. There are second and third generation are all over and done with. You're now looking at whatever comes next, and that has got to go on. There is no attaining a goal there. So reforms will have to be continued. I think what is important is equally the political continuity. Unless you are seeing a government with substantial support and getting the mandate from the people, which has the dedication and commitment to come up with major reforms, major decisions, and no withering away the time in having the coalition work together and some kind of a dharma to be practiced, none of that. And a predictable and stable environment, predictable and stable taxation structure. All this matters. And that is what we've shown in the last 10 years. And that is what I think we'll be showing in the next term as well. And therefore laying the foundation to take India forward. Compare the position 2014 to today. What was twin balance sheet problem? Today is a twin balance sheet advantage. The RBI itself calls it a twin balance sheet advantage. So we need to take steps to take India forward, capitalizing on all these advantages, and it is not an unrealizable dream. We owe it to the next generation. The youth of India want to see an India which can meet their aspirations, and they don't need to leave the shore to realize their dream elsewhere with all the skills and capacities that they have. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Finance Minister, for your encouragement and such an incisive, high-quality address. In fact, so many things are reassuring in your lecture, right from how political stability dovetails into economic growth and economic stability, on better financial management, not just the center, but the states as well. You gave us the 4 I's of infrastructure, investment, innovation and inclusiveness. And we'll also remember what you told us as media people, that there is no dearth of information. What is lacking and maybe needed more of is specialized coverage to reflect a spectrum of views. Thank you so much for such a lovely lecture once again. Now, may I now invite my colleague and editorial director of Business Standard, Mr. Ashok Bhattacharya, to please come up on stage and start the fireside chat with the Honorable Finance Minister. Thank you so much. AKB, all to you.
Thank you, Sailesh. Thank you, ma'am. We have limited time, so we'll let you go at 3:45, but maybe 5 minutes here and there will. I can't resist asking this question to you. It maybe slightly personal. How do you unwind? I mean, you know, you are always. No, you. I mean, where is the mic here?
That's fine, I'll go there.
No, you
That's
should
fine.
not. No, please don't. This is your mic.
No, that's all right. I think she's getting it.
Yeah. How do you unwind?
Listen to a lot of music.
Oh, wonderful.
Read a lot of books.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah. 5 years ago, when you became Independent India's first full-fledged woman finance minister, And those 5 years were really rocky in the sense that so many things happened in one 5-year tenure. Looking back, is there anything that comes to your mind which you thought you could have done, either differently or something new, or something that you did not do and wish that they needed to be taken up in the coming years?
My answer may not impress a journalist.
No, but doesn't matter.
I strongly believe things happen around you, to you. You are in a place where you're going to have to do something. You're only a nimitta.
Okay.
And I don't think, therefore, I have any reason to think I would have done it differently. I was there to do it the way I was expected to do, by some kind of a force. So I just carry it on without much of a passion.
Okay. Yeah. Anything in your mind which you wish should be taken up in the next 5 years?
Well, definitely a lot of things. And one of that is, on matters economy. I don't know whether it is possible. Again, it's a wish list that I have. In matters economy, center-state differences should not arise on the grounds of politics. We should look at Indian economy.
Yeah.
And unless the Indian economy, after all, it's not separate for central government, the economy is not different for different state governments. Everything put together is Indian economy. And many things that the government of India can speak on, it does because it works together with the state. For instance, central government doesn't have one piece of land. The union territories are there, but majority it is in the states. 99% is with the states. So whatever it does with the states on board. And when systems are so transparently laid out, when the rule book is the Finance Commission, which is before you, and it is there for everyone to see, no point in wasting time talking or bickering on it. Go check the facts. If it's fine, get along, work together. Spending time bickering about it doesn't help, whereas spend time with the Finance Commission to make sure that you're able to get the arguments put forward and get appreciated by the Commission members. Because all that is very important. That's one thing. Second, reforms cannot be anywhere, only the central government's domain. Responsibility to have a better system functioning, better system of governance, and better ease of doing business for the businesses should also be with the state, should also be with the third layer of India's elected democracy.
Panchayats.
Panchayats, urban local bodies. So it should now become a narrative which I think the media has a very big role to play. The consciousness that reform is not alien to the local bodies or the panchayats will have to be completely debunked. We have to say eventually, when businesses set up their business, they come down to the panchayat level. Can you be so indifferent or blind or completely opaque to what means ease of doing business, what it is to have reforms? So that is the next big thing I would like to focus on.
So are you suggesting something like the GST Council at a reform level?
Well, the GST Council as regards taxation matters.
Yeah, but about reforms?
Overall governance, overall decision making, the extent to which people will have to be facilitated to be simply getting there, get their approval and get doing their business. It cannot be India of 1960s or 70s, but yet we want the benefits of reform to go to every, just not workable. So we need to have that taken down.
An institutional solution is a way out? Institutional mechanism?
Institutional mechanism, mindset mechanism. I think a lot of people will have to be told, for who, pray, are you such sticky, round hole, square peg?
Yeah, round hole.
It doesn't work.
In the last few months, we heard a lot about many states, since you're talking about states going back to the old pension system, and then there was a committee also set up. We don't get to hear those pension-related state issues anymore, although the issues are very much alive. What is the way forward? How do you think this pension issue can be resolved?
No, that is a very sensitive issue and a right thing that you're raising it. Yeah. The committee has met up with almost all stakeholders, with the states, with the center, and so on. So it is for the committee now to come up with its recommendation. We'll have to look at it. But the fact remains that states, or anybody for that matter, should not take a call, a knee-jerk call in these matters. You want to take a call, take a considered call. I'm not saying you should not take a call which is different from others. But knee-jerk, eve of your election, or something which you want to keep the attention of people taken away from something towards this, a temptation, has serious implication on states' finances as much as on the center's finances. So I would invite people who would want to have a diametrically different view also to go about consulting, talking, have an open debate, rather than say, oh, I've taken a call, come what may, I'm doing this. Cannot help, it's not your money.
A lot of people say that there is a political solution to it. Change the government as you did in Chhattisgarh, you did it in Rajasthan, and a new government comes with a different belief, doesn't believe in the old pension system, goes in for the new pension system.
Well, it won't be just on the pension, right? The mindset will have to change on many other things as well.
Yeah. Ma'am, 2-3 years ago, you started the initiative on tariff reforms, in a sense that you went in for exemptions, removal of the exemptions, which also effectively meant tariffs went up. In some cases, tariffs did come down. Is there any sense that we can get from you that have actually tariffs gone up? Are you concerned about it? And what is the effective tariff rate right now? Are you worried? Some segments of industries seem to get worried about higher tariffs because it does work against domestic production competitively and efficiently. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, we did take a very clear path about tariff and levels of tariff. Atmanirbhar Bharat is not a regressive step. It's a step to make sure that where you have capacities, where there is potential, we need to have our own manufacturing supported. After all, in India, didn't we some decades ago, take such a step towards automobile? And that resulted in India becoming, at least in some segments, self-reliant on automobile. Today, we are producing and exporting as well. So such, support, inclusive of tariff decisions, do help industry to grow within the country, where you have the capacity, where people are willing to invest, and where there is potential. So the decision on Atmanirbhar Bharat based decisions on tariff are driven by the fact that where we think we have the capacity, at least for a few years, we cannot afford to have cheap imports coming and not even allowing that sector to sprout and grow. So that is one thumb rule we adopted. The other is, if cheap imports are detrimental to many of those who have already been here for a long time, but are on the verge of getting lost because, or getting flooded because of cheap imports, should we or should we not give them a succor? It's not forever. But if your production is not qualitatively good or cost competitive, obviously you'll have to face the music. An artificial protection creating inefficiencies can't be supported. And we are conscious of that. So there are calibrations being done in this policy, keeping India's capacities where you can grow, where you can become more efficient. We do want to give this protection, but for some time. It's not a permanent, shut the door off, we will grow, but we may take 50 years to grow. That's not the case.
That's not a permanent stance. Yeah. I will be failing in my duty if I don't ask you about this question about the ownership pattern of public sector entities. 1991 onwards, you saw disinvestment, then you saw a phase of many privatizations between 1999 and 2003. And then there was a long pause, and then there was one privatization of Air India in 2020 or 2019. We haven't seen any such thing. What is your perspective on what should be the ideal approach to change in the public sector ownership management or structure of management? How do you see this?
I want you to recognize the fact that if there is a government which made it a policy statement on privatization, a policy statement on where private sector will be allowed or will not be allowed, meaning the policy said you are allowed everywhere. A policy statement which said clearly public sector will be present only in core strategic areas, and they were defined. So we are bound by that policy.
And that policy is in force.
Yes, it was passed in the parliament. As part of the budget speech, it came up, and as part of the finance bill, it was passed. So we adhere to that. We believe in that.
So if privatization is not happening, we should not.
It could also be the timing. After all, after 2020, the way in which changes happened in the market, I mean, I take the liberty to explain it a bit longer. I don't want any more implications being drawn or inferred on this.
Okay.
LIC IPO. It was in that path that we went forward. And within a few weeks, people started hitting back, saying, you hurriedly came into the market for an IPO, the value is far less. You can't have it every way you want. We do look at the opportune moment, keeping in consideration that it cannot also send a message to the stock market that the government is there throwing, every rag that it has. No. Equally, even if it is going to take time, we are making sure that the valuation of these companies are improved, even before we take them to the market. So we are spending time, delaying time, if you would want to perceive it like that. We are not delaying time, doing nothing. If we have not brought them onto the market yet, the valuation of that company is being very closely monitored. If anything, it is being improved.
There have been attempts by your government on factor market reforms on both land and labor, and there are also reforms that were attempted on agriculture. What is the current outlook on both land, labor, agriculture reforms going forward, particularly in light of some comments coming from different sources that probably these are issues that can be settled at the state level? So can you give us some clarity on, are you giving the responsibility of reforms in these areas, land, labor, and agriculture, to the states? Because the labor code is yet to be notified by the center. States, not all states have agreed to it. Land reform is in a kind of a cold. So what is your perspective?
Well, first of all, I'm not giving it to states. The states and the center under the Constitution share the responsibility anyway. So we'll be happy even if the states want to come and do something. We are not palming it off. We are there. We will continue to do all that it takes to do things in the name of reform, having factor reforms particularly.
Okay.
But we also want the states, because after all, for other things, you're often pulled up saying, oh, well, you take up things even in those areas which are not with you, meaning solely with you. It's also with us. So we love to see the states also come on board. Our momentum on the reforms will continue.
Okay, thank you. I'm getting frantic messages from that you have to go somewhere. I'm very sorry. You still tolerated Mansingh.
Again, a media event. I don't want them to think that.
Would you take?
You care nothing for us. You were there.
Would you take a question or two? Yeah, sure. Madam Minister has agreed to take only 2 questions. So, okay, there are too many. Okay, go ahead, young man. Ask a question and identify yourself. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Take
the mic. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Akanksha, And my question to you is that being a youth, you are inspiration to not only myself, but a lot of young females. But I want to know what inspires you, what drives you.
A lot of people, when I was young, I had a lot of people who impressed me, who I would want to learn from. So, and as you grow older in your age, you'll also have newer icons who can come into the picture. So it's an evolution. I think every one of us will keep doing that to ourselves. So it is not just one person always. It is one person plus several more. I'm sure you'll have your own choices.
Thank you.
This is the final question.
I'm Arvind Tiwari. I want to know from you what is deterring the central government to go for education and health to make it a state subject, because there is the main root cause which is causing the differences and discord in different systems, the total system, and which is the major cause of corruption also. I'm making this statement: education and health.
I think he's talking about education and health being focus area.
No, let me. What I'm saying is education and health is the prerequisite for any nation to grow. And the disparity in education system and health benefits to all. It is the major cause of corruption. What is deterring the central government, especially the finance ministry, to allocate more funds to this so that it becomes a state subject?
No, it is already partly with the state and partly with the center, both health and education. Giving more money alone, then going by the observation that you have put forth, that there's a lot of corruption. Putting money alone is not going to solve this problem. We need to give money, we need to support them, but the fact remains, systems have to become a lot more transparent, both in center and state. And that is where the reforms will have to be taken further, even with the states. Particularly for education and health, you can't afford to have money pilfered. I would like to just take this opportunity to say, when we insisted on having DBT, direct benefit transfer, there was a lot of resistance from the states saying, no, you don't do that, send that money as always to the states and we will give it to the identified beneficiaries. We didn't go along with that. We insisted that you get the Aadhaar-enabled identity of the beneficiary and money will go into their accounts. I'm happy to say that Government of India has saved 3 lakh crores because of DBT. Now, where does that money go? The money saved from this is not going to my pocket. It's not going into PM's pocket. It'll again be plowed into education and health. So if we are able to make systems transparent, both at the center and state, and be accountable for what we are doing, more money will automatically come. Look at the savings that we've got. That will, after all, go towards improving systems. So that is the way forward, I would think.
I think, thank you very much, ma'am. You have been very, very tolerant, and you have tolerated our long thing, is exceeded our time. Once again, my thanks to you, and please give her a big hand. She's been very tolerant, and thank you very much.
Resounding applause, please, for the Honorable Union Minister for sparing her time and giving us those extra minutes. Thank you very, very, very much, ma'am. I request you all to please stay in your places and allow the Honorable Minister to exit this hall. Thank you very much once again. Please stay where you are, ladies and gentlemen. And that was the inaugural session of Business Standard Manthan. We are taking a very, very short beverage break. I'm going to borrow some lines from a Charles Dickens poem. Polly, put the kettle on, Polly, put the kettle on, Polly, put the kettle on. Let's have some tea. Well, there's no Polly here, but we have put the kettle on, and there is some hot tea. Please help yourselves. Get refreshed, and we'll see you back in your seats. When you come back, post the beverage break, we have Honorable Union Minister, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav with us. So please do quickly have your cups of tea and join us back in this hall for the next session.
Most of my days start with realizing how exciting the day's agenda is. And it happened today as well. After my morning studies in my cozy hostel room, I rushed to the 8:10 meetup with my case study group of the final review of our case study.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, in this beverage break, please do collect your delegate bags from the registration counter. Once again, requesting you all to collect your delegate bags from the registration counter, please. Thank you.
The spirited discussions are in contrast to the calm of the green spaces the campus offers. As the first class starts, the professor opens the discussion on the case, Economics of Ethanol Business. The class engages in a deep study following the first arguments, and then we delve into a perspective-based discourse. After that exciting conversation, I walk past the coffee station, placed just outside my class. This part of the day is stimulating as I gather hands-on experience at the Bloomberg terminal, processing data into bankable insights. It's almost 1, and I'm starving. I head towards the food court. The library floor is the nerve center of PU. We split amongst ourselves the initial reading of the cases for tomorrow's classes. While working on the case study on forward integration in agribusiness, we detoured to a possibility where product trials happen first in the metaverse. I am confident that the intellectual and physical challenges I endure daily at Prestige University are the building blocks of a grounded and foresighted business leader in me.
AI for business offers tremendous potential. But on traditional PCs, it can be slow, demanding, and power hungry. On many PCs, the data required to run AI programs is uploaded to the internet. But in the hybrid AI world, there's a new kind of AI engine built right into the PC. With AMD Ryzen AI, transformative AI applications can run locally. Processing data on your device means fewer attack vectors. Efficient AI processing with AMD Ryzen AI can also run faster compared to the competition and offers better performance per watt for various use cases versus a CPU without Ryzen AI. Ryzen AI includes a dedicated AI engine powered by AMD XDNA that has a unique spatial architecture, allowing multiple AI applications to run privately and simultaneously without interfering with one another. In fact, when compared to the closest competing AI PC on the market, AMD Ryzen AI-powered PCs perform multitasking commercial workloads like this one significantly faster, boosting your productivity, all while providing immersive AI experiences. AMD Ryzen AI is available now on select PCs advanced with AMD Ryzen processors. To learn more, visit amd.com/RyzenAI.
Indians are going miles with a big smile. Boost your growth story with our corporate banking. Use our unmatched personal banking services, smart investment options, and a wide range of credit cards. Make your dreams a joyous reality with housing, car, education, and gold loan. Let's dream big. Join the vision of strong India. Canara Bank. Together, we can.
She'll soon be quoted on the front page. Business Standard.
दौर बदल जाते हैं, मगर आपकी पहचान नहीं। जैसे सर्वकॉम पिछले 35 सालों से पहचान है भरोसे की, भारत के नंबर 1 टॉप क्वालिटी डोमेस्टिक और इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्ट्स की। सर्वकॉम रखे सब कंट्रोल में।
He's making his investments talk. Business Standard.
Who said modern warfare is only about firepower? Modern warfare is all about smart electronics, be it land, air, or sea. Military operations is all about bits and bytes rather than sheer firepower. Modern wars are fought with radars, radios, and computers. That's the impact of electronics. BEL is continuously pioneering innovation in electronics as a potent weapon for the defense forces, delivering military electronics of the highest quality. BEL enables change through professional electronics by harnessing the power of satellites and ground-based communication technologies for the benefit of the common man. Armed with 9 high-tech manufacturing plants rolling out over 350 quality products, BEL has grown into a multi-product, multi-technology company. In any strategic army operation, timely and efficient communication brings success. Thanks to our secure handheld mobile radios and manpacks, vehicle-mounted equipment for ground-to-ground, ground-to-air, and ground-to-sea communication, which enable efficient communications during critical missions and situations. Modern warfare relies on intelligent electronics to counter the impact of enemy weapon systems. Our electronic warfare systems for signal and communications intelligence, electronic countermeasure, and electronic support measure have become the most important weapons in the arsenal of the defense forces. BEL's command control communications computers and intelligence systems, popularly known as C4I systems, enable optimal management of firepower through artillery command control systems and secure communication via integrated secure digital communication networks. What's more, when you have to hold ground during enemy aggression, battle tanks take center stage. And our tank communication systems help achieve higher reliability while gunning for victory. The Indian Navy relies on BEL for efficient communication during war and peace. C4I systems as well as radars, sonars, decoys, and sonar buoys help the Navy achieve control over the high seas. BEL's 2 decades of expertise in optoelectronics is well known. Thermal imagers, night vision goggles, binoculars and laser rangefinders meet the surveillance needs of the defense forces to resist enemy infiltration and helping in paramilitary operations. Our electronic voting machines have made Indian citizens vote with confidence, ensuring free and fair elections. A developing economy, India's various technological needs are addressed by us. Our solar technology helps light the remotest of Indian villages and, of course, manage the burgeoning traffic across cities. Our e-governance systems help state governments to reach out to the people quickly and efficiently, while our air traffic management systems ensure safe takeoff and landing of aircrafts across airports in the country. At BEL, R&D and innovation is a way of life. Each BEL unit has its own R&D setup, focusing on product-specific requirements, supported by 2 central research laboratories at Bangalore and Ghaziabad to explore futuristic and cutting-edge technologies. Tie-ups with external agencies like DRDO helps in joint development of products. This multifaceted R&D approach allows us to drive innovation and change consistently, and all our units are ISO certified.
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard. She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
दौर बदल जाते हैं, मगर आपकी पहचान नहीं, जैसे सर्व कॉम। पिछले 35 सालों से पहचान है भरोसे की, भारत के नंबर 1 टॉप क्वालिटी डोमेस्टिक और इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्ट्स की। सर्व कॉम रखे सब कंट्रोल में।
Most of my days start with realizing how exciting the day's agenda is. And it happened today as well. After my morning studies in my cozy hostel room, I rushed to the 8:10 meetup with my case study group of the final review of our case study. The spirited discussions are in contrast to the calm of the green spaces the campus offers. As the first class starts, the professor opens the discussion on the case, Economics of Ethanol Business. The class engages in a deep study following the first arguments, and then we delve into a perspective-based discourse. After that exciting conversation, I walk past the coffee station, placed just outside my class. This part of the day is stimulating as I gather hands-on experience at the Bloomberg terminal, processing data into bankable insights. It's almost 1, and I'm starving. I head towards the food court. the library floor is the nerve center of PU. We split amongst ourselves the initial reading of the cases for tomorrow's classes. While working on the case study on forward integration in agribusiness, we detoured to a possibility where product trials happen first in the metaverse. I am confident that the intellectual and physical challenges I endure daily at Prestige University are the building blocks of a grounded and foresighted business leader in me.
AI for business offers tremendous potential. But on traditional PCs, it can be slow, demanding, and power hungry. On many PCs, the data required to run AI programs is uploaded to the internet. But in the hybrid AI world, there's a new kind of AI engine built right into the PC. With AMD Ryzen AI, transformative AI applications can run locally. Processing data on your device means fewer attack vectors. Efficient AI processing with AMD Ryzen AI can also run faster compared to the competition and offers better performance per watt for various use cases versus a CPU without Ryzen AI. Ryzen AI includes a dedicated AI engine powered by AMD XDNA that has a unique spatial architecture allowing multiple AI applications to run privately and simultaneously without interfering with one another. In fact, when compared to the closest competing AI PC on the market, AMD Ryzen AI-powered PCs perform multitasking commercial workloads like this one significantly faster, boosting your productivity, all while providing immersive AI experiences. AMD Ryzen AI is available now on select PCs advanced with AMD Ryzen processors. To learn more, visit amd.com/RyzenAI.
Indians are going miles with a big smile. Boost your growth story with our corporate banking. Use our unmatched personal banking services, smart investment options, and a wide range of credit cards. Make your dreams a joyous reality with housing, car, education, and gold loan. Let's dream big. Join the vision of strong India. Canara Bank. Together, we can.
She'll soon be quoted on the front page. Business Standard. He's making his investments talk. Business Standard.
Who said modern warfare is only about firepower? Modern warfare is all about smart electronics, be it land, air, or sea. Military operations is all about bits and bytes rather than sheer firepower. Modern wars are fought with radars, radios, and computers. That's the impact of electronics. BEL is continuously pioneering innovation in electronics as a potent weapon for the defense forces, delivering military electronics of the highest quality. BEL enables change through professional electronics by harnessing the power of satellites and ground-based communication technologies for the benefit of the common man. Armed with 9 high-tech manufacturing plants rolling out over 350 quality products, BEL has grown into a multi-product, multi-technology company. In any strategic army operation, timely and efficient communication brings success. Thanks to our secure handheld mobile radios and manpacks, vehicle-mounted equipment for ground-to-ground, ground-to-air, and ground-to-sea communication, which enable efficient communications during critical missions and situations. Modern warfare relies on intelligent electronics to counter the impact of enemy weapon systems. Our electronic warfare systems for signal and communications intelligence, electronic countermeasure, and electronic support measure have become the most important weapons in the arsenal of the defense forces. BEL's command control communications computers and intelligence systems, popularly known as C4I systems, enable optimal management of firepower through artillery command control systems and secure communication via integrated secure digital communication networks. What's more, when you have to hold ground during enemy aggression, battle tanks take center stage. And our tank communication systems help achieve higher reliability while gunning for victory. The Indian Navy relies on BEL for efficient communication during war and peace. C4I systems as well as radars, sonars, decoys, and sonar buoys help the Navy achieve control over the high seas. BEL's 2 decades of expertise in optoelectronics is well known. Thermal imagers, night vision goggles, binoculars, and laser rangefinders meet the surveillance needs of the defense forces to resist enemy infiltration and helping in paramilitary operations. Our electronic voting machines have made Indian citizens vote with confidence, ensuring free and fair elections. A developing economy, India's various technological needs are addressed by us. Our solar technology helps light the remotest of Indian villages and, of course, manage the burgeoning traffic across cities. Our e-governance systems help state governments to reach out to the people quickly and efficiently, while our air traffic management systems ensure safe takeoff and landing of aircrafts across airports in the country. At BEL, R&D and innovation is a way of life. Each BEL unit has its own R&D setup, focusing on product-specific requirements, supported by 2 central research laboratories at Bangalore and Ghaziabad to explore futuristic and cutting-edge technologies. Tie-ups with external agencies like DRDO helps in joint development of products. This multifaceted R&D approach allows us to drive innovation and change consistently, and all our units are ISO certified. BEL's management practices are not just inspired, but also driven by its customers. Planned diversification and exploration of new markets, resourcefulness, operational commitment, and excellence are hallmarks of BEL's corporate functioning. BEL has emerged as a quality defense electronics supplier to the world, catering to over 40 countries across the globe who've relied on BEL products for years. As India consolidates its leadership position in the new economy, there's only one Indian company aiming for a global footprint in professional electronics, and that is Bharat Electronics, India's pride in defense electronics.
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard.
"1969 was the year when man first landed on the moon, a giant leap for mankind. 1969 was also the year when REC was incorporated to resurrect the agriculture sector by energizing irrigation pump sets, a giant leap for the Indian agrarian economy. Since then, we have diversified into new technologies and financed over 1 lakh megawatt of energy. We have come a long way from setting up our first regional office in 1974 to presence across India to 23 project offices today. We are now one of the biggest financial institutions in the country, funding generation, transmission, distribution and renewable energy projects. The future is now, and we are constantly reinventing ourselves to stay ahead of the times. From issuing our first bonds in 1975 to raising funds from across the globe and having one of the highest foreign institutional investment among public financial institutions, the trust of our investors has been driving us forward. As a testament to the faith reposed by our stakeholders, we have established ourselves as an accredited financier and have the highest credit rating from all major domestic agencies. Internationally, we are rated at par with the sovereign ratings by Moody's and Fitch. With our client-oriented approach, we continue to set new benchmarks in our performance and continue to outshine our peers while creating maximum value for our clients with untiring diligence and strong ethics as our guiding principles. We do not just provide comprehensive, competitive and customized energy finance solutions, but also transform the entire power sector value chain of the country by providing electricity access in every corner of the nation and to every doorstep. We have made a place in the life of every Indian. We are an enabler of flagship Government of India reform. As India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy, our goal is to help India become a leading economic power in the world while paving the way for a brighter nation. Our vision is to be the leader in catalyzing an innovative, inclusive and a sustainable future. REC, endless energy, infinite possibilities.
He's about to land his dream job. Business Standard.
मैडम जी वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए।
दिखाते हैं इनको।
मोटे वड़ा पाव।
डीलर निकाल दे इसके बाद।
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही।
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
In the holy city of Sri Amritsar Sahib, three great visionaries, Sir Sundar Singh Ji Majithia, Bhai Veer Singh Ji, and Sardar Tarlochan Singh Ji, laid foundation of Punjab and Sindh Bank on the noble principles of social commitments towards weaker sections of the society. Bank has embarked on a journey for expanding its footprint in India and is presently having 1,553 branches, 885 ATMs, and 2 digital banking units. Bank has been an active catalyst in driving the country's economic development by financing infrastructure projects, MSMEs, farmers, students, professionals including other sections of the society. In financial year 2022 to 23, Bank posted all-time high net profit of rupees 1,313 crores. Several new services are now available on Bank's highly popular mobile and web application, PSB Unique. and it's continuously upgrading to come up to the expectations of next-gen customers.
Punjab and Sindh Bank, where service is a way of life.
She'll soon be quoted on the front page. Business Standard. He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard. She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
दौर बदल जाते हैं, मगर आपकी पहचान नहीं। जैसे सर वो कौन? पिछले 35 सालों से पहचान है भरोसे की, भारत के नंबर 1 टॉप क्वालिटी डोमेस्टिक और इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्ट्स की। सर वो कौन? रखे सब कंट्रोल में।
Most of my days start with realizing how exciting the day's agenda is. And it happened today as well. After my morning studies in my cozy hostel room, I rushed to the 8:10 meetup with my case study group of the final review of our case study. The spirited discussions are in contrast to the calm of the green spaces the campus offers. As the first class starts, the professor opens the discussion on the case, Economics of Ethanol Business. The class engages in a deep study following the first arguments, and then we delve into a perspective-based discourse. After that exciting conversation, I walk past the coffee station, placed just outside my class.
Good evening, ladies and
This part
gentlemen.
of
We're
the day is
awaiting a few more of our delegates
as
to
I-
join us here in the main function hall, after which we will head straight into the session with the Honorable Union Minister of Railways, Communications, Electronics and IT. If your friends are out there still having tea, coffee, please request them to join us here in this main function hall. We'd like to start as fast as we can. And also, I hope all of you have been able to collect your delegate bags from the registration counter. If you haven't, you could do so after this session. Your delegate bags are at the registration counter. You could collect them. Thank you very much.
The library floor is the nerve center of PU. We split amongst ourselves the initial reading of the cases for tomorrow's classes. While working on the case study on forward integration in agribusiness, we detoured to a possibility where product trials happen first in the metaverse. I am confident that the intellectual and physical challenges I endure daily at Prestige University are the building blocks of a grounded and foresighted business leader in me.
AI for business offers tremendous potential. But on traditional PCs, it can be slow, demanding, and power hungry. On many PCs, the data required to run AI programs is uploaded to the internet. But in the hybrid AI world, there's a new kind of AI engine built right into the PC. With AMD Ryzen AI, transformative AI applications can run locally. Processing data on your device means fewer attack vectors. Efficient AI processing with AMD Ryzen AI can also run faster compared to the competition and offers better performance per watt for various use cases versus a CPU without Ryzen AI. Ryzen AI includes a dedicated AI engine powered by AMD XDNA that has a unique spatial architecture allowing multiple AI applications to run privately.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope all of you have been sharing your experience at Business Standard Manthan using the hashtag BS Manthan and hashtag BS8050, BS at 50. Do share photographs, your thoughts, your experiences, moments from the day that you all had here at Business Standard Manthan online. And once again, may I please request you all to place your mobile phones in silent mode. Honorable Union Minister for Railways, Communications, Electronics and IT will soon be joining us, and we'll head straight into the session, the digital backbone of India, Telecom, IT. And while we await the arrival of the Honorable Union Minister, I should just share my thoughts with you about this session that's coming up. If there's ever been a landscape that is evolving, then it is this, the telecom IT digital landscape of India. In fact, over the last 5 years, India has seen a great digital transformation that has placed us, I think, in second spot amongst the 17 major digital economies of the world. Indeed, digital is the backbone of India. Digital is going to be the game changer going ahead for the Indian economy. Yes, we are cruising on a jet plane. The ride is smooth, but there is bumpy weather. We are facing challenges such as regulatory roadblocks. You have the urban and digital, the urban and rural divide with regards to digital infrastructure. Lots and lots of roadblocks along the way. But this is the time when
IT, telecom, and digital will indeed set a rock-solid foundation for the growth of the Indian economy in the years ahead. Just like the human body has 33 vertebrae, and it's considered to be the central support system of the body, the spine, the backbone. In the same way, digital infrastructure in India is the central support system of the growth of the Indian economy. And as we in India, we surf the waves of tumultuous digital transformation, may the force be with us, and may our backbone be erect. Very soon, we will speed into this next session, the digital backbone of India, Telecom IT. We're awaiting the arrival of the Honorable Union Minister. We have several young people here in the audience. Which was your favorite session? You've attended most of the sessions, I know. Which one did you enjoy the most, or which one had a maximum takeaway for you? The session with the finance minister.
The second one was the session which we started with.
The AI session, yes, yes. How can India ride the AI wave to become a global powerhouse? Yes. Especially the panelists in that session are very relevant to our day-to-day lives. All of them great achievers in the field, experts in the domain. So it was very interesting listening to their take on some very relevant issues there in the AI panel, I know. And you asked Madam a question too.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Hello, Pravesh Kumar this side, and founder of Pravesh and Krishna Universe Private Limited. And there is so far very nice sessions and very knowledgeable and learning.
Yes, of course, yes.
Yeah, about the AI or even the, but I'm not agree with the Mr. Rohit Lama, what he said about some negative things. So I think it could be better. We are on the, today we are on the rock and roll economy. We are in the fifth largest economy in the world.
Yes.
And he says about subsidy. He said subsidies should be given to the large scale. But I would say that as I'm in the, I assist to the new companies to provide the subsidy. So it is not just a matter of time. It is a kind of thing कि पहले की गवर्नमेंट जैसा नहीं है जैसे कि आपने कहीं किसी खेत में बोर्ड टांग दिया है और क्या कहते हैं पेपर अंदर ही अंदर कहीं चल रहे हैं और मतलब आपको सब्सिडी मिल गई है.
Sir, I will take this with you offline, but the Honorable Minister has arrived, so we'll continue this conversation.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much for your views.
And please put your hands together and welcome amidst us a leader who's having a maximum impact on the growth trajectory of communications, electronics, IT industries in India. Good evening, sir. Very, very warm welcome. We have with us Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, Union Minister of Railways, Communications, Electronics and IT. Sir, you are at the Business Standard Manthan, and we'd like to thank you very much for taking the time out and joining us here. May I request Editor, Business Standard, Shailesh Jopal, to kindly welcome Honorable Union Minister.
Thank you, Gitika, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Again, on behalf of Business Standard, let me extend a very warm welcome to Honorable Union Minister of Railways, Communication, Electronics and Information Technology, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, on this opening day of Business Standard Manthan. I'll just take a prelude because you're coming in late, late in the sense, not late, late for the day. Starting this year, we are embarking on a year-long journey of celebrating 50 years of Business Standard, which is one of India's most respected business dailies. We started life in March 27, 1975, and to mark this occasion, we are holding this two-day annual summit for dissecting business and economic thoughts. This national summit, which we have christened as Manthan, is themed around the topic, A Developed India by 2047, the roadmap. We hope Manthan will provide a forum for policymakers, government decision makers, and industry leaders to deliberate on major economic, business, and strategic policy options and challenges that face the Indian economy and the many sectors that have the potential to drive the country's economic growth. Honorable Minister, we are indeed grateful for you for agreeing to be here with us today, despite your demanding schedule amidst the busy election season. Mr. Vaishnav needs no introduction. Like I've already told you, is the Union Minister for Railways, Communication, Electronics and Information Technology. Mr. Vaishnav is a former IS officer from the Odisha cadre. He has served the people of Sundargarh, Balasore, Cuttack, and Goa. He earned his master's in technology from IIT Kanpur and an MBA from Wharton. He brings a combination of skills in technology, finance, and its application to weakest sections of the society. Mr. Vaishnav firmly believes in the philosophy of Antodaya that is transforming the lives of the marginalized sections of the society. During his current tenure as Union Minister of Railways, Communication, Electronics and Information Technology, he oversaw the resolution of many tricky policy issues in his domain, from the innovative solution for the adjusted gross revenue areas in the telecom sector to the successful launch of the ambitious India Semiconductor Mission. Many thanks, sir, for agreeing to be with us here, and look forward to your fireside chat with my colleague. May I now invite Ms. Nivedita Mukherjee, Business Standards Executive Editor, to join the Minister on stage to start the fireside chat. Nivedita, over to you, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Vaishnav. Welcome to this exciting fireside chat. Is it not working?
Okay. Good to be in the company of all journalists. It's like being in the Shark Tank.
So I'll begin by asking a question which is related to the theme of our summit, which is Developed India at 2047. So you oversee sectors which are always in news. And even for Developed India at 2047, everyone is looking up to technology and how technology will drive us up there. What are your thoughts? You know, how can technology and, related...
See, the core of our thought process of Prime Minister Modi ji's vision, the core is the citizen. The entire vision of Vikasit Bharat, Developed India, that is basically woven around how we can bring a sustainable, a major transformative change in our citizens' lives. That's the fundamental point. Talk about people in the lower income groups. How can we make sure that people's incomes increase, make sure that poverty is eradicated fully, make sure that people living even with modest income, they have opportunities which are available to people with higher income. Look at the people in the middle class today. How can the middle class families, how can they have a very sustainable growth, a proper health coverage, a good education opportunities, good employment opportunities, making sure that every middle class family is kind of assured about having a good quality home. That's the fundamental thought. How that thought will be realized will require lots of policy interventions, lots of investments, lots of use of technology, lots of re-engineering our government processes, and lots of focus on making sure that the potential of each and every citizen is realized. That's the fundamental thought process. That's the way we are moving. I don't think it is purely about technology or purely about one thing or other. It's more about, it's a very holistic thought about how do we actually uplift our society.
Do you have any thoughts on the first 100 days, if you come back as IT and Telecom Minister?
See, our government works in continuity. For the last 10 years, there has been a very significant, very good continuity, very clear thought process, where whatever any ministry does is basically reflected in the overall thought process of the government. We call it whole of the government approach, and we want to call it the whole of the nation approach, right? So, for example, let's say talk of telecom. The telecom facilities which are available to, let's say, somebody in Delhi should exactly be available to somebody in Chhattisgarh, somebody in Odisha, to a family living in Northeast, to a family living in the remote parts of Andhra Pradesh. That's the thinking. Thinking is very inclusive growth. Our entire thinking, our entire thought process is very inclusive growth, and no family left behind as far as the basic amenities, the basic facilities, the opportunities are concerned, right? Same is the case of railways, right? For example, the Vande Bharat train. This entire train has kind of been accepted very well by the people, and that is something which is in continuation from almost 2017. 2017 is when the program started. 2019 is when the first train rolled out. So it's a continuation of most of the stuff that we are doing. So in the first 100 days of Modi government, the focus will be on continuity as well as change. So in that sense, it's going to be change with continuity, as in building upon the foundation that has been created in the last 10 years. Our Prime Minister will take many big decisions which basically set the foundation for the next 5 years. And the next 5 years will set the foundation for Viksit Bharat. That's the overall thinking process. We have a very good legacy of 10 years and a roadmap for next 25 years.
Anything that you have top of the mind that has been left unfinished and you think that this is the first thing that I have to do?
See, the 10 years have been a period of laying a very solid foundation, very well thought through reforms, lots of people oriented policies, lot of empowerment oriented policies. A focus in change in the way people think, way our citizens think, that has been brought out. For example, removing the whatever we have, all the colonial things in our life, we must get rid of that, right? For example, using Shivaji's emblem in Navy, right? I mean, that's something which is a matter of pride for me personally and for millions of our citizens. That kind of thinking has already happened now. So time to now start building upon this. And when we build a nation, nations are built brick by brick, layer by layer. That's the way nations are built. Generation by generation, we have to sacrifice. I think most of us sitting in this hall, we are the ones who will see one of the finest periods of Indian history in the coming 25 years, because our Prime Minister has laid a very clearly thought through vision. And in building this vision, Modi ji has taken inputs from more than 15 lakh people across the country, across different sections, across different income sections, across different language speakers. So such a broad consultation has happened, such a deep consultation has happened. So our first 100 years in the new government will be building upon that.
Mr. Vaishnav, related to your work in electronics manufacturing and, starting semiconductor facilities in a big way, we've made major strides. But there are, there is competition from other countries. So what is the competitive advantage that you see in those areas?
That's a very good question, I would say. See, the semiconductor industry globally is about $750 billion or $700 billion. Depends upon how at what point of time we calculate. This industry is going to be double this size in the coming 7 years, 6 to 7 years. A $1 trillion plus industry globally will require something like 900,000 more talented persons. Our biggest competitive advantage is basically three. There are three advantages. First, we are the talent nation for semiconductors. I'll give examples to prove this point. Close to 1/3 of all talent in semiconductors is in India. Most complex chips, the most complex chips are actually designed in India. From conceptualizing a new chip product to actually making it ready for manufacturing, correct? Designing it, validating the design, making sure that the design elements are matching the manufacturing process, then taking it to the manufacturing level, what we call ready to manufacture, ready to fab. So that kind of entire value chain is available in India. That's first biggest competitive advantage. The second biggest competitive advantage that we have is we are a country which has taken big strides in having clean energy. So for our level of per capita income, today the world is actually amazed that we have close to 42% of our power generation capacity, 42% of our power generation capacity is green power generation capacity. That's a very big thing. And today the entire world is looking for more and more products where the manufacturing process is green. So we have a very big advantage in that. Third, we have a very large chemical and gas handling ecosystem in a place called Dahej in Gujarat, where practically every possible chemical that we have heard in our life would be handled there, is already handled there. It is among the top few chemical ecosystems in the entire world. These three advantages are super competitive advantages. There are very few countries which have this kind of competitive advantage. So when I met the CTOs and CEOs of about 45 semiconductor companies I met, each one of them said the natural next destination is going to be India. Each one of them said this. Not a single one had a different opinion. They said your policy is good, your intent is good, your work is good, and the kind of opportunities the kind of challenges that we see in other parts of the world, it has to be that we have to move to India.
There is a view, Mr. Vaishnav, that maybe we should have focused a bit more on chip designing and not get into the other area. You don't agree? It's not too early to get there.
No. We are already in chip designing, right? We are already there. It's a very major chip design facility or chip designing country, I would say. We are already there. I don't think, we should not see this is let me put a context to it. We are a country which has talent in top design, which has talent in top manufacturing, which has talent in medium manufacturing, which has talent in low manufacturing. We have talent and population and people for entire spectrum. We should not be looking at this or that. We should be looking at this and that. Because we need jobs for middle class, for low income, for high income, for highly educated, for low educated. We need jobs for every sector of the society. So the people and the particular individual who is espousing this theory is very elitist theory. That's a very elitist theory. That basically that theory is aimed at only the highly educated people. We need employment opportunities for entire spectrum, for entire pyramid.
Linked to the PLI scheme, Mr. Vaishnav, localization has been a major goal. How are we going to meet the localization goal, and are the restrictions in FDI, especially linked to say Chinese investment, is that a hurdle?
See, I would like you to visit one of the mobile manufacturing facilities. The precision level is phenomenal. I'll request Business Standard to organize a visit to one of the facilities, right? And my office will be very happy to help you in this. The precision which is there in the manufacturing of mobile phones is phenomenal. It's unimaginable. I wish if you take a look at one of the videos where there is a steel cube, it looks like one solid steel cube, but that is actually 16 pieces which are, and the cut in the steel is in nano and micron dimensions. That is the precision which is already within a short time frame of few years, already we are moving up in the value chain. As we speak, bare PCB manufacturers, passive component manufacturers, active component manufacturers, memory chip will be rolled out in December 24 already. Practically every part of the value chain is planning to come to India. So many of them have already found identified partners. Many of them are already scouting for land. Many of them have already set up their facilities. So this is something which is naturally, I mean, it has to happen. Once I come from a desert state, Rajasthan, so once the camel puts the head in the tent, entire camel has to come in, right? So, I mean, that's happening now. That's happening, and we are actively promoting it. And in the next term, Modi ji's next term, you will see a major component ecosystem which will be making for India and making for the world.
Mr. Vaishnav, your portfolios are a combination of, say, manufacturing and services. We've seen so many, Apple, Foxconn, everything, manufacturing is like the biggest buzz. And you have services like Bharti, Jio, Vodafone, and TCS, Infosys, everything. So what is your thought on manufacturing versus services?
It is not manufacturing versus services, it is manufacturing and services. I would say manufacturing.
What are you betting on?
I'm betting on both. See, in the next term of Prime Minister Modi ji, manufacturing will be a major focus. India will become a product nation. Mark my words, India will become a product nation. And many of these products will be coming from sectors which are deep tech sectors, which are going to affect every citizen's life. Starting, you have seen the example of toy making, right? Starting with a focus on toy making. Today we are exporters of toys. Defense manufacturing. Anybody could, 15, 20 years back, nobody could ever believe that India will become a defense manufacturer and exporter. 10 years back, nobody could believe that India will become a telecom equipment manufacturer and exporter. Today, our Indian designed and manufactured, made in India radio equipment, very complex equipment. They are actually being installed in US, in Europe, many parts of the developed world. So that pace, that phenomenon has already happened. We will also continue our lead in services, and will actually enhance our lead in services. We'll create a major policy framework for the GCCs which are set up here and build on that strength. So I would say manufacturing and services, because both of them are hugely employment generating. Today manufacturing is about 3 crore employment in our country. In next 5 years, definitely it will be double of that.
Globally, we are seeing a lot of action, global regulatory action vis-a-vis big tech. Are there any lessons to be learned for India from there?
So the big tech and especially the social media context, we must understand that the entire context has changed. The 1990s context where internet was a very limited kind of use, that was the context in which the idea of a platform or the idea of no liability of the internet provider versus the content provider, that construct had come of safe harbor. That context is no more there, right? Just like in your newspaper, you are actually taking care to make sure that nothing false or no fake news are published. The same kind of responsibility has to be taken by social media platforms in the coming, and that is a global consensus which is forming. All the communication and digital ministers that I have met in the last 2.5 years, each one of them have expressed concern on the impact of social media and the platforms on their societies. And yesterday I saw a news item where US has actually restricted access to social media, access of social media platforms to children. So that is going to come for sure. Platforms have to take responsibility.
Would you like to tell our audience about your best moment as IT communications minister and the most challenging?
See, I really felt so satisfied when Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, he laid the foundation of the first fab. I mean, that day I had a kind of a very deep sense of satisfaction in my heart. And also when the Vande Bharat was flagged off, that was also a matter of great satisfaction. Challenges always come, but challenges we have to overcome and we have to face the challenges. Our Prime Minister believes in setting big goals and making sure that he empowers us, making sure that he gives us that opportunity to innovate, to bring as many people as possible in this big journey that our country is making. And I'm very grateful to him that he has created this kind of team structure where each person gets the opportunity to work as per his or her own strength.
We have time for only one question from the audience, perhaps. Just one question. Who would like to ask? Yes, the lady there.
Surajit Dada is not asking any questions. He's the one who asks most questions.
Hi, I'm Ajasvi Gupta, and I've had the privilege of having a short stint at BS as one of the Rahul Kulla's intern this year. Sir, my question to you revolves around the very idea of data surveillance. I feel like in this world of neo-technological data, revolution is the newest form of currency, right? Data would be the newest form of currency today. So how do we ensure as a minister in the government that the data of its stakeholders, it's not misused or misinterpreted? I also have another question, sir. You've donned
only one question,
yeah,
no
just
time.
a small addition.
Thanks.
Yeah, perfect. I think I'd
Okay, so first, see, I'm sure you would have studied the DPDP Act.
Yeah.
You have
I've gone
studied
through
it?
the major laws of it.
At least read the
Yeah.
editorials or the news reports about it. We have created a framework for the entire digital economy. This framework will basically have 4 components. 2 components are horizontal. So Data Protection Act, basically DPDP Act, that is an horizontal construct which affects every sector. This applies to, this can be used in financial services, this can be used in healthcare, this can be used in every sector, right? Second is telecom. Telecom is today the gateway to all digital, all things digital. So that's why it was very important to shift away from 1858 law and have a brand new today's requirement wala law. So that act has also been passed, Telecom Act. The third act that we are building is a Digital India Act. We are working on it, and after the elections are over, we'll start a consultation process. We couldn't have done it during the Model Code of Conduct. Then we will have verticals on it. So it's a very clearly thought through, very well designed framework, and today the world is noticing it. Recently at Davos, many people actually commented, I cannot take any names, but many senior people from rich world, they commented that we really like India's template, India's law, because this law provides absolute protection, but it also leaves a huge scope open for innovation. Whereas another template which the world was using so far didn't have the option, didn't have the avenues for innovating. So our approach in telecom, in DPDP, in Digital India, in our approach towards AI, in our approach towards 6G, is that we are the ones who can be the thought leaders for the world. This is the approach we are following, and we are the ones who can actually create templates which can serve the people at a population scale. So we are approaching these issues with that mindset.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vaishnav. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Sir, we request you to please join us for a group photograph. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very, very much, Honorable Minister, for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and thank him for his time and the valuable insights that he's shared with us here. I request you all to please remain settled down. In a short while from now, we will uplink with London, and we have Martin Wolf, ladies and gentlemen, who will be joining us through a virtual connection. That's happening a little while later. Take a look, there he is. So that's happening in a little while from now. Stay with us. It's a session I'm looking forward to. I'm sure all of us too. In just a few minutes from now, when we establish that link with him, we will begin that session with Martin Wolf. He's been honored with the Commander of the British Empire for his services to financial journalism. Lawrence Summers has called him the world's preeminent financial journalist. Mohammed Al Ryan, former CEO of PIMCO, has called him by far the most influential economic columnist of this world. And Prospect Magazine has called him the Anglosphere's most influential financial journalist. I rest my case. He's here with us at Business Standard Manthan. To steer this session, I have with me on stage the editor of Business Standard, Shailesh Dhobal, who will now take forward this session. Shailesh, please.
This okay, okay. Monish, are we live with Mr. Wolf? Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Wolf.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'll just stop this for the moment so we can see me.
Yes.
I'm very pleased to be with you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining us for Business Standard Manthan. This is a two-day event that we are holding to celebrate Business Standard entering its 50th year. Mr. Wolf, we've already done the introduction. He's the Chief Economics Commentator for Financial Times. And today, Mr. Wolf is going to present on crisis of democratic capitalism. Over to you, Mr. Wolf.
So, first of all, thank you very much. I'm very sorry I couldn't be with you. I always love my trips to India. I will, in fact, be going to India in July, but that doesn't help now. My session is not very long, but let me explain what I'm going to be talking about. This is a book that has just come out. And I hope you can see my PowerPoint presentation now. It's a book that I have just published a year ago. It's called The Crisis of Democratic Capitalism. And for me, it's the first book I've written with a profoundly political theme. And this reflects events in the world, but particularly events in the high-income Western democracies. Indeed, I wrote another column on this subject this very morning about the return to our world of what are essentially, but in change form, fascist tropes, fascist way of thinking about things, and I think they are a serious threat to our political system and our political stability. In this book and in this presentation, I'm going to focus on the Western world. I don't have enough time to talk about the wider implications, except to a small degree. I'm going to start, if I may, with a quotation, which in a way was my guiding point in deciding what I was going to say. And the quotation, I will explain who it's from, is from one of the two great intellectual founders of Western philosophy. This is Aristotle, the second after Plato, who lived in, though he wasn't actually Athenian, who lived in ancient Athens in the 4th century before Christ. And he was a polymath who wrote on absolutely everything that one can imagine, a quite extraordinary intellectual figure. But among other things, he was one of the two founders of political science. After Plato's Republic, Aristotle's Politics is the second most important book. And I discovered in it, when I started to write on my book, a truly remarkable sentence, which I'm going to quote to you. And it's about what makes a democracy stable, a democratic polity stable. And he said, "It is clear then that the best partnership in a state is the one which operates through the middle people," by which he meant the middle classes. and also that those states in which this middle element, the middle class, is large and stronger, if possible, than the other two together, by which he meant both the very rich and the really poor, or at any rate stronger than either of them alone, have every chance of having a well-run democratic constitution. So he was saying, I think before anybody else, that a stable democracy requires a stable, contented, independent middle class. It's a necessary condition in the long run for its functioning. Now, to explain why I specifically wrote this book, I start my book with a little bit of personal history, which may be of some interest here, though our story is one of many stories in the middle of the 20th century of horrible human catastrophes, as of course happened in India with partition. In 1937, my father left Vienna for England. He was on his own. His immediate family managed by a miracle to escape to Palestine in 1939. Their wider family was stuck in Poland, and apart from one young woman, they all perished in the Holocaust. In May 1940, my mother's father, a self-made Jewish fish merchant, hijacked a trawler in order to take his family to England as the German armies poured across the Dutch frontier. He was one of nine. He asked all his brothers and sisters to join him with their families. None came. Their families also all perished in the Holocaust. I am not, to tell the truth, certain of the numbers, but somewhere between 40 and 50 of my parents, aunts, uncles, and cousins were slaughtered. And I was born in 1946, so this happened just before my birth. This was, of course, the result of the complete collapse of civilization in Europe. There were, in my view, many reasons for this collapse, but crucial among them was economic failure, particularly the great hyperinflations of the early 20s and the Great Depression of the 30s. These were what brought Hitler to power. And my conclusion is that if people cannot gain a decent and secure standard of living, a peaceful and stable democratic order becomes very hard to sustain. And that is why the theme of my book, The Crisis of Democratic Capitalism, which I began as Donald Trump became president of the US in 2016, seized me. I'm definitely not saying what happened then will happen again. I'm saying that one must never assume the stability of a liberal democracy. And now let me tell you a little bit after that introduction with what I'm going to talk about. I'll go back. I'm going to start. I've already talked about what motivated me to write this book. Then I'm going to talk about the democratic recession as a global phenomenon. Then I'm going to talk about how democratic capitalism was born. I'll then talk about the state of the high-income democracies and what went wrong, particularly in their economies. And finally, I'll talk briefly about democratic capitalism in the world. So let me start then with the democratic recession. Remember this, in a liberal democracy, that is a democracy characterized by individual civil rights, the rule of law, and respect for both the rights of the losers and the legitimacy of the winners, fair elections determine who holds power. Attempts by a head of government and state to subvert the election or overturn the vote are obviously treason to this political order. Yet that is exactly what Donald Trump attempted to do both before and after the last presidential elections. He failed. Decent and brave people ensured that. But to this day, Trump continues to hold the loyalty of his party's base. He could very well be the next president of the US. It's probably a 50-50 shot. Meanwhile, true conservative stalwarts, such as Liz Cheney, were thrown out of the party. Her crime, simply stating that Trump's big lie, that the outcome of the election was a lie, is itself a big lie. Yet how can a democracy survive if people take their very perception of political reality from their leader. The US is, alas, far from alone. Freedom in the World 2023, from the very well-known independent US watchdog Freedom House, which was published in February 2023, reported a 17th consecutive year of decline in the health of liberal democracy. The democratic recession, noted by Larry Diamond of Stanford and the Hoover Institution, one of the world's great scholars of democracy, more than 1.5 decades ago, is now coming close to a democratic depression. This decline has occurred in all regions of the world, but it is also observable in core Western democracies, including the US. And what happens if it abandons core norms of liberal democracy? Where would this leave the future of liberal democracy worldwide? Let me just show you one chart on this, which comes from the Freedom House report, and it shows in their estimates the decline in what they think of as political freedom in a whole range of countries in the last 10 years up to 2023. And you can see that the US, and I'm afraid India, I won't comment on that further, are in this list, though their declines are smaller, of course. But you can see a very large list of countries, including countries like Turkey, Egypt, Thailand, and so forth, have suffered very large declines in democracy and in the quality of their democracy, and there are almost no countries where it's increased. So with that, let me move on to the next subject, which is, well, how did democratic capitalism happen in the first place? How did this system emerge at all? According to one of the most famous databases on democracy, there were no democracies at all 2 centuries ago. Even when republican institutions did exist, the franchise was hugely restricted on the grounds of sex, race, and wealth. And of course, I'm not even considering here all the countries that were parts of empires and had no political rights at all. Then, in a few countries in the 19th century, franchises began to be widened and universal suffrage democracy emerged, and it spread in fits and starts, including in a huge number of newly independent countries in the second half of the 20th century, to cover half of the world's countries after 1990, before declining once again in this democratic recession that I've mentioned. This did not happen everywhere, but it happened in enough important countries to change the world. By this, in this case, I mean the extension of democracy. So why did democracy become increasingly normal? In fact, roughly half the world's countries are now democratic, to some degree democratic. Remember that the normal way to structure the economies and politics of post-agrarian societies has been for power to belong to wealth and wealth to belong to power. The most powerful people in society were the richest, by and large, and vice versa. Absolute monarchs tended effectively to own everything. So why did the revolutionary change towards democracy occur? The answer, I suggest, lies with the emergence of a marriage between a liberal economy and a democratic polity. Market capitalism and democracy are, I argue in my book, complementary opposites. A market economy and universal suffrage democracy both reject ascribed hereditary status. They embrace the idea that people are entitled to decide important things for themselves. Market capitalism rests on ideals of free labor, individual effort, reward for merit, and of course the rule of law. Democracy rests on ideals of free discussion and debate among citizens when making those laws. Historically, the market economy also brought with it urbanization, a need for a more educated workforce, crucial in my view, the emergence of an organized working class as a political force, and as well as, crucially, an opportunity for a positive sum form of politics. In countries as they get richer, everybody can be made better off if politics works properly. Democracies also rest on the existence of an economically independent citizenry. That was Aristotle's crucial point. A fully socialist society is inevitably a dictatorship, since the ownership of productive assets is vested almost entirely in the state. In the absence of coordination through genuinely competitive markets, the state must be responsible for the allocation of those resources. This then creates a centralization of power and a huge incentive for politicians not to lose it. Thus, markets protect democratic politics from an excessive concentration of power, and democratic politics protects markets from an excessive concentration of wealth. This then is how the market economy and liberal democracy are complementary. Yet, as I have argued, they are also opposites. Capitalism tends to be cosmopolitan. It goes cross borders. The democratic state is territorial. The market is the domain of exit. Democracy is the domain of voice. The market economy can be inegalitarian, $1, one vote. Democracy is egalitarian. The principle is one person, one vote. Tensions between capitalism and democracy will therefore inevitably emerge. If the economy fails to serve the interests of the majority, the sense of shared citizenship will fray, and populist demagogues are likely to emerge. Populism is not necessarily lethal for democracy, so long as it takes the form of an often justified hostility to certain elites. But too often it takes the form of hostility to pluralism, which is an essential, inescapable element indeed in any democracy. Democracy may then be transformed into a plebiscitary dictatorship. Alternatively, the concentration of wealth will lead to plutocracy as wealth is once again transmuted into power. So now let me move to my next section, which is on what's going on in high-income countries. Large rises in inequality and the deteriorating prospects of the old respectable working and middle classes in core democracies have, I argue at length, weakened the foundations of our democracies. In particular, fear of downward mobility has created status anxiety and cynicism, particularly among the old working class. These then have been diverted by right-wing propagandists into cultural and racial resentment, especially in our more ethnically diverse societies. The emergence of the new media has facilitated these trends, but in my view, they have not created them. A big question is what happened to create this status anxiety, especially in people who did not go to college. In the long run, I argue the most important phenomena have been economic, that is deindustrialization, falling productivity growth, and the terrible shock of the global financial crisis. So with that, let me move on to my next chart. So this chart shows deindustrialization in major Western countries. And you can see that back in 1970, industry was the dominant source of employment for a huge part of the labor force. Predominantly, this was obviously male jobs, working class jobs. And as you can see, by 2019, 50 years later, there was a dramatic decline, had been a dramatic decline in the share of jobs created by industry, and with it, the collapse of the old industrial areas. Many of these are the areas which have been voting for Brexit, for Donald Trump, in East Germany for the Alternative for Deutschland, and so forth. These are a very important source of the populist right. And you can see these declines have occurred across the whole Western world, particularly in the UK, but also in Germany and France. It's a very profound change. The second crucial change is that essentially our societies have gone ex-growth. As countries like China and now India are growing much faster, we are growing much more slowly. So this chart shows decadal average growth rate of output per hour of employed people in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s. And you can see there was a dramatic decline in the last period. And that, of course, has underpinned extremely slow rates of growth of living standards, which has combined with deindustrialization to make a very large portion of the labor force think of themselves as worse off, absolutely, or at least relatively. And then Raghuram Rajan, the former governor of the Reserve Bank, argued in a book he published in about 2010 that we allowed easy credit to disguise these adverse trends. But that solution blew up in the financial crisis. The scale and visibility of the crisis and the subsequent rescue of the banks and bankers also convinced a very large part of the population that the elites were both incompetent and corrupt. It destroyed the respectability of traditional elites, particularly actually on the right, where the Republican business elite was substantially reduced in its influence. And I think that's one of the reasons we can now see the rise of Trump to replace somebody like Mitt Romney, who was candidate in 2010. And so the Republicans became ripe for a populist takeover. Now, the shift towards skill-intensive sectors and technologies, deindustrialization, as I mentioned, globalization, the rise of China and other emerging economies were part of the reason this happened. But there is also substantial evidence, in my view, I argue this at length, of the emergence of forms of rentier capitalism, with declining competition, rising monopoly, and unbridled self-seeking among corporate executives. And the role of money in politics, especially in the US, eroded the tax base and to some degree the effectiveness of regulation. These economic phenomena then, I think, greatly worsened the confidence people had in the political system. And here in this last chart I show what happened to GDP per head in, again, the major developed countries after the financial crisis. So each point, as it were, is the proportional deviation of GDP per head relative to what it would have been if GDP per head had continued to rise on the 1990 to 2007 trend line. And you can see, if we leave aside, in every case, the output per head was now in 21. This is far below the pre-crisis trend, but in some cases the shortfall is dramatic. In countries like Spain, UK, and Italy, the shortfalls were 30% of GDP per head below trend by 2021. I mean, just a staggering shortfall from the previous trend. Even in the US, it was close to 20%. The same was true for France. Only in Germany and Japan was the shortfall from the previous trend relatively modest. So the financial crisis turned out to be a major turning point in the economic history of the developed world, and this has not yet ended. So that is where we are, and I think very briefly why I think there's such a political problem in our societies. Now, my final section is just to discuss a bit about how democratic capitalism fits into the world. In a really remarkable book, Branko Milanovic, a former colleague, former official at the World Bank, argues that capitalism is alone. It has won. Yet the crucial question is, what sort of capitalism won? Is it what Milanovic calls liberal capitalism and I would call democratic capitalism? Or is it what he calls political capitalism and I would call authoritarian capitalism? In the contemporary world, there are in fact two forms of authoritarian capitalism. The most common version derives from a takeover of democracies from within. The would-be autocrat eats out the political system from inside. Usually he starts as a populist demagogue, and features of such regimes, of which there are very many, include a narrow circle of trusted servants loyal to the leader, promotion of members of the family, and members of the power ministries, the army, the security services, the judicial ministries, who are appointed because they are personally loyal to the leaders. Plutocrats may find it necessary to support the leader. Ultimately, however, they usually are forced to survive as his cronies. The other big challenger is what I call bureaucratic authoritarian capitalism, the Chinese system. It has turned out, to our surprise, that a communist bureaucracy operating a capitalist economy can be reasonably self-disciplined, long-sighted, technocratic, and rational. Even so, this form of capitalism also suffers from many of the vices of authoritarianism, especially the tendency towards corruption and crony capitalism. Indeed, Xi Jinping himself has said this. These failings threaten both the economy and political legitimacy. This form of capitalism, because it's the Chinese system, is indeed a significant challenger to Western democratic capitalism. Yet in my view, we should not despair. Autocracies remain defective systems. They do not have a clear structure of accountability. They do not have open debate. They cannot ensure a peaceful transfer of power, and they tend in times towards cronyism and corruption. Indeed, corruption too often becomes the system, the entire system. And so in sum, I think we are in a period of profound challenge for liberal democracy and its relationship with the market economy. It's not clear what will happen, but I'm reminded that it has come through many challenges over the past century, and it survived. And I hope and believe it will continue to survive. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for such a thought-provoking and incisive lecture. I'm sure this audience has lots of takeaways. Would you, Mr. Wolf, you're there? Yeah, we can take 2-3 questions from the audience. Please identify yourself and ask the question. Yeah, the gentleman over there. Yeah.
Sir, good afternoon. Am I audible, please?
I can hear you.
Very interesting presentation. The only thought that I felt like sharing with you was on the opening slide, where Aristotle says the middle element should be large, but goes on to say it should be stronger. I feel the word which is appropriate is larger, which would mean that the middle element or the middle class becoming larger, inclusion becoming, spread out, will be support for liberal democracy. Strength has got other connotations, which actually this conversation is trying to, speak against. That was my thought. Thanks.
I haven't read I believe it or not, I can read Greek, and I haven't gone back to look at the original text. But I agree with your sentiment. It is worth remembering, in addition, the crucial element in explaining what happened in ancient Greece, that the population at large were the soldiers. So if you didn't keep the middle class pretty happy, yeah, well, they were the soldiers. But I think your main point is right. The development in a successful democratic capitalist society does depend on creating a large, educated middle class. The economic development depends on that, and so does political stability. And I think that is a universal law. It applies in India. It applies everywhere else. And the decline of the middle classes, or the failure of it to emerge successfully, is a huge problem for both economic progress and the stability of the politics.
Yeah, Mr. Sharma?
Yeah.
Mr. Wolf, we have a question for you from Mr. Shankar Sharma.
Yeah, Mr. Wolf. I have a question which is more fundamental, that why is the assumption that a democratic structure itself is the right form, and that we are trying to find arguments that why it should continue to be the right form, because isn't that a construct of the Western economies, which has been not seen in other parts of the world, in large parts of the world, be it Asia or Africa or even Latin America? Why are we assuming that that is the order that is right and should be continued to hold, I mean, held in like some haloed form, that this is the standard everybody should aspire to? Is it that that was a time in the world when that was popular, and it has faded away to be replaced by what was natural to the world, which is to be run by kings, kingdoms, autocrats, ideologues, demagogues?
So my answer, that is indeed the core of my book, and I have long sections to discuss this, and I've only summarized it very briefly. My argument would be twofold. I mean, we could start an hour-long discussion. The evidence from the kings, warlords, and all the rest of it, and the evidence I provide in my book on this is absolutely compelling, is that they governed overwhelmingly in their own interests. And almost with exceptions, the society they ruled were as unequal as it was possible for them to be without killing off the peasantry on whom they depended. And furthermore, if you look at the history of the economy, these societies were economically nearly stagnant. So progress started with liberal capitalism, which emerged out of the rule of law in crucial ways, which already was a profound constraint on kings. And it emerged further with the emergence of democracy as people at large wanted a say in their public life as they became more educated, and society more obviously depended on them. The economy itself transformed society in a way that these political demands were naturally made. So I think it was a natural and inevitable development. Now, the second point, so the first big point, basically, I think the history of autocracy is a history of extreme failure. The second point in the modern world is there have been lots of autocracies in the last 60 or 70 years. And what we know from those autocracies is the following. Autocracies, obviously, are systems with extreme variance in performance. And the reason for that is there are effectively very few checks and balances. So if you get a demonic dictator as your autocrat, and my God, there have been enough of them, you can end up with the murder of millions of people. And there's been plenty of those examples. Occasionally, it's really quite rare, but occasionally you get an autocrat who actually has a development strategy. I can think, for instance, of Park Chung-hee in Korea, Chiang Kai-shek, not really him, but his people work for him in Taiwan, Lee Kuan Yew, less really of an autocrat, but in Singapore, and Deng Xiaoping in China. These are really rare freaks. In two of those cases, Taiwan and Korea, as the people got more educated, more demanding, better informed, they basically demanded democracy, and the economy has continued to do very well. And these are, I would argue, Korea and Taiwan are the most successful countries economically in the last 70, economically and politically in the last 70 years. Again, reinforcing the general point, which is that the world's richest countries and hitherto most stable polities are prosperous capitalist democracies. Whether China will sustain its movement forward under the much stronger dictatorship of Xi Jinping is very debatable. My suspicion is it won't. So I think your autocracies are inherently failing systems. They have inadequate internal checks and balances. Too often the autocrat starts off or becomes, like Putin, a psychopathic maniac, and you can't get rid of him. And so I don't think it's just arbitrary Western imposition. I think this is simply a better system than any other in the long run. Yep. If you can find a supremely competent generous-minded, intelligent, civilized autocrat and guarantee that his children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be similarly, then I think that is a very good system. But Indian experience, and you've had some good dynasties, shows pretty clearly that's not how it ends up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there, we have one last question, Mr. Wolf. Mr. Jaka there.
Fine.
Please,
Fine.
one last question.
In the developed world, farmers are in distress and are protesting in Europe, in America, everywhere. Is it because markets don't work for agriculture produce?
No, I think not. We don't really have markets for agricultural produce. These are the most rigged markets we have. And that's because they are designed to support the incomes of farmers. And because farming is such a tiny part of our economy, we've been able to afford that at rather a generous level. Farmers, as I think Indians know too, are rather good at protesting. And sometimes maybe they have a legitimate cause. In this case, so far as I can understand it, the dominant issue is the desire to, quote unquote, green farming. That is to say, reduce the emissions, CO2 emissions associated with farming. That's been the biggest source of protest. And here I feel that, that politicians made quite a big mistake. They didn't realize how this would affect farmers. It wasn't a really high priority. The emissions from farming are pretty small compared to the emissions from other sectors in our economies. And they didn't work out a much better path for dealing with this. But I would point out that we've been having protests from farmers as a small community which no longer feels that we pay adequate attention to them. It's such a small part of our population. Quite frequently, this is not going to be the source of our political breakdown. It's far more likely to be the disappointed old industrial working class, a much bigger segment of our population, and the disappointed university-educated young in a slow-growing economy that will be and has been the source of protest from the right, which I talked about here, but also to some degree the left. And the essential point I would make is every society, whatever its political order, has to find a way of accommodating and dealing with the protests of those who feel they're not being looked after properly. Unfortunately, autocrats tend to deal with this first by shooting people until it starts exploding. In democracies, the protests are on the street, which is a good thing. Politicians have to respond, which is a good thing. And in my view, if that's done intelligently, that is the way societies accommodate themselves to change, to the dissatisfaction of their people, because they are allowed to protest. And that means that politicians have to respond to those protests. And that's how a society based on freedom and consensus can function. And indeed, it's the only way such a society can function. So to me, when people are protesting like this, I think it's terrific. That's exactly what I want to see in my society. Because if you suppress it, it doesn't disappear. It just means it will blow up later on in possibly even worse ways. So thank God for protesting farmers.
Yeah. A big round of applause for Mr. Wolf. Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for joining us from London. It was a really eye-opening session. Your prognosis that democracy...
Tremendous honor and pleasure. And I think these are stupendously important issues everywhere. But I remain a passionate believer, perhaps for the reasons I said in my beginning, in the great virtues of freedom.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, now that was some session. Thank you very much to him, and thank you to you for steering this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving straight into the next session. How can this day one at Business Standard Manthan be complete without a good chat about the markets? Yes, in the next session, we are going to be crystal ball gazing into the markets of our developed nation in the year 2047. And we're doing so with the alchemist of Dalal Street, as he is often called. We have with us Mr. Shankar Sharma. He is a seasoned financial expert. He's a seasoned investor and a much admired man in the circles of Indian stock market. Talking to him is Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya. May I please have both of them on the dais. Please put your hands together and welcome our esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to you, Mr. Sharma. The Indian markets have seen some great runs in recent times. How will it be in the run-up to 2047? Will there be twists? Will there be turns? Will there be nasty surprises or joyous moments? And will the growth of these markets be in tandem with the growth of the Indian economy and vice versa? Let's put the spotlight on all of this. Once again, a very, very warm welcome, Mr. Shankar Sharma and Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya. I hand this over to you.
Thank you, Geetika. This is the last session of the first day, and we kept the markets at the last day, the last session of the day for deliberate reasons, because we felt that getting your worldview on Indian markets would be good food for thought as we go home. And thank you once again for agreeing to come all the way to Delhi. You are normally a regular feature for our BFSI summit.
Yes, correct.
And they are always sort of an
In
exciting
Mumbai.
thing.
Yes.
Let me start the session with this question that...
Can I start with one question to you, AKB?
Sure, please, go ahead.
Why has Mr. Naina stopped writing the column?
This is
Is he there in the audience?
Well, he was there.
He was here, yeah.
Probably he anticipated your question.
Okay, and he left before that.
He left, yeah. He decided not to write the column. This has been an issue. He has been wanting to stop writing the column for quite some time. Business Standard would not let him go.
Absolutely.
So it's a loss for us and loss for all our readers.
Absolutely.
There's no doubt.
For sure.
I will convey.
Please do that.
Please do once again.
Even once a month would be great. I mean, if I can understand a weekly column pressure.
Yeah, I understand that. But he does write for Business Standard. You may have seen his. We reproduced his lecture on reimagining Indian agriculture from an employment perspective.
Right.
Yeah, we published that, and it was once again well received.
Okay, great. But please do convey my question.
Sure, I will.
Great,
I will.
Thank you.
Let me say that how do you see the stock market to perform or fare in the next few weeks, or let's say in the month of June and July? You know what I am referring to.
Yes, of course.
You have the elections and all right, fine. Then you have the results on 4th of June.
Yes.
So if I were to ask you, and you can enlighten us, that how should those who have an interest in the Indian economy and in the stock market, and those who are investors, how should they look at this June-July period, and what should be their approach, as well as how do they analyze the market? And can you give us your insight into the markets, the way they will pan out, particularly in June and July, in different scenarios?
Sure.
Yeah.
So first and foremost, AKB, the key question to remember, or the key point to remember in markets is that, I might sound a little rude, but markets are not faithful bedfellows. Okay. Markets, if any of us were that promiscuous, we would be labeled as being absolutely the worst of humanity. Markets don't really care who runs the country. Let me be absolutely clear about it. And there is plenty of data to back up whatever I am saying. But the data that we can hark back to is the return of the UPA in 2009.
That's right.
When in 2004, when they came first to power, the markets fell dramatically, 10%, because it was with the left government and there was concerns that the left would
disinvestment jai bhand mein.
Yeah, bhand mein, exactly. That's what I think.
A.B. Bardhan statement.
A.B. Bardhan statement, correct, exactly. So all that caused a panic, but it was very temporary, and we had fantastic next 4 or 5 years of returns up until the great financial crisis. And then we had the Mumbai terrorist attacks in 2009. We were grappling with the aftermath of the
2008 December.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
And in 2008 we had the great financial crisis. We had Satyam. We had the terrorist attacks. I mean, 2008 was a terrible time, and everybody's predicting doom and gloom for the present government of the day. And when they came back with a near majority, I mean, without the left and all that, not obviously the full majority, the markets, I think, rallied 20% on that day. And then within 2 years, the markets wanted them out. So the point I'm trying to make is that markets don't really care. Markets only care about the numbers. Markets care about growth.
Earnings.
It could be me running the country, you running the country, or anybody running the country. As long as the numbers come through, markets are fine. So to answer your question, I think the markets are anticipating a comfortable ride to the victory gates for the government of the day. To my mind, if that were to happen, nothing much will happen to the stock markets.
Oh.
Because that's already anticipated, that's
in.
already priced in, that's already baked in. And I don't think 20 seats here or there. Of course, if it dips below the 280, then of course we have another problem, or the 272 mark. But assuming it is higher than that, and it is higher by 20 or 30 seats or whatever it is, I don't think it will matter to the markets. Markets are good pricing mechanisms, and it has priced in that situation. So the only thing that can happen only on the negative and not on the positive. So the markets are priced for a victory of the current dispensation. Should that actually come out to be true, I don't think you can see much upheaval on that narrow front. But there can be problems on other fronts.
Okay.
But if you have a question on that, I'll answer that, or I can answer that prior to your question.
Well, you can and you should, but let me add to this. There is a sense that why is it that 2024 to many look quite similar to 2004 in terms of, everything is going fine. India is shining.
You mean, okay, interesting question.
Everything is doing everything. Growth is happening, money is flowing in. India is on top of the charts. And 2004, something similar was happening.
Can you open this? Yes.
2004, something similar was happening. And a lot of people wonder that 2004 mein jo hua, 2024 mein, how will markets bake that in?
Like I said, if that were to happen,
yeah,
I'll be ready with the cash to buy. I can guarantee you that much.
Because you believe that the India growth story will still remain
exactly
intact.
That is the core point that I said, that markets are beyond a certain party and a certain leader, and we can all have political views and political leanings. There's no harm in that. We are a democratic country. We should have points of views on who's right for the country. But in my view, what is right for the country is that the person should be literate, and the person should not be totally corrupt. Some corruption the country can tolerate. Other than that, the India's itself organic growth story is unstoppable, in my view, for literally decades to come. And that's simply because 150 crore population earning $2,000 per capita has no other way to go except up. We are literally, even today, on a per capita basis, lower than many African countries. With a country as vibrant as India, it doesn't take an economist of any measure to predict that this will become $4,000 or $6,000 or $8,000 per capita. It does not matter who's running the country, as long as, like I said, they are not the worst. As long as an averagely good man runs the country and a good party runs the country, I think we are good. So therefore, my point is, if what you said in the 2004 situation happens in 2024...
No, I'm just asking, I mean...
Look, you are right. We should not be so sanguine about the fate of a movie, the fate of an election, and the fate of the stock markets.
Yeah.
Because each time we become so sanguine, the markets, and all these three phenomena have a way of surprising us on the opposite. Correct? But if that were to happen, I think that will be the buying opportunity of the decade.
Okay. And in any case, you feel that stock markets are in many ways beyond the pale of electoral fortunes. In a sense, if a party loses, party gains, as long as the economy is intact, growth opportunities are there, earnings are fine, stock market will, in a country like India, will keep doing well.
In 2007, which was with a UPA, which was a very weaker UPA than the 2009 UPA, I think in 2007 we did 10% GDP growth with roughly a 0.5% fiscal deficit.
That's right.
I mean,
till 2008.
Exactly right. Till the crisis. If the crisis had not happened, maybe we would have done equally well right throughout. Number 2 point, even in the United Front government years, 97, 98, the economy grew 8% and 8.5%.
That's right.
I mean, that was as fractured a polity as you could ever imagine. We had so many prime ministerial changes, and yet we grew 8.5%. And then emerging out of the 2008 crisis, okay, we had one bad year, which every country had, but in the next 3 years, we were way ahead from the rest of the pack. So again, the point is that, and of course, we now know the data of this government. The first 6 years were very tepid, but the last 4 years have been on steroids. So my point is, we cannot draw conclusions on which party is right for the country. I mean, that is, I think, a spurious correlation. So my point is this. The problems, as I was mentioning, might be different. And the problems for the equity markets can be simply that we have had 4 very good years. And no bull market that I know of lasts beyond 5 years.
So?
Okay. Because I wrote an article for another paper recently, and basically I said, even while I was writing it, it occurred to me that why is it that we have a bull as the animal depicting an upward trend and not a horse?
Oh.
Yeah. Because a horse can run vast distances without pausing.
Yeah.
But a bull is not physiologically, physically built to run for long periods of time at high speeds. It can charge. So it can sprint.
So how long can it last?
That's it. So the data is very clear. Again, data can be, everything is a probability. I'm telling you what is the most probable outcome. It could be that it may not come true, correct?
Sure.
That's okay.
Sure.
But we should still look at the data. The data is that no bull market really lasts beyond 5 years. It tires. Now we are seeing the wobbles in the year 4. We are now just as we speak today, entering the 5th year.
Yeah.
COVID was the low of March 2020. March 23rd was the low, to be precise on the date. And we just crossed it. So now we are in the 5th year of this bull market. Bull markets in 5th years become very, very tricky. They become very moody. They become very, not predictable. This bull is already acting a tad unpredictable.
You are making a headline point on this.
Yeah, and I think that is, people are wondering, is it because of the SEBI crackdown on, or SEBI comment on small caps, or ED crackdown on some people from Dubai who had invested in companies?
Or the RBI crackdown on
the RBI crackdown on
and
NBFC. I'm saying these problems in a young bull market would have been shrugged off by that bull. These problems for an aging bull market start to draw blood.
That's an interesting point.
That's the point I'm making.
Okay. A related point, and I will come to this aging bull market phenomenon. Everybody talks about $10 trillion economy, $5 trillion economy, per capita income will go up to $15,000. But nobody says by 2047, what will be the Sensex or Nifty like? I'm just curious to know. Aren't people tracking that sector and saying that somebody says 100,000, but nobody talks about 2047 as Sensex kitna hoga?
Well, if you take a look at just the market cap to GDP ratio, you predict the GDP and you say that we are trading at that market cap.
Yeah.
So I don't know what
It's more than the GDP right now.
It's slightly higher than that. Yes, exactly. I agree, and which is another danger signal to come back to the danger points. But if you take 120% or 100% or something, I don't know what numbers are being predicted.
Yeah.
If it is 40 trillion, or what is the number being predicted for 47? GDP.
Everybody's talking about 30 trillion or something like that.
So 30, 35 trillion. So if you take a 1.2 ratio to that, you're talking 40 trillion. But the point of these forecasts is that you should make the forecast so far out that you may not be even around to defend them in case they are wrong. That is the way forecast should be made. So I am willing to make this forecast, although I'm definitely going to be around. But I mean, it's a bit too far out to make these kinds of predictions.
Okay, but let's come back to the aging bull market thing.
Yes.
How would you see the current doubts, questions on both the mid-cap segments and the small-cap segments? Everybody says there is froth. Somebody says, oh, the small cap is worse than the mid cap. Mid cap mein abhi bhi jaan hai. I mean, how do you, from a stock market expert's point of view, look at both the mid cap and the small cap, and what is their lifespan? What is their longevity going to be like?
Yeah, that's a good question, but let me answer it another way.
Yeah.
Let me give you some broad data. 2014 May, now that we are entering the election season, let's compare the data for the last 10 years. 2014 May till 2024 March, or assume it is May for a minute to make the 10 years complete. The Sensex or the Nifty have given us 12% CAGR.
For which period?
10 years.
10 years.
10-year period. By the way, the longer term forecast and the longer term data is 15.5%. So actually in the last 10 years, the Sensex or the Nifty has delivered 3% point less than on per year basis, which is a lot on a compounded basis, correct? Less than its long-term trend. That itself is a very telling data. And I don't know why people don't talk about it, or it's inconvenient to talk about it. But I'm talking about it right now because I guess that's why you called me.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
That we want to talk a few uncomfortable things also.
Yeah.
So we have actually delivered less on the big companies than we have delivered on the small companies. And that raises one question, that are big companies too big to keep growing at the rates we have seen in the past? If you look at aggregate profits of corporate India, it's $120, $130 billion, whatever, 3-4% of GDP. Yeah. Can it potentially increase so much that this market cap itself doubles? I think there is a big question mark on that for large companies, but not so for small companies. And I've been a proponent of the small company argument for precisely the same reason, that I do not see large companies having the headroom for additional growth in India. They will grow at normalized rates. And the bigger problem is that nominal GDP growth is not supportive of large company growth. If your nominal GDP growth is 10, 11, 12%, we have a problem on the growth for corporate top line as well as bottom lines, because they will necessarily mirror what is nominal GDP growth. So I would actually request the government to get nominal GDP growth, I think there is talk about it, to 15, 16%, because then we are talking a different number. But small caps don't care about nominal GDP growth. They are immune to economic cycles because they are so small, they can grow irrespective of the fluctuations of headline GDP numbers. I still do believe India is a small cap market, but yeah, big time. And I'll tell you one simple reason why. When I entered the stock market in 1989, 1990, the total GDP of India was $200 billion.
Yes.
Today, I think we add around $200 billion to GDP every year, approximately.
That's right, yeah.
Correct? Or maybe even more than that.
Yeah.
What that means is that at a $4 trillion economy, growing, adding $250 billion in incremental output every year, and you divide this 4 trillion by 5 zones, you get an average of $800 billion on the average. I know there is the regional disparities. I'm just drawing a simplified average. $800 billion per region. Okay? That is equal to the GDP of Saudi Arabia. Each region today, or actually more than the GDP of Turkey. Now, collection of North India, I mean a bunch of states, is equal to the economy of decent sized European economies. Okay? So now what that has done is that a small company just addressing its own neck of woods, let's say even servicing West Bengal and Orissa, and the Seven Sisters can do numbers, and I know companies, we do profits of 100 crores, not venturing out of Calcutta.
On a top line of?
On a top line of 500 crores.
Oh, that's fine.
I mean, it's fantastic. Snack food companies, jewelry companies, shoe wear companies, white good retail companies selling only in Bihar. I mean, I'm shocked when I meet the promoter. He says, boss, there is flying off the shelves in states like Bihar. I don't even have to go to West Bengal. So my theory on India has been last 3-4 years that now each part is equal to one country. Companies don't have to be pan-India to get growth. Because a West Bengal company will be able to penetrate West Bengal better than a Nestle can if you're doing snack food, or a Titan can if you're doing jewelry. They understand the local market. They can be low cost. That's the story in India. It's a bunch of regional companies, which means smaller companies, and they can be much more nimble, agile as compared to.
You are essentially saying that the bull run is not aging as far as the small cap is concerned.
Exactly.
So isn't that a contrary to?
It's not contradictory. What will happen is that
in the market that small cap may problem hai, don't get into it.
So I always say small caps are they're like the mafia. It's easy to enter and impossible to exit. And the other thing I always say is that the small cap train is the only train you should jump off when it is going at high speed. Okay. Because when it's slowing, you should not jump off. Then you will actually get killed. There is no exit.
There is no exit.
So I always say this, as a matter of systematic investing, please take some money off the table in small caps. Doesn't mean you should sit on cash. Nobody can, nobody should. And they will be far more volatile. There will be promoter quality doubts, there will be balance sheet problems, there will be all kinds of problems. But still the game remains that. Okay. It's a tough game.
Yeah.
But that's the only game in town where you can get seriously rich. I do not think large caps will make you seriously rich. They can probably prevent you from becoming seriously poor. Now that's a different point altogether. But we are entering the market not to not become poor, but to become rich.
Yeah. What's your take on the mid-cap segment?
Now mid-cap is neither here nor there. Now there are decent companies in the, let's say 5,000 crore to maybe 25,000, which is more or less the mid-cap range. They're decent companies. But my view is that if you are an investor whose land a lot of young people have come in, they are there to become seriously wealthy, not just to compound wealth at 12%.
Okay.
There you will necessarily have to buy a bunch of these assortment of companies, which is 50 crore, 100 crore, 200 crore, 500 crore, 1,000 crore market caps. And out of that, unless you're an absolute idiot, you should be able to get 5 fantastic companies. You will not get 50 fantastic companies. But the 5 will more than make up for the pap or the sins we'll commit in the balance 40-45.
Okay.
That's the way, it's a game of probability.
Okay.
That's the way I look at it.
So what you are saying is that large cap has the risks of aging, bull run.
I mean, the numbers are telling you, AKB.
Yeah. Mid cap, neither here nor there. It is a small cap, which is the story of the future.
Absolutely, because India is a collection of large markets.
It is a connection of large markets.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Okay. Let's sort of shift gears a bit. Whenever we talk about investing, we only talk about equity markets.
Yes.
But there are many other markets,
of course,
also doing very well. You have got gold, you have got real estate, you have got debt. What will be your forecast for gold, real estate, and debt going forward in our journey to?
So first, I must say this: that Indian investors, I'm not talking investors in stock equity market, Indian investors overall, their pie chart of investing has been phenomenal. I mean, the primary vehicle of investing has been real estate, followed by gold, or might be a different proportion depending on which segment you're talking about, and then bank fixed deposits. That, to my mind, should remain the fundamental bedrock of any average. I'm a professional, I can be 100% equity, but that's for me. That's not relevant for large parts of the population. I would not recommend that anybody should have more than, at the highest, 30% exposure to equities. Beyond that, you're then becoming a professional, and do you have the tools and the mindset to become one? Please evaluate that. Even less is okay.
So what is this big thing about 60-40 ratio, depending on your age? If you are 60, this should be the share.
Look, we are all in the business.
You are saying something different.
I'm saying completely different. So I don't agree with that, although it's a well-marketed theory.
Yeah.
See, understand this. Our industry is fantastic at marketing. Not all the marketing need be true.
Okay.
But it can be true long enough for people to start believing that this is the ultimate truth. But all I know is that it's not the ultimate truth. The ultimate truth is that equity should not be more than 30%.
Even if your overall returns come down as a result.
Ultimately, it's about risk-adjusted returns.
Okay.
If I'll give you one example, AKB. Equities have returned us in the last 10 years 12%.
Okay.
Annual volatility is maybe around 12 or 15%. Okay. So your Sharpe ratio of equity returns is 0.9.
Okay.
Okay. Bank FD, I think most throughout my life and even today have yielded anything between 8 to 12%.
Okay.
Take an average rate of 9% with almost zero volatility. Okay.
But there is a tax element there.
For tax is because that's a certainty. Here, you don't even know whether there's a certainty or not. Please understand this. It is not that it's a birthright to get 12% return, correct?
Yeah, sure.
So with that, I'm saying your Sharpe ratio on a bank fixed deposit is literally 9 because vol is 0, or let's say it is less than 2%. Versus that, you have equity at 0.9. Look at the differential in risk-adjusted returns between a bank FD and an equity asset. So I'm saying by all means play equity, but with very calibrated exposure. Please don't start buying the hype that my industry puts out continuously on television and media.
Okay. What you're saying is probably proven by the overall behavior of the Indians. With a 3 million investors in the market or around that?
So people talk about 8 crore investor, 10 crore, but that's even with one share you are counted as an investor. I think I don't know the data, but the skewness must be very, very high. Very high.
So in a country of 140 crore
maybe 50 lakh people?
50 lakh people.
50 lakh, maybe a crore at the highest.
So they are listening to you then? They are.
And I hope and I pray that they continue listening. Big people in my industry always talk about that equity ownership is 4-5% of total financial assets. And US is 70%, UK is 80%. I say, please, let's not even go there. Because their exposure to equity markets determines the wealth effect. Okay. If the equity markets go down, literally high street sales come down. I don't want my country to be exposed so much to the vagaries of the equity highs and lows.
So if equity is 30, what will be the rest? 70%?
Oh, okay. So real estate is illiquid. Obviously, you cannot put more than, and it should be only used for your personal use. I don't believe real estate is an investment. Land works, but apartments and houses don't necessarily make you a lot of money. So that may not be more than 5-10%. The rest is basically gold, given the currency that we are blessed with. I mean, gold necessarily gives you, in terms of the hedge against the currency depreciation, year after year. So I think, and it's liquid. It's like supremely, and the store of value continues to remain through generations.
That's right.
And if you look at central banks buying up gold, that itself is telling you how much they value it.
That's right.
So gold to my mind, between gold and FD, you split the 50%.
Okay.
FD is good in my view. And fixed income beyond FDs is also good. I mean, in a Bajaj Finance, I think you can get maybe 9.5-10% in certain maturities. I mean, Bajaj is the best industrial group in the country by far. They're not going to go bust. So with 9-10%,
why should you
even waste your time thinking equity should be 50%?
Okay.
So I know it's not going to, this talk, if it gets out there, it's not going to make me very popular with my compatriots. But it is what it is.
Is a point of view.
Yeah.
In any discussion on the stocks and the financial markets, the elephant in the room in these days is technology. In a sense that what role will technology, and particularly AI, and we had a lovely session in the morning on AI. How will AI and the advent of technology at this rapid pace will play out, and how do you see the technology sector? Is it a sector that is worth looking at, and how should one approach it? How will technology will impact your stock markets, and how should one look at the entire phenomena, the symbiotic relationship between technology and the stocks?
So, I mean, in my opinion, and I'm a firm believer in AI for equity investing, or for that matter, any kind of investing. Our funds run on that basis. In fact, we are working on a product to make for the average investor on the street, using AI to literally level the playing field between the sophisticated institutional investors and small investors. I mean, this is going to be the future. I think active managers or the human beings in the management, the fund management industry, they really need to be watching out for their seats. It is going to transform industry after industry, and our industry is the most easily transformed industry. There is no reason why a machine cannot do a better job of picking stocks than human beings can. There is no reason, absolutely none. And it is reshaping, if you talk about technology sector or IT services sector, I think there is a problem that they have, without any doubt, that our IT majors face a fairly uncertain future on that front. So I think both things combined, look, change is there. How we exploit it is ultimately, rather than fighting it, I'm all there to exploit change. This change I'm exploiting as an investor. Most people will, and Indians are good at tech in general, they will adapt and adopt it quickly. For the technology majors, they will need to figure out a new act, for sure.
Okay. Now, my final question before you go to the audience for their questions. We're running out of time now, just 10 minutes left. I know it's a slightly tricky question. What is, you think, what is going right or what is going wrong for the regulator as far as stock markets are concerned?
You mean SEBI? Or RBI?
Both.
Or both?
Both play a role.
Yes.
In the stock markets.
So in my view, as far as SEBI is concerned, on the stock market, I think the chairperson voiced her concerns on the froth here. And then, of course, SEBI has been very active. We've seen cases, of corporate fraud being unearthed and all that, large media company. I mean, I don't want to comment because I think everybody has a defense and they will be putting it out in the appropriate legal fora. I think they are doing a perfectly good job. On the warning about the market, I think it was high time. It was about time. I know on social media, it was highly criticized because apparently she punctured the equity bull market. But I don't believe that is, and nobody can puncture anything. She said the right thing. A regulator has to caution people. And I can tell you this, AKB, that I have seen in the last 1 year or maybe 2 years, people who cannot tell the difference between a P&L and a balance sheet become fairly wealthy. And I worry about these things. I'm in fact jealous about them. Because here we are sitting and wasting time with Martin Wolf and liberal democracy and interest rates and all that. These guys don't even know the difference between WPI and CPI. And they are laughing all the way to the bank.
That's right.
And they jeer at me. They, Shankar bhai, you work too hard. We don't need to work so hard to make money. So when I see all this, I worry a lot about these things. So she did the right thing by pointing out a potential problem. As far as the RBI is concerned, I mean, I have a lot of respect for them. Whatever they are saying, and I know also from other sources that it's not unfounded or baseless. These are serious things. But it also points out one thing, that our fintech industry or the lending industry is also gone haywire in the last 2-3 years with a lot of laxity in the credit quality and the credit appraisals. But that's a different discussion. I think both of them are doing a perfectly good job. But I have another question for you.
Sure. But whatever has happened on the fintech regulation and the stock market regulation has happened for the good.
100%. I have no disagreement whatsoever.
Sure. What's your question?
My question is this, and not a question. It's a thought that we have now 10 years of this government. The first 6 years were very tepid in terms of economic growth. You know that, the data, it was 4% or something. The last data print was before COVID was just, I think, 4% or so.
3.9.
3.9, exactly right. In the last 4 years, we've had obviously COVID, and then a big crash in GDP, a shooting of the fiscal deficit, and now a relative normalization of the fiscal deficit. But it's a new normal in which we are projecting to come down to 4.5. Back in the day, going up to 4.5 would have crashed the stock market, crashed the bond market. But how easily we have adjusted to a 4.5, बहुत अच्छा लगता है because optically it is less than the 6 and the 7s, which we have gotten used to in the last 2 or 3 years. My point is, and my concern and my question is, that has driven capex. That in turn has driven equity markets.
Yeah.
Both are not sustainable situations, as we all know. The government cannot spend so much, cannot run deficits of this kind. Once they normalize this even to 4.5, let alone to the good old days of 2.5 or 3, when we considered that in Pranav Das, or even Manmohan Singh's tenure, that even 3 was considered high, then what happens to equity markets is the question which requires some debate. Not here, but that's...
Sure, I know. I think you have made a very valid observation. All that I can say in response is that in the post-COVID, the world scenario has changed. Industrial policy is back. Globalization is something of a word that is not really looked at in the same way as it would be in the 1990s.
Yes.
The world has changed. Fiscal deficit as a concept itself is no longer as Brahminical a concept as it used to be.
But should it not be? Now the US has 130% debt to GDP.
In all fairness, what the government has done is relaxed its pace of fiscal consolidation to pump in that extra money through capex. And my sense is, and I'm only giving you my assessment, is that there will be instruments going forward the next 5 years, probably on the consumption side. But without that, the engine of the economy will not just move on only on investment.
Exactly.
It has to have consumption.
Exactly right.
So therefore, so far the government has very astutely stayed away from giving any direct impetus to consumption. Stayed away from in terms of tax incentive or tax this thing. So my sense is a time will come when the government alone cannot just go in for investment. It has to go in for clearly measures to, but I'm not the finance minister. So, so any questions from the floor? Please go ahead. Yeah, identify yourself.
Hello. Yeah, my question is to Shankar.
Yeah.
You said it should be a 30% cap on your equity investments.
20 to 30%.
Yeah, 30%. Yes. You got me really worried because I'm almost 80% in equities.
How much are you?
80%.
Okay.
And I'm looking to get my morning bread for the next 20, 25 years as long as I live. Maybe occasionally evening scotch. But in fixed instruments, you barely beat inflation. So how do you, what do you suggest one should do? I mean, if I go 70% in debt, I would barely be where I am maybe 20 years from now because inflation gonna eat most of my returns in debt. And by the way, Bajaj gives you 8%, not 9.5%.
No, they do. I actually checked, by the way. I was looking to put some money into it.
I think Shriram Transport gives 9.5, which is the maximum. But anyway,
it doesn't matter. Yeah.
And also, how do you think it is all right for us to invest in NASDAQ in the US stock market? Because there also you have the currency play.
Yeah. So the question really is that return on capital is what you're talking about, which you are guaranteed in case of fixed investment. Not guaranteed, but more or less like if you're in good credit. So return on capital is guaranteed. But in equities, return of capital itself is not guaranteed. Forget about return on capital. It's not guaranteed. Nobody can guarantee you that. And you can have large periods of suboptimal returns, which we conveniently forget because we have something called a recency bias. Last 4 years have been fantastic for equity markets, and that is telling us that that has always been the case. But the data that I am pointing out is that from 2014 till 2020, the equity returns were a pathetic 9% per year. Okay, which is in India, for taking that risk is not adequate compensation. So let's not get swayed by the returns of the last 4 years. Take a 10-year view, you're getting 12% compounded in equities versus an 8-9% without volatility in fixed income. Understand this point. Now, if you're an expert investor, which is what I said, then you can live with a much higher one. I don't know how much time, energy, effort you spend in it. If you're a professional, I'm a professional, I have virtually 80-90% in equities because that's my job. But for most people, I'm giving a generalized point of view. It can vary depending on how adept you are at the game. That's all I can say.
Yeah, the equity exposure you say is direct equity exposure, or you also include PMS and mutual funds in that?
I mean, again, it depends on how much time and effort and learning you're willing to invest for. Most people, indirect investing is much better. Direct routes are obviously going to be much more challenging.
Yes.
If you're willing to spend the time, do a bit of direct, but my recommendation, again, for the average person is don't even think about it. To answer the last question you mentioned about investing overseas, you must always do that because you get the dollar hedge for sure, but also you get diversification, and that is critical in all of this. Your 80% is not diversified. Now, you could become very wealthy 25 years from now. I'm not ruling it out. But you would have taken a huge amount of mental turmoil, strain in getting to becoming very, very wealthy. If you're prepared for that, go with the 80%.
If there aren't any questions from the floor, we would like to sum it up. Shankar, thank you. There is one question. Please go ahead. Investment in gold.
What exactly is your question?
I'd like for you to elaborate about the investment in gold that you spoke about.
So gold is literally a hedge against the dollar rupee exchange rate, and if nothing else, it will mirror this. But sometimes it does even better than that. And by and large, if you look at the long-term returns from gold, it has fairly low volatility and a steady upward climb, in part because of our own currency depreciating almost continuously. So, I think for Indians who are used to having less volatility, because we have a lot of volatility in our daily lives. See, equity is good if your life is very well settled. I always say this. It should be an outcome of how well settled you are in your own life, so that you can take risk. Western democracies, well settled, good income, you have good visibility of life. In India, we are not there yet. So let's not go into so much risk in our personal investing as we are enduring in our professional lives. So there, gold as well as fixed deposits play a very, very crucial role. They're not going to make you millionaires and billionaires, forget about it. But they will stop well short of making you a pauper, which equity markets can. Don't ever forget that, please.
Suppose you have got 100%, like 80% of your money put into equity. What should be the safest mode of putting your money in the percentage of large cap, mid cap, and small cap to take the hedging of this?
Again, the same thing. Large caps won't make you a lot of money, but they won't obviously make you a pauper. So it's all about risk and return. So, if you're happy with a 8-10% annual return, which I don't think more than that is possible on a long-term basis on large caps, have 40-50% there within equity itself. And small caps should be, 30 to 50%. Small and mid might be 10 or 15%. But small caps are where you'll make a lot of money, but also you can lose more hair than probably what you've lost already. Yeah.
Okay, I think we have come to the end of this wonderful session. If I can try to sum it up, Shankar, with your permission, I think what you are saying is don't excessively worry about the election results. They may be this way or that way, but the stock markets will find its own movement and velocity. Number two is the bull run that you have seen so far is aging. So be aware of it. Number three, that if you are a person who is not, who does not have the energy and the mind space to focus on what kind of investment you want to make, it's better to limit your exposure to equity and rather go in for gold and FD. And finally, the regulators are doing a good job. So that's the summary of the day. Thank you very much once again. Please give him a very good hand for this.
Thank you very much for your presence and your advice and your insights. Please come together for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our esteemed panelists, please. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, and thank you, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, for doing the honors once again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before you all exit the hall, a few important announcements for day 2. We hope to see you all at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, please. And when you walk in, please do collect your lunch coupons from the registration counter. We have some fantastic names in the house tomorrow, right from Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister, Shyam Saran, Shiv Shankar Menon, Nalin Surya, Amitabh Kant, R.C. Bhargava, Montek Singh Ahluwalia, Arvind Subramaniam, and the list goes on. All of that happening at day 2 at Business Standard Manthan. Hope you enjoyed day 1. See you on time at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Namaste. Thank you. And the most important announcement of them all, we're serving tea, and I've been told there are sumptuous samosas and kachoris, so not to be missed, ladies and gentlemen. Please join us for high tea, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.